on the Savior, still will my trust become honest. You are upon the water, wherever you would call me. Take me deep, nothing forever wonder. My faith will leave me stronger in the faith of my Savior.
Thank you, dear students, for the lovely song. Now, I give this time for our Madam Song Japang, who is our keynote speaker, to give a special talk on for this seminar.
Hello. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, ma'am.
At the outset, I am to tell you that I am really happy to come to Tura and from college to give me the opportunity to come and participate in this national seminar, which is on marginalization of women, representation of women of Northeast India in multidisciplinary perspective. Now, before I present my talk, I have three candid admissions. First, I am from the plains, and like most academics who never even visited the Northeast except occasionally, the link between us as literature teachers remains to the few scanty books that are published on the Northeast, and that too very sporadically. It is only recently that much more attention, much more anthologies, much more publications have brought the picture of the already marginalized Northeast to the general pan-Indian readership. This is something which I speak as an outsider, looking at all of you are talking about problems here in society itself. But for me, I think this objective outsider's view might also clear some problems which we are facing in linking these problems to a pan-Indian context vis-a-vis women's issues. So today, I have titled my presentation as Debating Patriarchy, or Challenging Patriarchy, or Accepting Patriarchy. These are the questions, and in that context, I want to assess Indian women's role in society and in creative output. And as the title will tell you, my talk is divided into roughly two sections. The first one talks about women's problems in India in general, and the second half is related to some stray comments and observations which I, as an outsider, have of the women's issues in Northeast India. Now, two things once again I want to tell you. As I already mentioned, our links, mainland links with the Northeast is rather tenuous. For me, we have been subscribing to the newspaper statement for a long time, and once a week, every Monday, we get one page, specially called the Northeast page. And in that Northeast page, there are two big articles every time, and you can understand if it is divided by the 7 states. Even, getting to read representative articles is not always found. For example, last week, I just brought this newspaper to show you that one page is our link with the Northeast, And in the Northeast space, it has two articles. One particular, it's a random pickup, and it has first article by Yamin Lava, who writes from Manipur, a regular writer, and it is called Meet Vijaya Chanu, the activist and an entrepreneur. So, introducing us to Vijaya Chanu of Manipur. This is how we at least got to get to know her name. The second part, the other article, is on Sikkim. And in just Sikkim celebrates the 20th G summit, etc., etc. So you see, for us, it is also very difficult to ascertain the ground realities, the problems pertaining the Northeast per se, and to be politically correct, we have to talk about the different issues. So, the different issues that pertain to the different political ramifications in the different states. So, as Sukarma was mentioning yesterday, that is what I also want to mention. We tend to misinterpret and consider the Northeast as a homogeneous existence, which is not. Each state has a different attitude, different problems relating to women. And in the second part of my talk, I would like to focus a few of those issues. But in the beginning, shall I go up and speak, Father?
It's not long enough. It is not long enough, Father.
So, as I was saying, that for mainland people of India, it is very difficult to ascertain the ground realities of problems in the Northeast, and especially not confuse it with a homogeneous state that this is that remote Northeast, but each state, women have different problems which they have to face. Now, coming to the beginning, more general talking terms about women and challenging patriarchy, etc., I want to mention that close on the heels of 8th March every year, which is celebrated as the International Women's Day, the objective of which is primarily to quote unquote liberate women and remove all sorts of gender discrimination. A lot of emphasis and media attention is drawn upon this fact, and tons of assessments and statistical surveys are made to see how self-sufficient and self-reliant women are gradually turning, and what dramatic progress they have been making in their own sphere of activity, and also in those areas where they have to compete equally with men. Some of the major forces threatening women's progress: the widening gap between rich and poor, the shredding of social safety norms to service death, the explosion in forced trafficking and sexual slavery, rape, the burgeoning AIDS crisis, war, all these are complex, intractable, hugely, and costly to solve. That makes it all the more reprehensible that governments have dragged their feet on legal reforms that cost no money only political will. Changing marriage laws that mandate wife-free obedience and divorce laws that permit men but not women to dissolve the union at will or at whim. Removing restrictions on basic freedoms like the right to travel, study, or work without permission of a male guardian. Nigeria permits husbands to quote unquote correct their wives through physical punishment. It is official. Costa Rica and at least 5 other countries allow rapists to avoid prosecution if they marry the victim. In Saudi Arabia, women still can't drive. In Kuwait, they still can't vote. Then what is women's empowerment for them? What does this signify for us Indians? Way back in 1995, the United Nations Fourth World Conference on Women in Beijing produced a remarkable declaration and platform for action. Adopted unanimously, the document linked women's rights to human rights for the first time in UN history and laid out detailed and ambitious plans for the advancement of girls and women on 12 fronts, including health, political decision making, education, and economic opportunity. In connection, women's right to property, environmental degradation, global inequality, warfare, and various evils that affect women disparately. The declaration and platform were actually just pieces of paper. There were no real enforcement mechanisms. But one thing to go, they were pretty strong. And where women have been able to hold their government's feet into the fire, they had made a difference. When I started thinking about the basic issues pertaining to women, one major issue that immediately cropped up in my mind was how the situation of women and their problems in mainland India differed from those of their sisters residing in the northeastern states, especially because we have been hearing a lot about women's empowerment in this region. But as I delved a little deeper, I realized that there existed a gap between myth and reality, and things were not as simple or as straightforward as they apparently seem to be. So, first let me reiterate certain issues that pertain to mainland of India, and later we can make a comparative study of how it is similar or different in the Northeast. The first topic point is women as victims. In India, one vectoring issue even in this second decade of the third millennium is so saddening as to force us to think whether as a nation we can even do enough to change the male mindset. And this, of course, pertains to the increasing incidence of rape and violence against women. An editorial written in the Deccan Chronicle, dated 25th January 2014, states, I quote, "It is distressing even to think how long it would take for India to become a truly civilized nation in which women have equal rights. Women are not only victimized from birth and upbringing, education and freedom of choice in the simplest matters compared to their male siblings, but are also vulnerable to the kind of verbal and sexual harassment, including the highly despicable offense of rape." Unquote. When we know all these things in detail, therefore, the question arises, why do newspaper editorials have to draw the reader's attention on this every day? Is it because people have grown apathetic to everything? A newspaper report from Delhi, dated 7 February 2014, once again, states that nearly 24,000 rape cases are pending in various high courts of the country, while more than 8,000 of them have been disposed of in the last 3 years. In the aftermath of the Delhi gang rape case, the Centre has requested the Chief Justices of the High Court and State Chief Ministers to set up a fast-track court for speedy trial of pending rape cases. But will that actually solve the enormity of the issue? That is the question. Now, with this presentation today, I first question the stereotype notion of women's empowerment in the mainland Indian context, vis-a-vis the illiterate rural figures that have been overtly represented in celluloid representation as well as in other media, versus her liberated and educated counterparts living in the city. We will soon see that this common belief about the vulnerability of the illiterate village woman is a myth, as is the belief about empowerment of her educated, feminist, city-bred counterpart. With numerous incidents of diktat given by Khap Panchayat, kangaroo courts that dispense so-called tribal justice, with families both in the cities and villages indulging in what is known as honor killing by rounding up and killing their daughters and women folk if they dare to fall in love with someone outside their caste. With a woman sexually assaulted in a public bus by several men in the heart of the nation's capital, the rural-urban divide seems to have dissolved forever, and the Malays seems to be too strong to be prevented anywhere in the country. In July 2012, the cabinet approved changes in the laws relating to crime against women. It stated that the word rape would be rewritten as sexual assault in the law book. But how long these changes will take to filter through the criminal judicial system is really difficult to estimate. The Justice Verma Committee has come up with a set of recommendations to tighten the laws against rape. But what we see is that the more we protest about it, the worse it goes. Men are themselves struggling to find answers about why some of their genders have become such horrible things. New research has suggested that rape is not fueled by sexual urges only. It is about a societal rupture and an assertion of male power. This is what every woman, whether in the city or the village, has to combat at every step. Now, I just at random want to give you some examples of women empowerment in very different perspectives. The first is the sarpanches in the villages in the Panchayati Raj system. Perhaps the most compelling challenge facing women in every society is parity in politics. The nurturing and caring skills that come so naturally to women are desperately needed in our political institutions. There are many obstacles that prevent women from achieving parity in representative government, such as paternalistic attitudes that impair their development skills and refuse to take them seriously. In addition, women are 2/3 of the world's illiterate population, and teaching them to read and write is a challenge in itself. Amendments as well as explore obstacles to their success and discuss innovative strategies that could help advance it. The 73rd and the 74th Indian Constitutional Amendments Act in 1992-93, we all know, reserved 33% of seats at the local government level for women. As a result, millions of women entered local politics directly or indirectly in the last 20-30 years. Research shows that first of all, given the chance, they really excel. It is easy to point out numerous examples of women who have worked entirely according to what they were told by their husbands or other male members of the family. In some cases, even elected women remained at home while their husbands attended the panchayat meetings and carried out official transactions on their behalf. Some of the elected women were approached by men only when their signatures or even thumb impressions were needed. All this is true to a substantial extent, but this is not the whole picture. In our male-dominated society, it is easy to hear jokes about the subservient role of several elected women and some fierce arguments based on this that reservation for women has failed. Nothing could be further from the truth. In order to realize the greater potential created by these reservations, we should look at several other examples in which women got an opportunity to play an independent role. In such situations, time and again, we see them making remarkable achievements for development of their village and quite often resisting the presence of vested interests with a lot of grit and determination. The second point to note is that women often bring in new perspectives. The yearnings of several women to assert their independence and make a significant contribution to the welfare of the people are visible in many such examples. In many cases, volunteer organizations and people's movements active in their region have also helped them. In some cases, enlightened family members, including husbands, have also encouraged them to realize their potential of initiating meaningful social change. From such examples, it is quite clear that when conducive conditions exist for women to play a leading and active role in the decision making of the village, actually the entire village community benefits. This increased participation of women is often associated with better utilization of financial resources, increased harmony in village, and prioritization of some important but neglected aspects of development, such as girls' education, women's health, maternity issues, sanitation, etc. Social reform measures such as reduction in alcohol consumption and domestic violence clearly got more prominence when women came to the forefront in rural communities. Thus, when women succeed in overcoming heavy odds to achieve good results in panchayat and also face vested interests with courage, it has an exemplary impact on a large number of other women. They also want to come forward to participate more actively in village affairs and contribute to the welfare of the community. To illustrate the point I'm trying to make, I just cite the example, the title of a book, which will tell you what I'm trying to say. It is The title is called "And Who Will Make the Chapatis?" Question mark. A study of all women panchayats in Maharashtra, edited by Vishakha Datta. It is a wonderful book. All the individual articles in this book is worth noting. But the main factor, the title, first part of the title, where we accept everything, but who is going to take care of the home? So, and who will make the chapati? This is an in-depth study of some of Indian women's attempts to carve out their own political space within an existing male-dominated political system. If men and women are asked to devise programs in panchayat, women will think of water and latrines, while men will talk of roads and buses. This is a quote from one of the articles in the book. So they think about more down-to-earth ground issues than thinking big. Now, one interesting phenomenon happened, which I want to draw your attention. I'm pretty sure you're not aware how Rajasthan, which has a very poor male-female ratio, one of the backward states, there was a great social change when, with a group of women who were the Kargil war widows. You know, after the Kargil war, the widows, it is an interesting example of women's empowerment which took place with the incident of the Kargil war, which India had with Pakistan in 1999. And for the first time, the government of India gave a huge amount of money as compensation to the dead soldiers' families, something that was unprecedented in independent India. War widows of Kargil were different than other war widows in India. Firstly, each widow got recognition not only in her own village and district, but the entire nation felicitated each of them. Secondly, if we go through the records of earlier war widows, we find that the Indian government never gave the widow so much of benefits. So the Kargil war widows were special, and their problems were of very different nature. Each widow received 25 to 30 lakhs of rupees, along with many other benefits, including money, land or house, free education for their sons and daughters, naming of schools, electric connection, free bus passes, solar cooker, along with many other benefits. This huge and unprecedented amount of compensation money altered the entire social status of the women in the region. And increasingly, a lot of appeasement of these widows took place in order to get a share of the benefits. But at the same time, there were many problems. Characteristically, all the dispute of Kargil war widows were related to the compensation money and the misunderstanding among the widows with their in-laws in the Indian context started from there. They wanted to become independent and everything, and here were these subservient widows in the joint household who were earlier deprived of every benefit, suddenly found themselves empowered. But there were so many people who wanted to have a share of the pie that the social entire structure changed. There have been three incidents reported from Haryana, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh of harassment of widows. In some cases, they had been forcefully married off to the brother of the dead soldier. In some cases, they had not been allowed to move out of their in-laws' house. In keeping with the British concept of next of kin, the army decided to continue with its policy of favoring the dead soldier's wife over the parents while distributing the compensation. But soon they also received reports of discrimination and even brute assault, including the murder of a Kargil widow for her money. But there were other strong views also, and that related to the claim of the parents of the soldiers. This ramification of this issue has to be understood in the context of Indian traditional joint family system, and the moot question that arose therefore was, who should get the entire amount of compensation? Those in favor of the war widows said, it is the widow who has to bring up her children and she needs a steady income to sustain herself. After all, it is the widow and her children who face the most uncertain future. But there was another side of the problem because the legitimate claims of the parents could not be overruled either. Most army jawans came from poor peasant families who made all kinds of sacrifices to get their sons educated. Often the parents were debt-ridden. Who was to compensate their loss? Who was there to give them the care and support in old age? So it was also felt by some people that the compensation money should be distributed equally between the parents and the widows. This was an ethical question and the society had to give an answer. No matter how much we may be interested in justice, justice is never the whole of any ethical situation. But the manner in which some rural women got empowered in this context is really unique in the Indian context in general. This is what I'm telling you. Particular situation arises to change in the social status of women, even if they were not forced into it. Now, I will just give another example of different ways of women's empowerment. There is something called justice given in villages. It is another interesting case of women's empowerment. In a recorded autobiography of a lady called Sampat Pal Devi, has told to a French journalist, the recent English translation of the book brought an entirely Desi story through the Western media of the rise and fame of this woman, Sampat Pal Devi, who was the founder of the famous, I don't know whether you heard, the Gulabi gang. I don't know whether you heard about it. So she was the leader, and here it was that people had read about Pal's activities in pursuit of justice in many newspaper reports, but her life story had to be read to be believed. Born to illiterate parents in a remote village in Banda district of Uttar Pradesh, she belonged to the low Gadaria caste, comprising of people who are keepers of livestock. She did not go to school, but for 2 years secretly followed the boys of the village and sat outside practicing the Hindi alphabet that were being taught, them on the mud with her fingers. After that, her parents moved away from that village to even a more remote place, which did not have electricity, running water, let alone a school. As is customary of rural women of this backward region, Sampat Pal was married off at 9, went to live with her husband at 12, and had her first child at 13. As she had an independent mind, she soon became a troublesome daughter-in-law and was ostracized by her in-laws. Moving away to live in dire poverty, along with her illiterate husband and children, she became more determined in her mission of speaking out for the oppressed. At first, she started settling disputes in the villages where the caste rivalry was a common phenomenon. But soon she realized that things cannot be done. Her rebellious instinct, fervor for justice, and her desire to free women from their everyday oppression led her to organize the women in and around her village inner camp. Now they used to wear pink saris and they just had a pattern. And gulabi, you know, the color is pink. It's called gulabi in Hindi. So here was this whole clan group of women doing about justice, wearing pink sari, a lovely documentary if you are interested. Her Sampath Rai. That does not belong to them. So how empowerment really can come in through different ways. Sampath says, we are not a gang in the usual sense of the term. We are a gang for justice. Initially, the members of the gang would accost male members and prevail upon them to see reason. The more serious offenders were publicly shamed when they refused to listen or relent. Sometimes the women resorted to their lathi. If the men resorted to use force, today the Gulabi gang has tens of thousands of women members, several male supporters, and many successful interventions to their credit. But above all, what strikes us is the grit of the single woman who masterminded everything. Now, there are other examples. One is, I won't go into the details, I'm just still in the mainland of India and not even ventured into the northeast. So I just want to give you some examples of how women's empowerment can come in different ways and forms that we are misconceived that only educated, city-bred women are liberated. There are other examples also. Pulan Devi, you know about the gang that got her. And we also hope she does not end like Pulan Devi, Sampath Rai, who was killed, whom sometimes she seems to resemble, though she never took law in her own hands or even wielded a gun. But somehow, stories about women like Pulan Devi and Sampath Pal have always been looked at with some amount of skepticism by the women's movement in India. Though these stories are of women's agency, of women who have found ways of regaining some control over their lives, one does wonder whether agency and power are always positive, reaffirming sources. Paul then categorically states I am against the caste will become brothers only on the day the Brahmins marry openly. So you see at the root of this mainline problem is caste, which is not so significant in these areas of our country. Caste system is very, very particular. Now I come to the just remaining section about my observation, which I must admit, listening to all the papers since yesterday, it might seem very superficial because we studied women's problems in North India, Northeast India, only superficially, not the in-depth study that you people have been dealing with. After a survey of the situation of women in mainland India, let me focus now on their status in the 7 northeastern states, which generally is believed by us, mainlanders, to have a more liberated and empowered status. Since ages, women in the Northeast have shared a significant social space as compared to the more contemporaries living in other parts of the Indian subcontinent. Apart from doing household chores, the women have shared the work on the field and helped in generating income along with their male counterparts. In view of gender equality, there is hardly any concept of dowry system in states like Mizoram, Nagaland, Meghalaya. And dowry is one very big factor in women's issues in mainland country. But apparently, things once again are always not as rosy as it theoretically seems to be. What are the issues of women in Northeast India? Some of the social problems, economic problems these women have to face are that of illiteracy, drugs, poor health, poverty, alcoholism, domestic violence, and difference in the wage earnings of men and women. So here again, the ratio might differ, but these issues are also found. Though it is partially true, the differences between each state is also quite significant. Yesterday, Sugarta was also mentioning this wrong concept of a great umbrella term called the Northeast, and the idea of homogeneity that Northeast women means equal to so and so. No, it is not. Since there is limitation of time and space, and I am not very politically correct, I hereby omit discussions on individual status of women whom I largely know about in states like Tripura, Arunachal Pradesh, or Nagaland and Mizoram. Apparently, Mizoram is supposed to have the best gender equality, but I am not really what should I say, so much aware of the details of the states there. And I focus on certain issues pertaining as examples, which from my study and my random observations pertain to women in three states, first in Assam, then in Manipur, and in Meghalaya. Very quickly, I come to first Assam. Many years ago, during the Doordarshan days of television, I had a chance to watch an Assamese language drama film in 1985, directed by Bhavendranath Saikia, based on his own novel Anthali. The film was called Agnistan. I don't know whether you've ever heard the name or not. And the story revolved around a wealthy businessman who opted for a second marriage. The decision shocked and angered his first wife and son. It was a story of human psychology along with a very offbeat storyline. How his first wife felt cheated in her unquestionable love and dedication to him, and how she took revenge was the basis of the story. Now, what happens is this lady had found out a new way of living. And what did she do? After the husband married, his name is Mohikanto, and aided by lust, vanity, money, and liquor, he becomes a source of constant irritation to the family. But his wife Menoka, with her love, tolerance, and magnanimity, preserves the family's happiness. But when Mohikanto goes and marries a second time, Kiran, a beautiful young girl from a very poor family, the composed Menoka accepts the entire episode with apparent calm and stoic affection. After the first flush of excitement of the second marriage being over, Mohikanto desires the company of Menoka again. This is what I have found really, revealing at that. See, this is 1985. But Menoka tells him categorically that she has accepted everything that Mohikanto has brought to her, but that he must likewise accept just one condition, that he must not touch her, never again. To cut a long story short, we find the 32-year-old Menoka, though determined not to submit her body to Mohikanto anymore, she gets involved with mother, who is a thief, and asks him to meet her outside the house over and over again. After a series of complicated events, one night, Menoka breaks down in tears and asks mother to forget everything and stop contact with her forever. Soon, Kiran discovers that Menoka is pregnant and accuses her husband of being dishonest. Mukhim to erupt like a volcano in his maddening anguish takes Menoka to the rice mill. There he asks her if what he heard is true. Very true, Menoka confesses. But how? Mukhim to roars at her. Menoka tells him not to expect any answer to that question in his entire lifetime. She gradually transforms herself into a representative of womanhood, someone who was trampled and oppressed, now raising her head in rebellion. And she says, I wanted to be like Sita, but should there not be a Rama as well, if there is to be a Sita to keep her protected? So since Sita was not kept protected in the end, I am like that. I'm just giving you a little bit of the story to tell us understand how even within the limits, this film had struck me as amazing because this was one of the first examples, I think, of women's empowerment, of claiming over her own body. You know, the politics of self-awareness, which we generally don't talk about. Now, in Assam, while there has recently been an increased awareness of gender issues, inequality also remains high. Maternal mortality and rates are the highest in India, and issues such as illiteracy, malnutrition, gender-based violence also remains a concern. Another book which I came across, it had been nominated by the Science Academy. The novel was published in 2003 and it was called Felani, and it was written by Arupa Patangia Kalita, one of the Assam's leading fiction writers, and it is based on real life events. It is a story of how war affects women. Set in Assam, the novel covers the tumultuous period of Assam's history from 1983 to 1998. It starts with the Assam movement that continued beyond 1979 to 85 and ends with the plight of people affected by the violent activities of the Alpha and the terrorist outfits of Assam with separatist tendencies. She had also looked at the role played by the surrendered Ulfa members, popularly known as the Sulfas. As these have been looked at through the eyes of a small group of about 20 women, she had asked through the story of their lives, if it is so, why is it so? So, in this story, in an interview given to a journalist, Patanga Kalita said, why is she writing, giving the plight of women such to occupy such a dominant space in her writing? And she replies, actually it's very simple. I'm a woman and hence I write about women in my society. If I were a black woman, I would have written about black women. It is as simple as that. In this uneven society that I belong to, I always feel I have a lot to say about women as a woman. You know, the perspective vis-a-vis an incident changes the moment I take a gendered view of it. Now, this woman, this novelist, also came into the limelight when she rejected the Basanti Devi Award given by Assam Science Commission because she said this is not a gendered issue. She does not want to accept it because a prize should be categorically given for a novel not written by a man or a woman. And this award was the prize should not be decided by gender. A prize should come on its own. When questions of merit and judgment come in, a writer should be treated as a writer, not as a male or a female writer. And Speaking about the recent trends in Ashwini's writing, she says, the most important trend I have observed is that the current literary scenario in Assam is dominated by women writers who are unique and exceptional in their own ways. Anamika, Bora, Monica Devi are some very young, talented writers. When I started writing, I had very few precursors and contemporaries. Among them, Nirupama Borgohai and Mamoni Goswami. Assam. Now, quickly, I'm hopping, skipping, and jumping. If we come to Manipur, the case of Manipur, it is even more interesting. On November 5th, 2000, a frail young woman from Manipur quietly sat on a hunger strike at Malone, near the site where 3 days earlier, 10 civilians were shot dead while waiting at a bus stand by the Indian paramilitary forces. Iram Chanu Sharmila had resolved to fast until the Draconian Armed Forces Act, AFSPA, was repeated by the central government. In that dignified, peaceful protest that lasted 16 years, a most unlikely icon of 21st century India was born. Iram Sharmila became the symbol of non-violent resistance against the brute force of the establishment and also armed forces. She also assumed the stature of an incorruptible, uncompromising martyr for the people, not just of Manipur, but all the states where AFSPA was imposed. For a normal, life-loving, gentle young woman, Iram Sharmila became the Iron Lady of Manipur. She was also meant to be a fair one. 4 years after Sharmila began her path, another powerful and one of the most disturbing images of protest was seen by Indians which jolted the entire nation. A group of middle-aged women stood naked in front of the gates of the Kangla fort in Imphal, holding up banners saying, Indian Army, rape us, and rape us the way you did Manoram. So I'm not going into the details of that, but when asked how the abolition of AFSPA will change the Northeast, Sharmila replied, I quote, without AFSPA, there will be no fear and life will be normal and better. We started opposing the law in Manipur because our women were being assaulted. But later I found that the poor northeastern states are focusing more on these activities and ignoring development. I realized that the local resources are not being celebrated because people are afraid. Now, what I found very interesting is such an iconic figure. When she stood for the election, she was defeated entirely. After she ended her fast in 2016, Sharmila embarked on a journey as a political activist. She formed the People's Resurgence and Justice Alliance ahead of the 27 Manipur Assembly elections. She fought against the then Chief Minister and Congress candidate Okram Ibobi Singh in Kobar and lost the election. Being a first-time candidate, losing an election to a three-time CM might not be surprising, but the margin was quite shocking, as she managed to secure less than 100 votes, while Ibobi bagged over 15,000 votes. Sharmila has been awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award from many human rights associations, but the question remains that why were not people willing to accept this kind of a woman for leadership? She, of course, in August married her British partner and lives in Kodaikanal with her 2 daughters now. That is the end of her political career. Now, what I found interesting was The question of Sharmila's acceptability in Manipuri society remains covered in doubt, especially her acceptance in a society that sees the empowerment of women to the famous Ima market, the mother's market that we have all visited in Imphal, and managed by the Ima Cafe Union of all the vendors of the market. It maintains a custom of only allowing women who have been married at least once to set up stalls. This is also very interesting. The women vendors, primarily aged between 47 to 70 years, include those who are divorced or have been widowed in insurgency during Manipur. The union also runs a credit system for lending women traders. So, what is empowerment? The question. Here was Sharmila, here are the mothers market, Barima. So empowerment, nowadays, the immediate roles that women play in the Manipuri society questions the role of empowerment. Empowerment is the power of gaining freedom and power to do what you want to do, or to control what happens to you, according to the Cambridge Dictionary. Manipur, as in the rest of India, the percentage of women in decision-making positions as elected representatives in the legislature and in parliament is quite low once again as compared to men, despite the strength of women in collective action. Hence, we see that despite their prominent role in the state, and despite the higher percentage of women voters, women are still not able to contribute significantly to the decision making of the state through electoral politics. And here I end with an example also of Mary Kom. She has become such an icon, this boxer. Having battled poverty, Mary Kom fought her way to the top and the great. And her famous quote, whether or not I look Indian, I am Indian. I represent India with pride and all my heart. Don't give up as there is always a next time, etc. This mother of 3 children from Manipur remains the epitome, I think, of women's empowerment. Finally, 2 quick words about Meghalaya. Frankly speaking, I'm very scared to speak anything about Meghalaya in front of you people, because my knowledge is rather superficial, and the 2 things that I found interesting was that even in Meghalaya, the differences between the Khasi community, the Jaintia community, and the Garo society, they are also, that is what I found from the very little reading I did, that there are differences. Once again, you cannot club them together because they are under the umbrella of the Meghalaya government. So the Garo people here talking about matrimony, people of Meghalaya also follow. Khasi women enjoy a special place. In Jaintia society is also matrimonial. The clan name or surname is taken to the mother. And of course, in Garo society, I see that women play an important role. She does not go to her husband's house. Husband is captured by young boys of the village, brought to her for marriage, etc., etc. So, in the Garo system, the Garos form a domestic unit or co-residential group, which is also a productive unit and cultivate the common village land. And this is what something in contrast to a Khasi village again. The Garo village is homogeneous, being the seat of a localized lineage group. Correct me if my superficial study is wrong, but what therefore, this is with what I end my so-called observations of women's empowerment in India in general and in the Northeast in particular, that there cannot be one single definition. Women's empowerment arises according to the class, the caste, the situation, and how it mold society, whether in the mainstream, mainland, or in the hills. The situation is different. At the end of the day, one thing is common: women still have to find out for equality. And though the poets say that they occupy half the sky, poetically, women occupy half the sky. But when it comes to ground reality, even in the so-called matrilineal or so-called northeastern states in different ways, they also have to fight to find the first beginning in society. This is what I found. These are some of my very vague observations of Northeast. And what I said at the beginning also, it is a great disadvantage because we don't get enough material to read unless we are doing a serious research. You know, in newspaper coverage, in media coverage, yes. When Chanu was fasting, there was coverage. When Mary Kom won the prizes, there was coverage. But what about the millions of other mothers who are doing same thing here? So yesterday the Chief Minister was talking about trying to change, the social setup by women still getting so many child deaths because of the various reasons of anemia and home delivery and others. So these are issues which we thought actually plagued the central Indian state, and unaware, uneducated village women who did not have access or did not have their own seat. But now we find if these things, the percentage, I forgot that in this regime they have improved a lot. I am not talking about that, but that these issues also pertain in matrilineal society. It is very difficult to say how much of we have really challenged or accepted or debated title I gave, patriarchy. With these words, thank you very much for your patience for listening to my long rambling talk, because these are some of the things that once when I was told that to speak of Northeast women, it kept on in my mind. Well, as it is, women issues are so complicated. And when it comes to Northeast women, how can I generalize when they know nothing? And I think it is not me. This entire concept of the Northeast being marginalized was there, and women's issues are doubly marginalized still till today, except for a few studies, researches, books are coming out, etc. Thank you very much. By the way, if anyone has any question or clarification, I would be willing to answer that. Yes. Don't ask a difficult question because
if you could comment anything on the 32% reservation of women in Ireland. If you could comment anything on the 32% reservation of women in Ireland.
I know nothing about the political situation in Netherlands. Frankly speaking, being a literature person, my connection with Nagaland and Naga culture came with reading my good friend Ursula House Vikings. She used to teach when I used to come into Nehru Shillong. She was a teacher in the department. And even after she retired, I had close contact with her. And from the things I read, myth, morality, culture, varying from tribe to tribe. I think once again it is very difficult to generalize Naga women's plight in general. This is the feeling I have. Because there is something similar also with the tribes of the Arunachal Pradesh people. That is why first of all, it was getting too long and it needed more study about tribals and oral culture. But I know nothing about the reservation. You tell me about the effect of reservation policy in Meghalaya, how the 33% reservation. Has it been really successful?
Actually, I don't have any idea about Meghalaya. I wanted to know about the Nagaland state where 33% reservation has not been implemented yet. That is why I wanted to know your perspective on that. Thank you.
No, I don't think Nagaland has implemented.
Yeah, it's rejected by the.
But what I really was surprised in these states where the very poor female education ratio, some of the states doctors are giving, where we see in pictures, we see in stories, many pictures represent the wife is just a puppet and the actual panchayat is being still ruled by the decision made by the men folk at home. And gradually, when they start going to the meeting, they have issues to resolve. They are much more practical than the men, and some of them have excelled. I actually saw a beautiful documentary made by a Bengali journalist many years back, and the title of the documentary was called Daughters of the 73rd Amendment. And in that documentary, this journalist went and interviewed 4 women panchayat leaders. One was blind in Gujarat, and she was a successful even in spite of her visual impairment. The second one was Gundia by Ahilkar, someone who belonged to the Dalit caste, who even as a panchayat had no right to go and draw water from the common well because of caste restrictions. And then the third one, they overcame all these odds. So this documentary was about going and meeting, and one was that when the husband and the brother-in-law decide what the next meeting will be, you sit at home, we'll send you the papers to be signed. So that was one situation. And the fourth one was of a Muslim lady called Fatima B, who won so many prizes for being the best female panchayat leader, and she works in a burqa throughout the Ram villages in a very conservative area, still with a burqa on, but she's managed to bring in a lot of revolution in her village. So this documentary actually opens the eyes for us to think about how, this myth of we are educated so we can change the world. That is not the fact. The uneducated village folk, they can also bring in their own. And Gulabi Gang, I told you, it's very powerful. Even the baton just to speak. And it looks very interesting, this documentary, hundreds of women in pink sarees, moving like an army, going and attacking, the police station for not taking action for such an action. So illiterate village women can also be part. Such self-help groups, I'm pretty sure, have been organized by social associations even in this part of the country. But I have not studied them, I'm not capable enough on commenting on that.
Thank you, Madam Sondata Mandal, for enlightening on the theme of this seminar. Now, I want to call upon the chairperson of this offline session, Dr. Rodriquez, to take his hand.
A very good morning, one and all present here today. So just like yesterday, today also we have a number of thought-provoking, very interesting as well as insightful topics. Okay, I'm sure all of you will be enjoying and you'll be learning a lot too. And like yesterday, we will have all the queries, clarifications if you need to address, or maybe like any inquiries or interactions we'll be having it at the end of the session, right? And I guess here's something to the participants. Please make sure you adhere to the time given, which is 10 minutes. We have got Priyanki, who is sitting in front. She'll be sweetly putting up a small play card, reminding you of the minutes which you have, or whether you have exceeded the time that has been given to you. All right? And now here is a small adjustment. Since we are running a little bit late, two speakers from this session. Okay, Namrata Sangma, who is a research scholar from the Department of Pol Science, Wanphai University, and Lara Chiangki Sangma, research scholar, Department of Sociology, Wanphai University, Shillong. They have been requested to present their papers after the tea break. Okay, I hope this has been noted. All right. So without much ado, we'll be starting off with the first talk, which will be presented by Marma A. Sangma. She is a research scholar for the Department of Philosophy from Bosco, Assam University. And the title is An Insight into Women Morality in the Traditional Arctic Folk Narratives. Is Marma here?
A very good morning to one and all present here. I think it's nice to come here. First of all, I would like to thank the chairman and the respected lead justice of Madam Omdata Madam. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. First of all, the topic is on an insight into women morality in the folk narrative. Myself, Marma Sangma, the research scholar to the Assam and Bosco University. All right, next slide. So let me have first introduction with the topic. Let me have the artists in the past, and many of the other tribes, the traditional rich culture community with a host of oral narrative that has been surviving for generations. And hence the livelihood has been explored by folklore, and it is the only way some say that good livelihood is related to the woman's distinctive life nature. Of course, one may not find or see the more woman more content in this folklore, but this is presence of woman activities are found embedded in many of the folklore. Quoted from Srinath Chandra pointed out that morality deals with moral good and evil. It deals with merit and injuries of moralism between what is right and what is not right. It deals with right deeds and virtues of truth. And hence, understanding woman morality requires understanding very popular, which is distinct aspects of morality, duties, and responsibility in their life. I have brought some of the objectives which have been appropriated as to study woman morality in the traditional of heritage, to study whether there is a presence woman moral action and attitude in the traditional of narrative. As in the next slide, the methodology I have applied to study descriptive and normative in nature with historical narrative methods, and it will be on the woman morality in traditional folklore content. Around many have been met, especially with the woman, and a very few has been included for the purpose of studying a lot of women moral content. And this study is therefore about family topics like we have research papers and articles, etc., published in books and journals. Let me speak a little bit about the article. Since yesterday, many of the presenters are talking about the artist. I think it's an easy tribe to follow Maximilian family structure, beginning the presence of existence of Maximilian leadership, Maximilian display and expression, and local residents. But this doesn't guarantee a higher or a superior position among the women of. I've got it from Bivan S Sangma. He pointed out that in the family, the husband is given more responsibility in the family affairs. Therefore, the artist was originally material, not the material society. Indeed, the action reflects women's life in the society. Next slide. Few of the story have been mentioned here to exhibit their perspective. A folklore exists about artists regarding the life of known as this or Mantra or even also known as Tabu. As in Tabi or this is a limit accounting in funeral ceremony and is performed by the single members of the serene family, close relatives with broken birth, lamenting for the loss of their loved one. It was the desire of many of the departed foremost their love, practicing and appreciation of the good deeds, as well as the prayer for the deceased to reach his destination into the land of spirits without his heart. And another folklore that gives a beautiful moment in that called Herewith. The legend says that an artist man was left without father and mother, and hence he has to wander away to the state. But yet, are devoted to look after the house and its surroundings, and to keep the memories alive despite nothing responsibility that connected to moral law. In yet another folk story that describes the woman who like nature folk story of the two women known as Nosari and Bandan. The legend says that the sister went to meet the maternal land, the body was living harmonious, relationships, and with the notion of goodwill, and hence they work in rivers and mountains. However, near of earth, their aspiration is not achieved, but to lose their life. It's a personal interview which was taken in advance last year in 2022. That we have a traditional battle house on a top country that gives a glimpse of women's life in nature. The information stated that the Northern keeps an insight into the moral concept as well as a standard of moral life of both women, men and women. The says it is considered unethical or immoral to some of the Northern. And even women who are entering inside the Northern is considered as maram or defiled, and hence for fear of that, they never dare to defile. In another copy of the piece of the moment more contained is the proper DA. In this case, this mother was raised to say of being alone without husband and related. But the promise he meant to give away her unborn child to a tiger becomes reality. That the lioness are in their motivation to be transformed into moral ideals. Now, coming to the discussions and findings, I have some of the findings. Historical narratives of the folk stories strongly portray women's always, like in the dream of having the woman's pay for a disease to be forgiven, and thereby the reach is appointed destination known as the land of sea. Studies have shown the woman more important, allowing the traditional group to live harmoniously and righteously in their life. Like in Northern, it is unethical or considered required to come out in Northern. And hence, the woman is there to which portrays the concept of rightness and conformity is the more law duty. Thus, develop right action in relation to moral principles is the so-called law function. The story of leaders confirms the woman is motive and intention or and good deeds that are not to put down what he has promised. Likewise, in indigenous traditional life of that is that it is popular, like moral life depicted in the proverb as moral principles of the woman that would still be found among the women in these days. Like we have the human social or transformation in the poem. Some writer has a very interesting and remarkable writing that in the poem Rongkala Tolon and Mundama Bini, or the novel character, novel name by Oibida B. Moment, which has so much influence and impact on the woman. And hence, as the woman based on the general Christianity refers as the mother's union, to bring up the children in the best of more personality and to educate and encourage the woman about how to live good life in the society. Now, coming to the conclusion, we can assume the fact that the good life have prompted them to be the means of a distinct life or to significantly manifest their moral aspects among the women. And this, the folk reveals that it has been able to live a good life by following whatever the good life taught by their forefathers and living life in an appropriate moral principle. So from there, I think folk narrative point of view, it can reason that the traditional living of good life is followed like a code throughout the generations. So in this way, they are more concerned with the stability and desire to live righteously and harmoniously with others, and this became the moral code of conduct as well. So this is the references I don't need to go through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marma Isama. Now, it is a refreshing sort of, in fact, it's a new perspective that I think we are seeing for the first time. Next, I would like to call upon S. Chassis. He's a research scholar from the University of Science and Technology in Ghana. And the topic that he'll be delving into is women in the rural village of Baro Hills. Sorry. Angami Naga women and their rights and property. Brief analysis.
Respected Chairperson, esteemed scholars, professors, my topic is ongoing women and their rights on property. First, before starting, I want to say that the ongoing Nagas and even Nagas in general, they are patriarchal society. According to Wittgenstein, what he defined property, according to Wittgenstein, property is the individual's recognized right to dispose of a particular object. Like other rights, the rights to property involve more than relation between a person and thing. It involves a relation between the proprietor and other individuals who, through the former's prerogative, are excluded from disposing of the object in question. So, the property in the traditional Naga society includes both movable and immovable property. The movable property essentially includes tools and implements, weapons, raw materials, ornaments, monetary objects, if any, livestock, food grains, personal clothing, etc. Whereas the immovable property includes only land, earth, land, and the private place. The land is the most important form of property in the Naga society. However, ownership of land was in the form of individual property, family, clan, kill, village property in the Naga society. As inheritance from male descent, a man has to own land within a clan. A land gives identity to a male or a male son. If we observe the traditional division of landed properties among the male siblings in Naga society, the identity of the woman becomes blurred without land property. Comparing to the property, especially land, the considered properties of female were only what could be required as their basic requirements. The following commodities which are most movable objects may be considered their personal right to property. Monetary objects, raw materials, ornaments, clothes, which she made or given to her, basket, tools, and implements. She has the transferable and disposable right to her immovable property. But the considered property of incoming women without land is merely transferable without permanent rights, which in modern times would be considered a grievous discrimination of the women cause. However, proper research and in-depth research bring out that under certain circumstances, the women folk were entirely not deprived of their landed rights. And land called total food, it's Angami terms. That is the land given to a daughter by her mother, which was essentially a land having matrilineal inheritance. In other words, such property could be transferred only to the female branch. That is from mother to daughter and daughter to granddaughter on official of the marriage. This type of ownership varied from village to village in the Angami society. There are also land ownership persons who are equitable or lady who have money. Women, they purchase steady food. These are given to their daughter, or even among the daughters and sisters, they purchase land and give them to their daughter, so that the sisterly relationship continues. But in the absence of any prerogative, verbal prerogative, the land laps back to their male progeny or to their male siblings. Similarities of this kind of land transaction by Angami women were also practiced by other Naga tribes, but in general it is accepted among the Naga tribes that land ownership is not different from each other, and it is more or less on male property. It is however an obligation that a woman, a diverse woman or a widow woman, after returning to her father or her brother's house, was allotted. It is an obligation, allotted a room and a land by her friends or her siblings, male siblings, for survival, but transferable or disposable right is not given to her as inheritance when it comes to the landed property of their personal village. During the first half of the 20th century, two forms the anthropologist illustrate land enterprise among ongoing women state that an ongoing women is of course free to purchase and possess the land and purchase land figure posterity. Land in ownership pattern is changing, of course, in Angami society, and even in the society in general in today. At present, financially independent Angami women are purchasing and selling land. In such circumstances, transferable and disposable rights are their sole prerogative. And so a lady may give inheritance right to her daughter, if she has, but otherwise in many of the cases, the women folk themselves favor their paternal liabilities when giving inheritance rights to the land they bought or purchased. So, whether in rural or urban area, even in today, the right to that ownership is circumventing between their progeny and identity towards patriarchy even in modern times. Although paternal property and ownership is changing, but the Angami women may own property, but possibly continue to be deprived of land rights. In the near future, because of the patriarchal nature of the Angami Naga society. So, this is my point. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Bivan. I'd like to call upon our next speaker, Dr. Arindam Ghosh, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics from Bosco College, and he's speaking on the topic Women in Science and Technology. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Respected chairperson of the session and my dear colleagues. So this is the first time I'm speaking something on this particular topic. I will present it on physics related topic. This is the first time I'm speaking a little bit from physics or education. So let me just try it out. So, women in science and technology, I just give a brief introduction of what is that. So, my presentation will be about the background or the struggle, little bit about the role and the present status of the woman and the future prospects and optimisms of women in science and technology. Right. The background is we know that almost 50% of the population is women, female population. But they could not go up because of the gender-based discrimination and prohibition. So it's very important to educate women on science, especially for the social economic development. In the world, less than 30% of the researchers are women. It's not less than 30%. So official figures say that 49% of the girls in India are still undergraduate science in degree colleges, but only 25 to 30% or less than that do research in science. Now, about a little bit more about the background, there is a huge gender gap, especially related to STEM, is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We see women in biological sciences. There are a lot of researchers among the women, but not in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and also to a certain extent in medicine. So, represented fields. So, because of gender equality, which is a target in 2030 for the sustainable development throughout the whole world. The reality is that women accounted for only 1/3 of the researchers globally. Not in India. As I have already told, they have parity numbers in the life sciences, but not in physical sciences and science technology, science and engineering departments. So now that is what I have highlighted in the head and red, sorry. And then I just talk of some women scientists, not all. This is Hu Yu. So she is from China. She got the Nobel Prize in 2015 for her work on malaria-related diseases. She discovered artemisinin Because of that, there has been lots of this one deaths have been decreased in the malaria sector. Then we have Tura neighboring. So she found an absorbent polymer which is used for water conservation. So she was affected by the 1950 drought in South Africa. After that, only she discovered this particular absorbent polymer. Then we have Catherine Johnson. She is a mathematician. She talked of dynamics, and this dynamics has been used by NASA for the projectile motion and all. So that is she's helping the NASA. Then we have none other than Mary Curie. I think everyone knows about her. She's a double Nobel Prize recipient. So she's both a physicist and a chemist. So she discovered, along with her husband, she discovered two elements in the periodic table, polonium and radium. So she died of radiation-related diseases, right? And the last one which I'm talking of is Maria Barbosa. She is a Brazilian physicist. She has studied about the complex structure of water molecules. So these are some of the legends of among the women scientists. So now these are the Indian women scientists who were there earlier, not now. Okay, so some of them are I have just pointed out some of them, 11 of them are there. So from yesteryears. Now I just wanted to give you a little idea about the Indian women scientists who contributed to the world. So first one is Leelavati. So she was Bhaskaracharyya's daughter. She was a mathematician and an astrologer. Then three different names for it was Pinampani Basu Ganguly. She is a medical specialist. She is a physician. Then we have the Anandi Gopal Joshi. She also studied Western medicine. Then Anna Mani, she was a physicist and also meteorologist. So then we have Rajeshwari Chatterjee, who studied about microwave engineering and antenna engineering. Others were Damini Sen, Emily Foster, and Hilary Mary Lazarus and Hilary. So now, post-independent, these are the ones. Indira Hinduja, who is an Indian gynecologist. Then we have Kiran Majumdar. So we all know basically she is not exactly a scientist, but she has founded the PepsiCo company and all. So that bioforms, so which is contribution to the production of cancer drugs, diabetes, etc., etc. Then we have what is Aditi Pan. She is an oceanographer by profession. And then we have Madhuri Mathur, who is a housewife, but along with her husband, she developed the Sumit mixer grinder because in India we use a lot of masalas. So she was the first one to devise the mixer grinder. So Sumit mixer grinder. She was a housewife. Then we have Dr. Suman Sahai, who patented the neem and haldi. Then we have Kalpana Salam, and an American Indian astronaut. She could not come down to the Earth, unfortunately, 2 days before landing. The rocket exploded. Then we have what is Dhanakya. She was a botanist. This is Thomas again, an housemaker who developed projects for the Agni-4 missiles as before and 5 missiles. Then one other than Sakuntala Devi, who is one of the women computer of India. These are the present women scientists in India. So just as a glance of them, might be some of you like to meet some of them in certain seminars. So presently from here only one is here from the northeast. She is the one. Now these are the present status in India. So though there is an increase from 2000 to 2020. So and also that we have Dr. N. Kalasavi was the first woman director of this CSIR, so, which is of importance. Now, about the Indian status, I've already told about this. This is the DSD data. So there is from 2015 onward, there is an upward trend. Now we have what are the DSD findings? I'll just because of the time, I'll just highlight that one only I see. So 13.9% in 2015 18.7% in 2018. Then we have, so but in the postdoctoral level, the number of researchers goes on the number of students taking part goes on increasing. So global average 30%, but in India it is less than that. And according to IQAC, so you can see that only 44% are women, which is lagging behind men at 56%. Then we have the overall women, according to the national figure, this is the latest figure. So from 30,000 in 2014, so women researchers to 60,000 in 2022, which is a very, very, what to say, a positive thing which is coming out. Then out of the 97 scientists under GST, 35% are women. And then I just highlighted this one, Deal University has 34% women. Then this school university has only 17%. We are still like behind the law. So that's an initiative taken by the government. So this is the gender advancement for fast-growing institutions. Then we have the Indo-US Fellowship for Women. Then we have the legal job scheme. These are all women-related schemes. Then you have the QE program. Then we have the Janaki Akmal National Women Bioscientist Award. Then this, I think this is about that in details. Then let me talk about 5 Indian scientists present, which is a little bit Dr. Purnima Devi, not this, 3 scientists I will talk, and 3 young scientists I will be talking. Dr. Purnima Devi Burman, she was the champion of the art 2022, given by Then we have this one, Priyanki Das. She is from Assam again, now in France. Okay, she is in the Antarctic mission. And then Nazim Yasmin, she's a great one scientist in Bosco. Then these are the young scientists I was talking about that. She is Natasha Guru from Sikkim. She is developing this one, use of mandarins and all, using this simple this one, what do you call oranges cells and all these things to protect foods from the virus. And Nidhi Sharma is a finance at Indian Research Development Organization. Then she is a Naga girl. She is working on nasal cancer. She is working on nasal cancer. And then this one, what the future holds. So we know that it's developing, overcoming the social gender bias, social dogma. Then 28% of participants in research and development in 2019 were women, up from 30% in 2001. So especially in the vaccine, for this particular what do you call this corona vaccine, there are a lot of women, and then in lunar missions also. So yeah, the future. So just to tell you, this is over the last slide. So inspire women to science. So what the DST has this one dedicated 11 chairs for women, related to women. And according to senior scientist Abdul Sahaya, the making Indian science and technology is gaining a lot of momentum. So these are my publications, not to this. Then my citations and finding Google Scholar LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's really awe-inspiring to see so many women scientists. And regarding the gaps, I'm sure we'll be eventually filling it up, and you never know, we did overtaking the men folks, may I try to increase. Thank you once again, sir. Next, I would like to call upon young Tina Motiva D. Sangma. She is a faculty, Department of English, Tura Christian College. Her title is Social Construction of Women's Identity, the Multi-Disciplinary Discourse.
Very good morning to all. My name is Tina Motiva D. Sangma, and the title of my paper is Social Construction of Women's Identity, the Multi-Disciplinary Discourse. Now, we all know that from time immemorial, women have been struggling for their existence in society. Women are considered to be weak and limited to a household in a patriarchal society. In adding up to being subordinate, women have faced exploitation, they have faced humiliation, they have faced injustice, oppression, and violence for being the weaker sex. In many parts of the world, women are dominated by men. Their identity is overshadowed by men. She loses her name to her husband and her freedom in attending her family. Now, if we look at Garo society, the Garos are one of the few remaining material societies, which means where the property is inherited by women and children adopt their mother's clan or maton. Now, this looks like a substantial shift in the way that women are being treated in society. However, we can see the ground reality. If we look at the reality, the Garo man is given all the responsibility for the family affairs, and the man still holds all power and rights in the house or in the community. And the woman is still considered subordinate to him. Hence, a Garo woman, though inherits the property, she has no right to take decisions on the matter, but has to consult her husband or her uncle. The male takes the leading role yet again. A fascinating picture has been painted about Garo women by Garo society. Women are expected to be epitomes of selflessness, of patience, spiritual vibrancy, and abounding love. But women are also expected to be weak, to be passive, innocent, or irrational. They are treated as second-class men. Now, why have women been always treated as second class? The age-old Garo idiom answers that question. The idiom goes, "Potlok wawang gri, nature is a tree," where women are parallel to farm. Like Potlok or farm that does not have, traditionally they do not have a tail, women are also deliberated to be mindless. Now, this has been the picture painted by the society since long time back. Natures are painted as disciplined or mindless or irrational. Hence, they were not endorsed to voice out their opinion, nor did their voice matter in the society. The idea that women are subordinate to men and that women are bound to endure the objectification has been implicit in the pages of the society. It has been accepted norm. It has been an accepted norm. And strangely, women too have ordained herself to fit into this structure. It is said, belief is the daughter of reputation. And it has been repeatedly, women have been repeatedly told through time immemorial that they are weak, that they are mindless, that women have somehow started to believe in it. Over the years, the concept of women's submissive maternal role has become so deeply rooted in culture and society that it was assumed to be women's biological role. Now, in our society, women are brought up to be submissive to male power. Women are taught to silently endure the pain and suffering inflicted towards her. It is what is thought to be the character of an ideal woman. If a woman speaks out, she is called Kiwati. And if she advises her husband, and if the husband tends to take her advice, the husband is said to live under a woman's step code. It is the duty of it is a woman's duty to be tolerant towards male ego and male power. Women have accepted this stereotyping that their role is biological, and hence they hardly make an effort to protect the dilemma that they are facing within the male-dominated society. However, I would like to quote Simone de Beauvoir, a French philosopher and novelist who wrote in her book The Second Sex. She wrote the famous sentence, "One is not born, but rather becomes a woman." I repeat, one is not born, but rather becomes a woman. With this, she was able to touch upon feminism's key assumption that gender roles are not biological, rather a social construct. Now, Promote Nair also notes that the inequalities that exist between men and women are not natural, but social, not preordained, but created by men, so that they became power. The feminist movement may not have had a great influence in Garo society. However, certain Garo poets have articulated the suppression of women in Garo society and have brought light to women. Writer is John Molly-Bishira. John Molly-Bishira was one of the most popular Garo poets of the 20th century, Garo literature, And she is an iconic figure in Garo poetry and one of the most radical writers of the time. And she has brought light the truth about women's lives in Garo society. She has written a poem, a very beautiful poem, Amani, which she composed in December 1941. Now, if you look at the poem, the tone of the poem is melancholic. Being born as a woman, the speaker laments over it, for she has been forced to live under the supplication of men. The asan or the na, she has been forced to live under the supplication of men. The fourth stanza represents the diabolic nature of male domination in the society. Dambe within Ramoni, Dona Namzo Mebo, Ungapani Kapanan, This stanza depicts the hard response of a woman who has been brought up to live under male domination from a very young age. The line Dona Namzo, the Dona Namzo Mebo is a suggestive of an unhappy bondage, the bondage of living as a subordinate woman. This bondage is lifelong, not temporary. From a very young age, a woman is steered to live inferior to men. The word namdok itself indicates that a woman is obligated to live under male domination. The line Jonggapani Kapana, where Jonggapani is his younger brother and Kapana is his slave, it represents that the Garo women who are treated heartlessly by male hegemony. A slap by younger brother indicates the power of a woman over whom man is entitled to validate his power. In the first 8 stanzas of the poem, John Wali Bishira portrays the miseries and suppression that a woman needs to face in the society. Despite her competence, her intelligence, she is compelled to keep her mouth shut and not to voice her opinion. We pasan given today pakat what one and diorang ada ke keaganaan. Jub tunggu mikir basically ilang kekanaan. She knows the truth, but she is not able to voice it out because she is afraid that even if she does so, she will be called a mindless woman. So fearing that, she shuts her mouth. Normally also expresses how a woman does not have the same privilege that a man has. She is restrained from troubling, and hence she feels that she has been abstained from happiness. She knows that going to places that she desires may offer her a sense of pleasure. However, being born a woman has put restrictions to her. We can quote Alexander Pope from Epistle to the Islam, where he writes, "Too much your sex is by their forms confined. Your pleasure is a vice, but not your pride." John Money has outspoken that the longings and pleasures for women are not recognized in the society. Her reveries and desires are suppressed only to play the role of a submissive woman. She has been dictated to act in a certain way that her desires and joys do not have any value or place in the society. The poem also reveals the pain of a woman bound in loveless relationships. She projects a woman in the marital life and what roles are expected to be played by her in the following. What roles are expected to be played as a wife. She is expected to do all the domestic chores and also agricultural work diligently. She spends her agricultural work, comes back home, and she is then expected to do the household chores. And in doing so, all the restless work has made her lose her weight and also her beauty and charm. Next, and despite the woman obediently performing her duty as a wife, the husband developed a illicit relationship with another woman. The word nakam is apologetic. Just look at it. The way the woman blames herself for her husband's illicit relationship. This indicates that women empathize with the transgression of her men and somehow blames herself her own incompetence for her husband's adultery. The poem can also be read from the light of feminism, a term conceived in 1974 by Wanphai for the connection between women and ecology. Proof states that ecofeminism as a movement resists the domination of nature and humanity and also the domination of women by men, exploring the connection between men, women, and nature. The way humans have domination of nature and how since time immemorial, nature has been abused and downgraded are parallel or compared with the way women have been abused and devalued in the society. John Wanphai in her poem Among Egypt describes the diverse role a woman has to play and the suffering inflicted upon each role. From the perspective of ecofeminism, the women can be considered a metaphor for nature that is being abused. Humans are continuously abusing nature, which in return is causing a serious threat to the very existence of humanity. John Wanphai in her poem depicts the discrimination meted out to a woman and wants the man to take his work suffering. Just before and then I wind it up. John Wanphai writes that uni naman ni ata na ang photograpo, ito kami photograpo na ang ko. Right, the word hell in the poem implies divine intervention in the suffering of a man. The man strongly asserts, the woman strongly asserts that the pain that she endures may be a part of her womanhood and the society may not take heed to her predicament. But she believes that justice shall be brought to her and the actions of the man shall be punished by God. To conclude, John Wanphai is able to shed light upon the predicaments of a woman in this society. She has delved into the emotions of a woman like no other novel poet of the time. Her depiction of a woman and her suffering can be seen as a response, a reaction to the male subjugation. The image of a woman that emerges in our powerfully expresses the pathos of a Garo woman that emerged from obligatory submissive role in the male-dominated society to bring to light the issue of domestic violence that many women silently endure, considering it to be a part of the role. Although it is true that women have come so far from being voiceless to being able to voice, women now enjoy greater liberty than they did in the past. But discrimination still exists in our society in many ways, and we still need to keep on fighting against it.
Thank you, Tina, for giving us a glimpse of the status of women through the voice of the John Wanphai pre-independence, in the pre-independence era. I hope we have come a long way, and though we may not have achieved gender equality, we hope that we see it. We hope we see the light of the day soon on. All right, our next speaker is Rani Aruldas, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology from Bosco College, Tura. She'll be speaking on women in science and technology.
A very good morning to Chairperson, special invitees, faculties, and students. I'm Rani Aruldas, Assistant Professor in Zoology Department in Bosco College, Tura, for a presentation on women in science and technology. The importance of education for women and the role of women in the society is absolutely vital for the progress of a country like India. Women and girls play a critical role in science and technology communities, and that their participation should be strengthened. Then the tectonic shift in the way working women are seen in the society. However, for overall sensitization of the society, there is a need to showcase the success of women who broke barriers. There is a need of the various fellowship schemes and policy changes in several national institutes to be initiated to support women in science. The need for talk on career and research opportunities, research funding, diverse fellowship and funding schemes by Government of India for women and younger students and the ways to avail them with utmost necessity. The women pioneers of science. India's rich history is reflected in examples of several great scientists who have brought immense pride to the nation. The lives are role models for all girls who aspire to make a mark in the field of science and technology. STEM are the prime engines that have fueled national growth and created the self-reliant India of 2021. The journey of women scientists over years has cemented the way for others to walk on, such as Anvibai Gopalrao Joshi, Janaki Ammal, Kamala Somini, the first Indian women to have backed a PhD degree in the scientific disciplines. Next, Antima Chatterjee, and Dr. Indira Hinduja, and many more. Next, women in science with reference to Northeast India. Education is a significant instrument for improvement of women's subjugated position in society. Education not only develops the personality and capabilities of women, but improves their socio-economic status. Northeast India is a region that is home to many remarkable women who have made significant contributions in various fields. Despite facing various challenges and obstacles, women in this region have proven themselves to be leaders and innovators. Northeast India has many exceptional women who have made significant contributions in various fields, but their accomplishments are often overlooked due to lack of publicity. Priyanka Das, the pride of Northeast India, and the ambassador for L'Oreal UNESCO for Girls in Science Initiative in France, is helping to break stereotypes about women who work in scientific fields. Next, the eminent science personalities of Northeast India. The role of women in science and technology is essential for innovation and progress. Social infrastructure has significantly improved dramatically in Northeast in the last 9 years. There is launch of new facilities to make the medical infrastructure in Northeast India strong in the future. And here are few eminent science personalities of Northeast India. Dr. Veena Tandon. She was awarded the 4th highest civilian honor of the Padma Shri in year 2016 for her contributions to science. Next is Dr. Lolly S. Pereira, an associate professor in RDAP Tura campus. Dr. Larisha M. Hinton, who is professor in zoology department at Visva Bharati, was a lecturer at the Bosco College, Tura in year 2001 to 2006. Dr. Meera Chetty Das, an associate professor of botany department in Nebu University. Dr. Purnima Devi Burman was honored United Nations Environmental Programme Champion of the Earth for the year 2022. And Professor Sarbani Giri, the head of Department of Life Science and Bioinformatics, University of Silchar. And there are many more to be listed. Next, empowerment of women in science and technology. From online learning and digital activism to the rapid expansion of high-paying tech jobs, the digital age has generated unprecedented opportunities for the empowerment of women and girls. But advancing technology is also introducing new forms of inequality and heightened threats to their rights and well-being. In the face of escalating global crisis, we stand at the crossroads, allow technology to widen existing disparities and further concentrate power in the hands of a few, or put it to work on behalf of a safer, more sustainable, more equitable future for all. The choices we make today will profoundly impact our path forward. So, here are 4 steps we can take in the right direction. Close all gaps in digital access and skills. Next, support women and girls in STEM. Then create technology that meets the needs of women and girls and address technology that creates gender-based violence. Next, challenges faced by women. However, despite India's rapid economic growth, constitutional guarantees of gender equality and a goal of becoming a $5 trillion economy by 2025, deep-rooted gender disparities still persist in society. Women in India are continuously breaking the glass ceiling now in different spheres, but it's still a long way ahead. There are several issues that women scientists face that stem from innate prejudice and bias, as well as patriarchal attitudes in the workplace. In addition, there is widespread gender insensitivity as well as explicit sexual harassment. Many women are unable to even make it to the best institutions or universities because of a lack of funds and opportunities. The lack of security and safety of the cities and towns further limits the options and opportunities for girls to a large extent. Families, especially those from lower income backgrounds, do stand without solutions of coaching to faraway place at all hours. With more women working, good support systems should also involve solely such as better childcare facilities that are lacking in India and are flexible working hours. Next, best practices for empowering women. So, there is a need to facilitate ways in which the pursuit of science by women can be effective. For general awareness to maintain a career and family balance needs to spread parents and the family as an attractive option. To address gender imbalance from an early age and to include young girls in programs like Science Olympics, academics of science to mentor and showcase the work done by women scientists to an audience of both genders to create awareness on various career options available to young women scientists. A good trade for childcare is needed on every campus to have women to manage dual careers and to encourage and reward excellence by women. formulating and implementing policies that can improve the workplace for women, and some of the recommendation and implementation are Department of Science and Technology and Department of Biotechnology schemes for women to come back to science after the break. Next is DBT, INSA, and NASI special awards for women. Next, establishment of the task force for women in science by the DSC and support of women entrepreneurs by DSC, DBT, and other organizations. The developmental programs sponsored by the scientific departments of our country to be extended to 5 to 7 years for ensuring significant impact, especially for the developing India. Next, programs for students like summer and winter schools, vocational training programs, scientific writing contests, as well as celebrations of the National Technology Day, the National Science Day, the National Mathematics Day, and the World Environment Day. Next step can be efforts must be made to found the women scientists in underdeveloped regions to protect newly skilled people in those areas, as well as getting recognition in the scientific institutions, and introducing new models for professional development, infrastructure support, emphasis on rigorous academic work, discussion and debate are all essential for good science education. Need for capacity building must be stressed upon by way of offering special scholarships to rural girls to take up science as a career and application for betterment of life in the rural sector. Women must be encouraged for science education to exterminate traditional beliefs and change their mindset by developing their thoughts to face the barriers of societal dogmas. Attracting more girls to take up science will help in the socio-economic progress of the country, as well as improve the level of awareness in women of the remote areas of Northeast India. More emphasis to be given on bioresource-based education in the Northeast. Then training programs especially designed for school teachers are needed to train them for proper teaching methods and techniques, especially in science and mathematics. More awareness programs in rural areas should be organized. Then teachers training program and strengthening of the infrastructure for research, especially in the Northeast, as well as enhanced knowledge in science. Kiran, which is knowledge involvement in research advancement through nurturing, embraces driven exclusive schemes of the Department of Science and Technology with a mandate to bring gender parity in science and technology to gender mainstreaming and equal representation of men and women in all fields requires seismic shifts in the societal perception of women and their abilities. To conclude, India still has a long way to in terms of gender representation in the scientific community, with women scientists facing many hurdles to make the mark and all the more for the Northeast India. The need is for measures and schemes to smooth over bumps in the road without too much disruption. The challenge today is to bring about a change in the mindset of many when dealing with issues such as representation and rights of various has proven to be very effective of bringing about changes that are essential. Thus, gender inequality will be overcome only if both man and woman of our society catalyze and support the government initiatives wisely. I would like to conclude by saying a quote: when a man is educated, an individual is educated, but when a woman is educated, a family and a country are educated. Thank you.
Nani, it was nice to see some well-known and familiar faces put up in such a high pedestal. It's really encouraging. And I hope the policies suggested in your paper is very soon implemented so that it becomes easier for women to be a part of the science work. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Sister Mara, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of English from Bosco College.
Respected chairperson, colleagues, research scholars, a very good afternoon to all. My paper is Contribution of Catholic Women Religious in the Field of Education in Assam and Erstwhile Assam. The Daughters of Lady Assam Christians, more popularly known as Salesian Sisters of Don Bosco or FMA, was founded by Saint Don Bosco on August 5, 1872. It was Monsignor Luis Matthias, apostolic prefect and leader of the Salesian missionary expedition to Assam, who paved the way for the Salesian sisters to work in Assam. On December 8, 1923, 5 years from Italy, reached Guwahati. At that time, education even at a primary level was still a privilege, only of a few found folk. The educational scenario of girls and women, especially of rural areas, was deplorable. In the entire region, there existed a general lack of schools, mass illiteracy, particularly of women and girls in rural areas. Disease and high mortality rate, especially of women, and consequently the existence of numerous orphans. In response to such a situation, the sisters opened formal schools for girls, making a priority option for those of remote villages who would otherwise have no access to education. The school in Guwahati began as an English medium kindergarten on February 2nd, 1924, hardly 3 months after their arrival and establishment. It began with 6 students, the children of the Europeans and Anglo-Indians, with Sister Maria Bricarello as their teacher. The opening of this school was a welcome news since there was no English school in Guwahati, and it would be beneficial to children of the managers of tea estate and officers of the railway and telegraph department. The school premises were in the previous Bangalore of the Catholic missionaries of Mary Immaculate, menaced by rats. In spite of its humble beginnings, the school began to make progress, but it soon suffered a serious blow with the death of Sister Maria Bricarello of smallpox on February 24, 1925, the only sister who knew the English language and could deal with outsiders. There is no explicit mention about the closure of the school after the death of Sister Maria. Mention is made of English lessons imparted to the girls in 1925, but it is clear that it did not constitute a planned program of school teaching. Later, from 1926 onwards, the reason for not reopening the school may have been for lack of premises. The school was reopened in 1934. The teacher of English school in the first year was Sister Maria Rossini, and in 1935 was joined by Sister Cecilia Doyle, who in her letter to Father Peter Kalodi, the rector major, communicated saying, quote, "We have opened a school for English-speaking children, unquote." Assamese and Hindi medium schools were opened in 1925 for the orphans, boarding girls, and the children of employees of the mission. The Assamese school was from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and the Hindi school instead was from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Sister Julia Vera was the teacher of both the schools, as it can be noted from one of her letters to Sister Lisa Masketti, the Mother General. But you know, dear mother, that my time is under assault. In the morning, I have classes in Assamese for 3 sections of students. There are 48 in all. In the afternoon, I have classes in Hindi for 2 sections of 16 girls. And then I have to teach a little Hindi also to the newly arrived sisters. And I am in charge of preparing the charts for the teaching of Assamese alphabets. In 1926, the school was visited by the Minister of Education, and during such visits, they examined the methods of teaching, checked the notebooks of the children, and tested the learning process of the children. In 1936, there was an extension up to the elementary level. However, as regards the students, it appears that there were great difficulties in having sufficient number of students, as the system went from board to board certificate students. Sangma in her book Education of Women in the Northeast India 2008 states that the sisters for the first time were requested to teach English, domestic science, and work experience in the government girls' high school of Guwahati in August 1941. Sister Regina Saverta and Sister Catherine Maria were appointed to the post. The following year, Sister Catherine received another assignment to teach sacred scripture, rhetoric, and philosophy in the women's college, which was affiliated to the University of Calcutta. The efforts of the Second World War and the independence movement constituted the main obstacle in guaranteeing continuity in service. The fight for freedom from the colonial past made the students oppose anything or anyone non-Indian. Sister Catherine of Italian nationality began to experience hostile attitudes from the students, and the situation worsened, for which the principal of the college was forced to ask Sister Catherine to vacate her post on November 29, 1942, as a preventive measure to ward off worse consequences. The house in Goa was opened in 1926, and by September they began a school with 9 children. In October, there were already 20 students. The seemingly rosy beginnings were soon to face trying times. One of the difficulties arose from the animosity of the Protestant mission, who looked on them as intruders and tried to dissuade the children from going to school. When the sisters shifted their residence, they were denied the use of an approach road. Another difficulty was related to the lack of space, and the students numbered 35 by then. The inspector of schools and even the minister of education and industry often visited the school. On August 2nd, 1927, the deputy inspector appeared suddenly in the school and asked the sisters to present their certificates and qualifications for teaching. Fortunately, everything was in order. Although the certificates were in Italian, the deputy inspector was satisfied. The House Chronicle states that finally they were able to send 2 girls for the exam of the primary scholarship. Besides the school in the convent premises, there was a plan to open a school in the nearby village called in 1926. The classes began on December 26 with Sister Cecilia Daroy as a teacher. She had to cover a distance of 3 miles to and fro every day under the heavy rain and the biting cold of July. The school functioned regularly for the whole of 1937, and the students were quite numerous. In 1928, the health condition of Sister Cecilia Daroy did not permit the continuity of this promising endeavor. While process for the recognition of the existing school was going on, Provincial Sister Teresa Mero suggested to open an English medium school. It was accepted, and the new school had a beginning on September 1st, 1951. The community of the school was opened in March 1936 with the principal aim of touring the villagers for evangelizing and educating mission of the women of rural areas. However, it is asserted that the sisters saw more urgently the village children had to be given at least rudimentary education. Unquote. The house in Mawar was opened on March 14, 1938, with Sister Clotilde and Sister Margaret Betty as pioneers. First, they settled in Villa Averin in Laimukra, and then they as the house of Maulai was not ready. So after taking residence in Maulai for 4 days, the sisters opened a school in a nearby area. To conclude, the educational passion of the FMA emerged as an outstanding element. No matter how insurmountable the obstacles were, the sisters faced the challenge with admirable courage and forged ahead in their various educational enterprises. It is remarkable to observe that the first 6 sisters who came to the region plunged themselves to learn 3 languages at a time: English, Assamese, and Hindi. Still incredible is the fact that a year after their arrival, they ventured out on opening Assamese and Hindi medium elementary schools and taught English in both schools. When the educational vision of the FMA was an urgent need of the times, which they responded with great audacity, especially to the opening of vernacular medium schools, when they themselves have been used to speak the language. Thank you.
Thank you for your paper. No doubt it was quite tough for our sisters in the beginning, but the commitment and the resilience shown by the Catholic women missionaries have brought into quality education in the whole of North India. Thank you. So our last speaker for this session is Ms. Inya Kimara, Research Scholar, Department of English, Tura. And the topic is the role of American Baptist Mission in the progress of global education in Governor Bivan.
Very good afternoon to one and all, respected chairman and distinguished guests. The paper that I will present today is titled The Role of American Baptist Mission in the Programs of Human Education in Governor Meghalaya. The American Baptist Mission has been a tremendous impact in the field of education in Governor. The business government occupation of the government is led to the American Baptist missionaries playing an important role in spreading Christianity and imparting education to the inhabitants. In the introduction of American Baptist Mission in North India 2002, Narula Inchen writes that the trials and successes of the Indian Baptist Mission in India resulted in announcing a missionary spirit amongst the Baptists in America. The Philadelphia Baptist Association decided to form a foreign missionary society in 1813, and a general meeting of delegates from all Baptist missionary societies was held in 1814. The Baptist Board of Foreign Missions in the U.S. was thus formed. In History of Education in Darwin, 1985, Dr. S Sangma writes that education has its origins in Darwin long before the coming of the American Baptist missionaries. David Scott, the Civil Commissioner Agency, the Governor General, known as Chancellor, has met before introduced education and Christianity amongst the Garos. He approached the Bishop of Calcutta, Reverend Harper, and the government to send missionaries to educate the Garos. A school was established at Singamari with Mr. Valentine Harvey as the schoolmaster, but the school has discontinued after the demise of the teacher, Mr. Farney. Major Jenkins, agent to the Governor General, proposed to the government to establish schools for the Garos to reform them to Christian education. In 1847, a school was started at Wanphai under Major Jenkins' care. This produced the first Garo converts to Christianity, Ahmed and Ramsey. On October 1866, Dr. and Mrs. Stoddard, the first American Baptist missionaries, arrived at Wanphai to work among the Garos. The government-sponsored missionary schools were established at Nibari of Juli, Radhakrishna, Bangkata, and Tura in 1868. Reverend and Mrs. Kidd, the second gate of missionaries, arrived at Wanphai in 1872. The arrival of Reverend E.G. Phillips and his wife, Mrs. Phillips, and Reverend M.C. Mason and his wife, Mrs. Mason, in 1874, strengthened the mission. The headquarters of the mission was shifted from Wanphai to Tura, and the missionaries pursued activities in the field of education and evangelization. The Garo Society is matrilineal and allows the women to develop personal rights and freedom. However, education was not given much importance by the parents of the girls due to lack of interest, as well as the necessity of the girls to help them in the household work. Female education important for the African Baptist missionary, as there was resistance by the king. However, Cedric S. Down in the Christian impact on the status of women in Northern India 2005 has stated that the largest amount of American Baptist resources for the education of girls and women was concentrated in the Darwin. Dr. S Sangma in History of Education Darwin mentioned that his kids had opened the girls' boarding school on January 1st, 1874, for little more than a year at Wanphai, Assam. However, the parents were unwilling to allow their daughters to attend school even though the pupils had progressed in their studies. The plight of the Garo girls to sought education is also mentioned in Dr. Sangma's work on education Darwin. There were 20 schools for boys and none for the girls in village schools. The few girls who attended school were taunted for wanting to be educated instead of settling down and getting married. Miss Miriam Russell arrived in Tura on 2nd January 1879. She was sent to educate the women and girls. She toured 15 villages to collect girls for her school and returned to Tura with 10 girls and herself to start a school for them. Miss Russell opened a girls' school in large Christian village in Kisan ground and returned to Tura with 21 girls enrolled in her school. Miss Ella Bone and Miss Ella Ness were in charge of the girls' school after Miss Russell transferred to Roma school. At the close of 1884, the people had undergone a change in the attitude towards the education of girls, and there was an increase in the number of girls that attended school by 1889. The
The Station Girls' School was opened at Tura in 1887, where Miss Bourne was in charge of the borders and Miss Alice in 1894 and looked after the girls' school. So, Mukhim moment, the news of the first Garrison was opened, and Ramsey was the first among the Garrison to be employed as a teacher at the large girls' school. He became a matron of the girls' boarding department and in Tura. In history of education, Garrison Dr. also mentioned that in the Pew report of the African Practitionary Conference in 1899, there were 25 students in girls' school, and they were Christians. This board's report in the education of the American Commission showed that there was gradual improvement in the attitude of both the girls and their parents toward the matter of education, and relations between the boys and the girls in the school have also improved. This Lenin home group arrived in Tura in 1906 and taught in the middle English school and the girls' school. He reported in the 10th session of the Union in 1910 that in 1908, 17 girls were under mission care and 15 girls were supported by the mission, while remaining were supported by parents and mission home group. In 1909, there were 19 girls under mission care and 10 were supported by the mission, and the rest were supported both by the mission and the girls. In 1911, 2 girls had undergone training in a hospital in Calcutta, while another girl studied in girls' mission school in Shillong. Mrs. P.H. Moore had reported that by 1911 there were 520 girls studying in Assam. In 1930, 2 girls studying in high school in Calcutta, where 3 girls were sent to Norwalk, teaching girls training school for teachers training. There were 18 girls were registered on a mission payroll in 1914, and 3 girls were supported by the missionaries. Kindergarten school was opened for the first time in Tura by Miss Holbrook in 1916. In the military conference of 1916, it was reported that there were 50 girls in the upper primary school and 633 girls in the 90 girls primary school. In 1920, the girls' school has been bifurcated with the government taking over the boys' section. The girls' section was opened as a separate school with 66 pupils under the mission and opened by Miss Holbrook and was known as the Mission Middle Junior Girls' School. Miss Charlotte Wright took charge of the school and boarding till Miss Holbrook's return. There were altogether 1,663 girls studying in district schools in 1925. In 1926, the mission supported 6 female students out of 75 in the boarding department and students. The junior teacher training class was opened by Miss Carol Weatherby at Tura in 1929. Miss Park Road arrived at Tura in 19 of Miss Girls and schools in 1962. At the military conference at Sunday 1937, it was reported that the mission contributed 1/3 of the cost to 44 lower primary schools. In 15 middle schools under mission care, the total enrollment of girls was approximately 50% out of 13,000. The Second World War led to a decrease in the number of students enrolling in schools in Rodriquez, but there was an increase in the enrollment after the war ended. In 1961, high English school started with class 7 and had a complete class by 1964. The primary section was transferred to the government, while the mission English school continued to supervise the work of the kindergarten along with the LP school. Frederick Brown's Downs in the Christian impact on status of women in Northern India 1996 says that the Central Girls' School was established in 1882, not only to impart education to the girls, but also to train women to become community leaders and teachers. The 1930s saw reference schools instead of preparing girls to be homemakers. Lily Holbrook admitted that the earliest stages of the girls' school was not highly educated, but met Christian homes. She saw them playing an important role in evangelism and becoming propagandists for female education, besides being the backbone of the church's women organization. Progress has been made by government women with various field of study due to the skill and dedication of the African missionaries. The efforts made by the missionaries to spread education among the women have been fruitful and enriching, and also fostered social progress. Marijuana Chandra Carl most in his work in transition 1982 that Christianity and Christianism, and I quote this word, Christianity and Christianism has also been an active agent of change among the government.
Thank you, Zina, for giving us an in-depth view of the significant work made by the American Baptist missionaries in the progress of women education in gardens. Thank you once again. So now we come to the most interesting, what should I call it, time of the whole of this session. Any queries, any comments, any clarifications that is required can be addressed now. All right, so I'll read out. If there are any queries for Mr. Marma S Sangma. You may raise your hand. He has spoken on women morality in the traditional Arctic folk narratives. No queries. We'll move on to the next speaker. Yeah, Betty Vene Chase. He has spoken on Yangami women. None. All right. The next one, Dr. Arindam Ghosh. He has spoken on women in science and technology. He's very much standing there. All right.
Dr. Anil, I really enjoyed your paper. You know, it is coming from an art background. It has really enlightened. And I was just thinking that maybe you have given an example of Silchar University and how does the number of researchers of the women are going up. But I would like to suggest for the final presentation, when you will give your application, kindly narrow it down in the context of Meghalaya. And what will be your observation of the Dharu women? That will be, contextualized. What I see, that as far as the education and the science education is concerned, the Garo girls are outnumbering Garo boys, especially in science and in research and other in general education. So also you give some sort of insight and observation that will really be very enriching for us. So that this is one of the major challenges that we as a Garo people we are facing. Girls are numbering. I have experience in my work. This is my suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Actually, I tried to get the data. My things were slightly different. I began from physics, so I wanted to get the data correctly. But RUSA data which is available with me is only till 2016. So it will be inappropriate in 2023 to give data from 2016 because I've gone to the RUSA website. I have approached the RUSA authorities, but they were not giving me the data. So it was very difficult for me to give an exact picture of how much number of, though I know in our college also cards are outnumbering boys in science education. So it's Meghalaya as a whole, it is outnumbering, in our society is outnumbering, especially in science, especially in bioscience. Not that much in physics and mathematics, but they are also coming up now. But I didn't want you to give the data which is quite old data, so that's why I tried to answer that you were talking about this teacher. No, I didn't give anything to that. There were many other researchers who are doing, but I cannot be here. I have got around 10 researchers who are quite good, but I didn't want to give basically because I wanted to give who are from Northeast only. But there are some researchers, some great scientists, especially from IIT Guwahati. They are not from Northeast. They are working here, but this basically they are from outside Northeast. So I didn't wanted to be there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so any doubts, any clarifications required, or any beautiful comments? One next speaker, young Latina Bivan Sangma. All right, one.
I really appreciate what Tina talking about on her paper. The name of the paper is on Germany. Recently, Germany's wedding, Wanphai is gone viral, and she has married to a Danish British officer. And you also talk in the concluding part that even today, that women are facing a lot of discrimination in the different forms. Could you for a little bit so that I, as a woman, I'm also aware whether it is also in the religious field or in a working place or what kind of a mistake? Can you find an example or can you also? And yesterday, Chief Minister was also mentioning that also the mindset that when this the 2-day seminar also that in the mindset of a man towards a woman. What is the mindset of the Garo woman, the Garo man of this is what the Garo woman? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Like I said, we have moved so far. Our women, we have moved so far. The freedom that we are getting today is greater than compared to the past few years. And like I said, yes, we still face discrimination in our society in many forms. If you look at our family life, our mothers do not have voice. We always look up to our husband. No, we wait for the husband. And there are also a lot of women in our locality who are facing domestic violence, and yet they silently endure. They silently endure it, thinking that it is their biological role that has been given to them. And we have, like I said, belief is the doctor of reputation. We have been repeatedly told to endure, and we have started to believe it. So we have somehow accepted that it is the quality of a woman to endure this application of men, that it is the ideal quality. And if we raise our voice against them, like I said, we are called Mukhim, and we cannot even advise our husband. Our husbands tend to take our advices. The society will call them Chitsumi, or they live on the women's pet code. So there are many ways in which women are still facing discrimination. Thank you, sir.
All right. Next is Dr. Sister Lucy Armara. Yeah, we can take them together. For Dina Kimara Kosan,
Both Dina's paper and Lucy is all about the contribution of the Christian missionaries. I can put it together. One is the Baptist. Sister Lucy is here. I'm from history department, and I really enjoy the system because the way you have presented is so much of and also India. Now, looking at the present, we see that in spite of the fact that the American Catholic missionaries and the Catholic missionaries they have contributed a lot for the welfare and the growth of female education, and yet when we look at the literacy rate, the Garo is very much on the bottom, particularly in South Carolina and West Carolina. And that is the reason why in 2015, the government of India has launched Satsang program. You know, and more so, if you look at the work-wise, program community and development law in 2001 census, the female literacy rate is only 29%. So how these two missions have contributed when you talk about the contribution and the role of the Christian missionary? Was it urban centric, not going to rural areas? What is your view on that? Thank you very much. I'm really concerned about the female literacy. And it is because of that, in the whole of Meghalaya, KCBT school, they have given us to all the blocks, especially in South Downhill and West KCBT. Customer country, Palika Bivan, what is the main reason for the low female literacy today? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I also have wonder very long. I wonder. Father Salim has invited us many years back, but I think we have also they didn't say that he was on the artists. So they came only after 3 years. Maybe because of that also we couldn't open. Now, right now we have got only 4 centers here, and like in Tura Market, Bosco area hostel, and we were in Garomada, Japang. Now we have been called to South Garomada side. So very happy to be in there.
Okay, the educational scenario may change now.
Thank you, sir, for the question. The Vietnamese missionaries came earlier than the Dutch missionaries in 19th century, and they were concentrating more in Wanphai than Eastern Gram, Adobe, all these areas. Only later when Reverend Phillips came, they shifted their headquarters to Tura, and that's why maybe girls from rural areas not reach out to come to Tura, although even many students were sponsored by the missionaries, but education did increase. But as I said later, as for the government, education of girls decreased during the Second World War, but still it continued to increase that. But nowadays we see that literacy rate of women is still low, especially as you have mentioned in West Carolina and South. It may be not that more maybe girls are less interested in studies. It doesn't mean that, but maybe some are coming from poor localities and less sponsors among the poor girls, and boys maybe given more consideration with regard to education. As I said earlier, girls were needed to help out with household work, but nowadays girls are independent, and the problem lies maybe in the atmosphere, in the environment which they are living, I believe.
Thank you, Daniel. And then Barbara.
I just want to add one point about some governance. I am very poor with statistics. I do not have a number, so I will not at all go into that. But I think for the discussion we have heard that South Koreans is lagging behind. I think it is even among when we are at the bottom already, but that bottom I think West Koreans are the bottomest. One reason is I think linguistic. Madam is here with me and she has inspired me. One reason why South Koreans is lagging behind is because they cannot even go into primary education at par with other parts of Korea because their dialect is Akdong. And Akdong dialect is very different from the rest of the dialect of Korea. Some like Kimakabit, Aping, Machijuan,
Garangan Chibok. All this, I think Chibok is also a little again different. So Atong is very different from these 10 dialects, and they don't have any, any books to begin with in Atong. They are Atong, they are speaking Atong, and they have to read in I am Garo, I don't know any English, and then I begin in English, or earlier we have to read in Bengali or maybe in Assamese. That's why I think we broke away from Assam. Tapi I think one of the reasons why this is so low in some areas is because they don't have the primers, they don't even have books to begin. But this is my opinion. Thank you.
That's such an important point. I think this is the first time I'm actually hearing, coming the importance of dialect, the importance of linguistics, and I think we should keep this in mind also. So, are there any more doubts and clarifications or beautiful comments as I say to be given? I think we can officially end the session then. We can all go for a short tea break. Okay? Thank you all.
Now I want to call upon Dr. Tura, Associate Professor, Department of Garo, due to Tura campus, to take over this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we will be starting the second session. Of course, we have two more factors from the first session which are left out. So Samratha Sangma and Tura Sangma, they can join us on this second session. So since we are having more than 7 papers for this session, we will be starting straight away. So I would like to call upon all the participants or paper presenters to be ready. First of all, I would like to call upon Samratha Sangma, Research Scholar, Department of Political Science, Jammu University, Shillong, and our paper is Political Empowerment of Women in Garo. Please come over to the scene.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to present my paper that is on empowerment of women in governments. Political empowerment of women in governments. When we know about empowerment, first line I have here is empowerment of women is a strategy to bring changes in life and to solve the problems which are faced by women, from gender equality, poverty, gender violence, discrimination in society, and political discrimination in society. So women empowerment is a multi-dimensional process aiming at establishing and equitable partnership between man and woman that can be built on the strength of shared living in terms of knowledge, energy, creativity, and skill. Equitable partnership, a set of empowerment becomes vital as it is perceived to bring positive benefits to society and solutions to global problems that are present in the world's economic environment and social living. So here, women empowerment and such views is restricted a joint venture of man and woman in combating global problems. So here I give some pictures that women empowerment. See the visible banners. You can see that the visible, mostly the women is selling the vegetables. That shows that how women are empowered. So next slide, please. So before going to the Garo, Garo status of women in Garo Hills, I would like to show you the woman that is, this is a picture I have taken from the internet, but the picture is taken from the before. This is how the Garo women has lived their life. This is how they face the local. Next slide, please. So coming to the status of women. So status of Garo society as Ms. Vastuli, Ms. Susan, and Ms. Yangitina has spoken about the maternal system and the status of women. So I would like to add something which I have written about the maternal system. So in the maternal system, the Garo also follow the maternal system as the Khasi and Jaintia. But in Garo, like in the culture of Garo, like there is a slight difference between the society that I have not mentioned, I have missed out, but I would like to read it up in my article, that even though now we give the woman as the inheritor, she's the inheritor of the property, but the thing is, we give the youngest woman in the as the inheritor, but if something, if there problem, if the youngest woman, youngest daughter, if the family, if the parents cannot take they don't want the youngest daughter to inherit the property, we can change that that they inherit also. That is the slight changes between the country and the giants. So here the Garo woman, I would like to say about the upper Lokma. So Garo women are not only the inheritor of the property, but also the owner of the village or the clan, and that is called the Akun Lokma. So the word Akun Lokma is the mother of the house or motherhood. Lokma, Lokni mother or Mati. She is the guardian and the custodian of motherhood. So here I would like to say the position of the Nogma. So though she is a Nogma or Akhan Nogma, but the thing is like the role, everything is in the society and the political administrative or the clan, the man or the husband have they are the one who play major. That Nogma women are only for the namesake. They are Nogma or Akhan Nogma, but they are only for the namesake. Mainly the role is played by the man. So their inheritance when a knock-out, that is a knock-out. It's called the one who look after the family. That is called a knock-out. So resident son-in-law, whoever the husband of the knock-out, the family position and property and ruins the family. Sometimes when the husband come to the wife house, sometimes they ruins the property of the. This is a good point which I have taken, that when a husband beats his wife, nobody objects. But when a wife beats her husband, it is considered a serious offense. Polygamy is practiced with the consent of the principal wife and her trust. Trust is a maternal uncle from the matter brother and uncle. Even in the affairs of the Mahari, the woman has no voice at all. So such matters are decided exclusively by the male elders, and as a male do not consider the opinion. Here I put out that even though women are allowed, women are the Nogma or the even in the clan meeting, they are included. They are included in the meeting, but the opinions, whatever the decision has been taken, like they will have a meeting, the uncles and the trust and the husband will take up the decision, but at last they will ask the opinion of the woman. Okay, we will at last they will say, oh, we would like to hear from the woman side. Are you agree with the whatever the decision has taken? This is the questions usually asked in the meeting. So that is why I have it as that women are only for the nature work. So there is no way for the woman to influence the Mahari affairs except concerning women. The opinion of the woman concerning all the women in general of the Mahari is not considered as essential. Women must always abide by the decision of the male elders. Next slide, please. So this is a picture I have personal interview that Akhan Nokma. This is I have taken the picture. This you can see that the male is presiding the meeting. The next, please. See, this is a picture I have taken. This is the woman. You can see that woman and the man. The real Akhan Nokma is the woman, but that is the husband, that woman husband. You can see. But in that meeting, I have to search the who is Akhan Nokma. On that day, I need to search where is Akhan Nokma, where is Akhan Nokma. So there, after that only she came out of the kitchen. At last, after all the decision has taken, all the meetings are done, that at the time only she can come out of the kitchen. That is the real Akunoma, and here is the woman. That her husband. Actually, that woman here, I thought this picture. This is a second wife. Actually, the first wife is her elder sister. She passed away. That is why this is the second wife. But Sister Akunoma, but all the decision, all the meetings is whatever the needs to have for the development for the society, that is taken by the husband. This. So I would like to come to the empowerment of women and politics. So seeing the Garo society, like political empowerment is part of the overall empowerment process. So seeing the political participation of Garo women here, next 2-3 minutes. The participation of women are very less comparing to the other states. Garo in Meghalaya, women are very less in participating in election. Seen from the 1972 till 2023 election, the number of participation is total number of women who has participated in the election is only 21. The first. I would like to say that during the night, elected. So it's not that elected is only 21 women, and the participant. I would like to say that during the 1972, it's the female contestant is 9. Out of 9, there is only 1. So during the 1978, female contestant is 7, but come out elected is only 1. In 1983, it's 8, but there is none. In 1983, 1, and in 1993, 7 and 1. So in 1998, there is the number has increased participation in politics. That is 14, but out of 14, there is elected women in the legislative assembly is only 2. And 2003 is 14, but the elected is 2. And 2028, the number has increased. The number has increased in the participation, that is 21, and out of 21, elected member is only 1. And in 2013, again the number has increased out of 25, but the elected member is only 4. In 2018, the 2018 election, that the number has more increased, that is 34. Out of 34, there is elected only 3. Since the recent election of our Meghalaya, the number of women who have participated in the legislative assembly is 36. This is the highest number. But out of 36, there is only 3. You can see that 1 from Garo, 1 from Kapi, and 1 from the Jaitia. And Jaitia is the first. The woman has elected in the legislative assembly. This So I would like to say that by Johanna Nehru once said that to awaken the people, it is the woman who must be awakened. Once she is on the move, the family moves, the village moves, the nation moves. This line is undeniable. If women are not developed and not given equal rights as men as a nation cannot move and develop, if women are not stepping forward to live their rights, there will not be an increase in number of women in politics. So, Indian government, according to the Indian constitution, right, reservation still has been given, 33% reservation has given to the women, but 33, though there is a 33% for the reservations is for the women, but number of women who are elected and who join the parliament is still very low. Next, please. So, in conclusion, I would like to encourage that women empowerment, that we are Garo, we are from the maternal society, that I would like that see, but being a maternal society, we are mostly women are educated in Garo, but participating in election, neither in JJDC, even in the clan, or the village administrative, women are still lagging behind. So I would like to encourage all the women to encourage, if you don't want to be part of the election, also I would like to encourage all the women to start participating in the election in the politics, so that the women will be empowered in the all over, neither in education, society, also in the politics. Thank you so much. Sir, the bibliography, the references I have in my full paper. I have not been given in this yet, but there are so is there? I can give you the. Huh? It's not with me. The hard copies, and I have only the soft copies. Actually, it is not mentioned in the program. So we do not map because it is not mentioned. So we just map the PPT. So after the PPT, because the full paper has submitted to email. At the beginning itself, we have submitted the soft copy to email. So that is why, and it is not mentioned. That is why I have not printed out. But my full paper is with me. If you want to see my paper, you can. And also, okay, sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, Namrata Sangma, for your paper. Of course, queries and clarifications will be done when all the paper presenters will complete their presentation. So now I would like to call upon Lara Chiang Sangma, Research Scholar, Department of Sociology, William Perry University, and her topic is role of Garo working women in urban areas.
Hello everyone, my name is Lara Chiang Sangma. I'm a research scholar of William Perry University and assistant professor, Department of Sociology in Royal College. My topic is role of working women in urban area, Meghalaya. Role of Garo working women in urban area, Meghalaya. So the introduction is, it is fact that like any woman in daily work, the Garo woman does appreciate that the household work and the professional work. In spite of the fact that they are expected to play the traditional role of the housewife, yet they are still expected to earn money and support the family. And they are even expected to also help in paying the house rent, the electricity bills, and etc. in the family. And this dual expectation has affected mental and physical health of Garo working women in urban areas. Now, the objective of the study is to identify the role of Garo working women in urban area Meghalaya, to analyze the issues and challenges faced by Garo working women in urban area Meghalaya, to provide some possible measures for issues and challenges faced by Garo working women in urban areas. And the methodology used for the study is based on both primary source and secondary source. Now, the role of women in Garo society. Now, we know that since the advance of the Garo society, the women were so subordinate. This we can find it in the oral tradition and book. For example, in Chanchibewali Tianira, written by K. Women, the Garo society were prejudiced matrilineal. And how they changed to matrilineal is that when they were migrating from Tibet to our Meghalaya state, so to say, in the present tense, they was always going to war, and the men population were becoming to slowly degenerate and order to maintain the culture and tradition of the Garo, they have made the female as the inheritor of the society. So, now, the role of women in urban society. Now, you know that in modern society, there have been many changes in the structure of society in due course of time, such as education or anywhere else. Now, the Garo people, after having education, after having elementary education, they started to migrate to urban areas in order to have higher education and have better job opportunity. And this process has even influenced in rural areas where the Nogna and the Nokron, they also migrated to have better job opportunities and provide better lifestyle for their children. Next, please. Now, the government faces many challenges. Out of that, I have selected only a few. That is economically. Economically, when they are working in the sector, whether in the government sector or the private sector, they are having less salary or less pay. So, which make them the challenge, which make a challenge like how they can get a better economical aspect in the society. The next is emotionally, like sometimes the others, the people, they try to hurt the sentiment in order to make them debate or to make them as a low, not to make them like to make them look down upon the society. Mentally is that they need to make their mind stable and they need to maintain the professional and personal life differently, which is very hard for a working woman to maintain their mental stability, which is affected if these challenges are provided. Sorry, if these challenges are faced. And physically is that when they work in the office and later they come to home, the family members expect them to do the household chores, which make them feel very tired in the sense of physically where they have to use their body to do everything the household chores of the house. And socially is that sometimes the society criticizes them. How can a woman, being a woman, go to work and how can they try to have an equal status besides men in the society? Next. Now, we know that traditionally the economic life of the Garo people is mainly based on agricultural activities, but in modern society, income is based on industrial or technological aspect. The woman has to save in order to provide support for her partner in modern society. The woman steps in to work in order to raise family's income. Now the finding reveals that the important goal of working women is to guide their children into a way which their children can become a better person. And they try to support the family financially. It is found that 70% of the partners support their wife, while 50% of the spouses do not due to male ego. It is also found that the families of working women have a better life as compared to those families where the women are just housewives. It also helps in their children's activity expenses, such as their tuition fees, for example, tuition fees, and their daily academic expenses. It is also found that women work because they believe in women empowerment in the modern society. The suggestion for the study is that Garo women should start working in order to maintain a good standard of life and for the betterment of the well-being of the family. Garo movement should work in private sector or in entrepreneurship is not for women and it can provide help for the society. Awareness program can be set up to discuss about how to empower women, such as in some urban or in semi-urban areas, we have this creativity art and creativity institute, which the female with where the girls, those who have drop out from the schools, they can get education on arts and craftsmanship. But in some remote areas, they are still lagging behind in this kind of program. Garo women can also be encouraged to work in politics as a social worker, etc., as it can help not only the society but also for the betterment of the nation. Now, as for the conclusion, from the study, we can conclude by saying that in the present society, women should work in order to maintain a better lifestyle and to support her. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara S Sangma, for your paper. It's an interesting paper on the role of Garo working women in urban area with some suggestions. Discussions can be done later on. Now, I would like to call Christina D. Sangma, Research Scholar, Department of Garo in Tura campus. Actually, in the program, the title of her paper is Role of Women in Society as reflected in Garo papers, but she has changed her paper, and the paper that she is going to present now is on women of exceptional courage and virtue in Garo oral narratives. I would like to invite Christina Sangma.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon to all. I am Christina D. Sangma, Research Scholar in the Department of Garo in Tura campus, and Assistant Professor in the Department of Garo in the Bosco College, Tura. I am presenting the paper different from that of my abstract given in the booklet. Due to unavoidable circumstances, I could not finish my full paper. So I'm presenting the paper which I have written before, but I have never presented in the seminar. The present paper is Women of Exceptional Courage and Virtue in Garo Oral Narratives. Prose narratives or oral narratives are traditional tales shaped and carried on by different groups of people from generation to generation. Prose narratives or oral narratives, according to Bosco, is an appropriate term for the widespread and important category of verbal art, which include legends and folktales. These tales are not only told for entertainment and moral lessons, but also highlights the clever, smart, and courage acts of women in difficult and frightful situations and how they manage to escape from them. Representation of such women in oral narrative handed down through generations have been documented and published by folklorists such as Japang, Doron Singh Sangma, A.S. Rongkutu, Devlin R. Mara, and others. These representations are part of the bigger canvas depicting on panorama of society since the ancient past. Epic poetry of the Bivan, Dingdang, the two sisters, Owl and Single, and Tangra Tangre Abisa, shows us the adventures of the heroes and their daily lives, the ideals in the Arctic culture. The ideal men and women held upon models of moral, mental, and physical strength feel the narrative sung to a tune by the bards in a typical recitation of epic poetry. In the key part one, The king, the daughter of Bamandu and Bivan, has jealous of Chibia, young woman of boundless courage, presence of mind, resourcefulness, form of the cultural wealth or ethos of the African society. The king's wisdom and resourcefulness is manifest since the first time she beheld he as a slave. Her heart is drawn towards the king, the handsomest young man who happens to be her father's nephew, a perfect match for her. In the African culture, a girl has to struggle to win her beloved, or the man eligible to marry her, will say the father's nephew or even other eligible men. She has to prove herself above any blemishes in her character, but in humble patience, loyal, skilled, and efficient in work, long suffering and intelligent in short, virtues and work. The thing is the epitome of these virtues. The first time she faces with her parents to his mother's house. The second time she faces with her sister also. The third time she travels down. In this journey, she proves herself to be extremely smart, resourceful, and fearless. In the second journey, the monster Aragon follows her to get her. The thing has the presence of mind to think of a strategy. She takes the monster to a place and chattering. Quietly, she started moving the lights and lights from the monster's hair. And when the monster becomes comfortable and sleepy, she pushes it down the tree and escapes. Though the king loves this most beautiful of girls, he does not make himself available without testing her. And the king struggles to follow the king to this Nokwante. Nokwante is the veterans formative where unmarried Karo boys stay. And with the help of the king's sisters, she manages to reach the king and win him. There are plenty of other men, Mormon and West human beings, like Matsadi. Matsadi is a tiger man or creature that can turn himself into a tiger at night and become man at will. Matsadi would tempt her and attack, but a faithful within never succumbs to temptations, and her name is without blame. For that reason, her husband, sisters, and brothers-in-law love her, adore her, and keep praises on her. Another tale of the sisters, Awul and Single, is one of the most moving folk tales found in the Quran. Part 2 by S Sangma shows how a young girl who are rich, unfeeling, and inhuman look forward every possible to live happily. The girls persecuted and humiliated in their own home by their maternal grandmother and mother took courage in their own hands and escaped the violence, did not save themselves. No one would come to their rescue. They would be doomed to live of life constant persecution. They collect and place feeders on their bodies and see transformation around. They fly first up to the nearest tree in their yard, then on to other trees. Courage and convenience, the solidness save them. The parents and elders at home live and try to lure them back with all their wealth and possessions. But the sisters will not be deceived and fearlessly fly away, never to return. They become wild doves and sing the song of the dove intermingled with a few significant lines in human language. Ama Angkodoka, Ama Angkodoka. This means my mother beats me, my mother beats me. They wear only the necklace given by their mother. It turns out that two young brothers, Anab and Guna, take the doves for their wives. The elder brother is cruel and jealous of his younger brother Guna and his wife Sungul. He tries to kill him 3 times, and each time Sungul focused power, bring his dead body to life. In the last, Guna took revenge, fishing the phone into his throat while serving him wine. Phone is a god with long handles to serve wine. Thereafter, they lived happily. Gentleness, loyalty, diligence, love, and wisdom on the part of the sisters saved in strange elder our force free to the selfish and barbarous unknown. Another 30 years woman in the story of Kamara Kamare Abhisan. Once there was a rich man having 2 daughters whose names are Kamara and Kamare. Kamara, the elder sister, used to be more clever and smart, to always lead and direct, and try to save the younger one. In this story, when they happen to face a giant cockle while catching fish and shrimp from the streams, run for their life, hiding behind the tree called Mari, and so managed to escape from it. That cockle is so huge, even the elephants and tigers, seeing both frightened and run away to the boat and died along the cockle. In that way, Kamara escaped from the giant cockle. Then his 2 sisters wandered in the forest for about a few more days, where they met a tiger called Matsachiwan. The tiger feels pity for them and said that if they want to return to their parents, they should go to Nsokten. Nsokten is an animal with long nose who can help them. But tiger also wants them to be very careful while staying in the house of Nsokten. Because Nsokten usually take care of the strangers, and everyone thinks that Nsokten is a kind-hearted. But he is not a right person. The sisters went to Nsokten's house on the other side. Nsokten is very happy to see them coming. That evening, he cooked special rice having sweet smell and fatty chicken. Both the sisters enjoyed having special meal offered to them. After having dinner, he gave them traditional wine which had been prepared and kept for 7 years that had already fermented. The elder sister, Kamara, is very aware that and keep in mind what the tiger had said to them. However, the youngest sister, Kamara, does not care about and eat and drink what has been served by the Nsokten. The elder sister, Kamara, did not sleep, thinking what would happen to them, while Kamara falls asleep peacefully. After some time, the Nsokten came near to the side of the room, asking whether they have sleep or not. Kamara answered that they have not yet sleep. At that moment, Kamara tried to wake Kamara by shaking her body, but Kamara slept without knowing. The Nsokten came for the second time and for the third time. Kamara put their skin alert and served, and they have not sleep. Kamara, having frightened of Nsokten, quietly got up and met her close as person and hit in her face, ran out of the house, leaving her sister Kamara. Nsokten came again and asked whether they had sleep or not. Since they so answered from the other side, he entered their room and poked his nose and struck the back of Kamara. He also poked his nose to Kamara's bed, which has been kept in only clothes. Since he forcefully poked his nose, it reached to the ground, pressing the bamboo nearby. When he put back his nose, it was wounded by the bamboo traps. Having so much pain, he got angry and tried to follow Kamara. Kamara sheltered herself in the house of Misema, that is Mother Rat. Mother Rat still fishing for Kamara and kept her covered with taro basket. Nsokten did not find Kamara, so Mother Rat then returned home with great sorrow. The next morning, Mother Rat brought Kamara to her parents. In this
narratives. In these narratives, women shows their exceptional courage, overcome hardships, their struggle, their inner feelings to oral narratives. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for your thorough research paper, highlighting the courage and virtue of Garo women as has been preserved by the forefathers for generations. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Karipok Indobon, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Sinop Collection. And his paper is Women of Meghalaya and Their Role in Food Production.
Good afternoon to you all. Respected Chair of the session, members, scholars, pieces of the college. This is a walking paper. It's a vast area, much needed extensive study, but only to understand the representation or understand the whole process and the computer overlaid by women in food production. The paper actually is descriptive in nature, but I will touch on the important pertinent issues or some areas of the economic activities that women, although the name paper is women of Meghalaya, taking an example of capacity society, the role of capacity of women in food production and also the process, analyzing the process, which generating of income as well as understanding the workforce that are involved. In the discussion of social formation of economic and economic development, if you look at all the women scholars like Kama, Belshaw, Stalin, and even Wanphai also, they don't talk and they don't differentiate between men and women, rather they talk society at large. So as such, the participation of women in the social economic process has to be more, and women, when we consider them, considering women as only mothers and not as individuals in their own right. However, when women are engaged in their activities regarding production and reproduction of economic, social, physical, and resources, and at the same time, the awards of Jaya Award, question of women agency in women work and in any sexual tradition in India, it is that not only that women are related to production of economic, social, physical, and resources, but at the same time negotiating the resource for access of some of these resources. Now, in the construction of the social and economic history of society, keeping women in the center of it is 50 new phenomena emerging out of the worldwide attention to in women's studies. On the other hand, there are many scholars who also women pointed out on the role and the participation of women in economic development. So the growing demand for integrating a women perspective into economic development calls for more knowledge about women activities in food and agricultural production. Not only that, and how their production may affect their own welfare and life situation. Now, within the matrix of food production, if you look at it, you find that, or in the matrix of household food security, women represent an indispensable human resource. That's why I say that we have also looked where the work labor that women were involved in food production. And this indispensable is pretty clear when we look in the context of feminization of food production itself. Now, however, such perspectives are yet to be comprehensively examined in the context of the case of women of Northeast India. Hence, in the light of this background, this paper of mine, we're trying to locate the role of women in Meghalaya in food production, taking example I've said earlier in India society of the pre-colonial period and thereafter. I hope that this paper also will be a perspective to focus on women studies in Northeast India and looking at food production. With time constraint, I won't go to the
walks done or the review of literature will provide insights on concept of origin of food production, concept of origin of exchange, then the women are involved there, be it in the global context, be it in the economic context, or even on the classic women on the internet. However, little bit in brief, let's try to understand the concept of distribution of food production, which have intensively studied since the 1950s, and thus the development of society depending on food production is much more better than an area transformation of a human development. Now, this is the work of archaeologists. If you read the work of archaeologists like Rodriquez and Mukhim, this is what they have to say. They observe that the progression of human society appear with the development of food production. Not only them, but the readings on archaeologists and anthropologists like the work of Lanelli, who talk about origin of construction, the work of and Rohan again about origin crisis, the food crisis of prehistory. What they see is that on the advancement of food production and the progressive change in the economic structure and social organization of the communities, they try to look at food production as an important element to change the whole human progress. Now, having said that, there are many theories, many hypotheses, which archaeologists try to understand why food production originated and how it will remain controversial also. But most of them accepted the view that there are four important factors which include invention of agriculture, population growth, change in climate, and also change in setting, among others, which contributed to production. However, if you read about it, human history shows that the known fact of was that when sedimentary agriculture farming become well established, it helped complete in the hunters and gatherers. The invention of agriculture, of which again Gordon tried translated, this whole thing revolutionized human history and brought what is known as the big revolution. Now, coming to women, we cannot be denied or taking note of this. It's a known fact that primitive women were credited for sharing a dance of economic activity alongside the male counterpart in providing necessity of food, in providing clothing, shelter, and initiate of the trade and exchange of the products of labor. Now, we look again at archaeologists and scholars like Gordon Trine, Peter O'Keefe, Glenn Morgan, Will Duran, all these others, Desmond Morris. Interestingly, you find that they suggest that women contributed to the beginning of agriculture. And if you look in the context of India, even R.C. Gupta, he finds that women and agriculture are synonymous to each other to the extent that he even says that asserting the supremacy of women in agriculture. Having said that, now even the discovery of farming technique, if you look at it, appointed by the network in our work, actually assumes that there have been women, and through the gathering process, activities with the first one became acquainted with crops that could be domesticated, which led to production. That's the theory that has been brought by Hilbert. Now again, in the context of India, it is understood that women played an important role in food production. And this also suggested to the fact that women played the role of food, the initial stage of food production, and also social formation. Now, when we look at the work of Mahitri Krishna, Mahitri and Kanchi, Aruna Kanchi, they observe that women played very massive role: farmers, family labor, wage labor, manager of farm, all these economic activities, which they, in the process to subordinate, which women provide control of their labor. Having said that, be it in the pre-harvest, post-harvest, marketing, all of these elements or activities involved in food processing and all. Having said that, what is important is not to look at food production as a set area, but their capacity in labor or workforce. Now, with that, if you read General Bean Paul, he observed that the involvement of Indian women in workforce amounted to 1/3 of the female population, of which Those who work in agriculture, domestic production, outnumber all categories of workforce. Now again, Ramachandra Guha in his book, India after Gandhi, India, history of the world, largest democracy, he even goes to the extent that nearly 3/4 of the workforce was in agriculture, a sector which also contributes 60% of India's domestic product. Now let's come to the point here that coming to the passenger economy, or to the passenger women, they play an important role. They involve in many several economic activities. One point should be clear that some of which are in common participation of men, some of which are very unique to women themselves. Now we all know that cultivation of rice is the development of the people. Passenger community is one area where women are participating only as cultivators or agricultural laborer, or do the work in common participation of the male counterpart. Now, what is interesting when we talk about food production is that in recognition of indigenous seed for preservation or for cultivation was one of the important contributions by women in food production. Now, as far as my information that gathered and analysis of the information, we find that selection of seed, preservation, maintenance, even sharing of seeds have been on the reserve of agricultural women. Now, having said that, she didn't have no one to eat or walk. She said that it's the same with women in the South. Which comes to the conclusion that if you look at it, you find that women were far in the process of food production, were played and controlled as seed preservers. Having said that, you find that even women among countries, through my observation and analysis of the data collected, you find that even borrowing of seeds from fellow farmers is the work of women here. So if you look at all of these seed preservation, protection of seed, preservation, borrowing, teaching of seeds, they are in a way an interesting process of food production. Now, that the women are involved in these food process of rice. We talk about cultivation, I said earlier, cultivation of rice harvesting, especially the harvest, which is a labor-intensive activity, which includes reaping, stacking, handling, pressing, and getting. It's also reflects the importance of women's role taken by women in the food production process. Now, apart from that, we know that they also raise other livestock and various crops, which, along with that, they are accommodated traditional knowledge on how to not only grow and produce, but also to cook the food at the same time. Now, when we talk about cultivation, attached to it, especially cultivation of rice, attached to it is the preparation of traditional drinks, or what we call locally known as tia, or a distilled spirit liquor made from rice, a millet, a goat, which was instilled and occupation put in the context of food production of women themselves, which they carried in small scale, and this has been recorded in the pre-colonial period by Rex Nagish. Now, such that even in oral narratives of Chauvin and Namari talks about the gentile women where have been among all the preparation of rice have been always been their duty. Now, because of the time, one more point when we talk about food production of women again, okay, when we talk about rice, we should not forget that also women play a role in production in relation of rice, that rice does not only form an important crop, but also an important food snack. That's why, if you look at it, you'll find that women, considered women, were workers with traditional knowledge of rice-based food and snack, knowledge of which most confined only to the household level, but a diverse rice food items in the form of snack which we can see towards food, or spice snacks or cakes of various kinds are baked and prepared by women. Just one more thing before I conclude. Now that's a glimpse of understand food production in agricultural production. Now in agriculture, we talk about forest management. Women not only are part in conservation, the ecological importance, biological importance of it, but they also have the traditional knowledge to understand what are edible foods and edible byfoods, what are not. And this has been seen in the working or in a collection of identification and collection of those which are edible and poisonous. And this has been expected again in a gathering and collection of wild edible mushroom. So these are non-agricultural crops, non-agricultural production, but part of the process of food production of bacteria development. We look at it at the initial stage and the work is invited with. So in conclusion, many points here which I have to skip because of time. In conclusion, the women, Asiatic women participation in economic activities and the role in food production have nonetheless contributed to economic development. However, it is very important for us to understand that it is their position in society, gender roles, and gender division of labor, which affect not only the process of food production, but also the household security. Hence, we look into the Asiatic government position of food producer, immediately highlight academic research, one of the areas which we need to go into to understand it. On the other hand, I would use somebody says that this paper is often any variant that study of more and economic development from a family mode of production of food producer to a more capitalist, provide a capitalist mode of production, and also provide a perspective for such studies in other parts of the world.
A very interesting paper on how women have contributed to food production, forest management, as well as using their traditional knowledge in using the foods from the forest that they use to connect. And of course, they have contributed a lot for the economic growth and development in the community as well as in society. Thank you, Dr. Carlo. Carlo, for your wonderful time. So the next paper presenter is Anita Sechmohan, research scholar, Department of Government University, and the paper that she is going to present right now is on the role of actual goddesses in mythology, a select study. It's time for Anita Sechmohan.
Madam Chairman, thank you for this opportunity. I will read out my paper. The title of my paper is Role of Arctic Goddesses in Mythology, a select study. Let me start with the introduction. There is a high regard for goddesses in every tradition. Goddesses can be also found in religious traditions worldwide. Throughout all of history, goddesses have played a significant role in mythology, both in ancient times and now. In Arctic mythology, goddesses are depicted as the female counterparts to all living and non-living forms of life. They are described as a provider, a protector, a giver, a lover, and a healer. Among them, there are several that stand out for their roles, significance, and contributions. Among them, Mukhim, and though goddesses have made a tremendous impact on society, women throughout history have been overlooked. In this paper, the goddesses of mythology are analyzed in relation to current society. An overview of mythology, and I mean myth and mythology. Myths are stories of particular group of community. Although the meaning of the myth is different given by different people. One of the mythologists, Devdas Patron, in his book called Myth, Mythia, recording Hindu mythology, finds myth is truth, which is subjective, intuitive, and cultural, and grounded in faith. He gives his statement on myth and mythology as if myth is an idea, mythology is the background of that idea. In simple and understandable, he uses to depict the importance of myths in every tradition. We see that beliefs produce myths and customs are outcome of mythology. In Arctic, the stories word of mouth. They believe in gods and goddesses, and they have different gods who created the world, people, and provide. The women is portrayed as goddesses. They are not supreme creatures according to the mythology. Only they are subordinate. Supreme being is Chaturabhuga. He orders them and they obey his command. Myths pass on ethics and value of a society and give guidelines for behavior. Sometimes they have contained hope for human beings, and other times they contain terror. Betty Bonham, Life in the Book, Art's Daughter, Stories of Women in Classical Mythology, says that myths always start with the earth, always female, always mother, earth, living God, and life-giving and fertile. Here is another point. Goddesses portrayed in Arctic mythology. In Arctic, goddesses play an important role. They believe in them, practice them, and do the rituals for them. These are always kept orally in the form of folklore, folk song, rituals, rites of passage, and myths. Subsequently, these goddesses involved in creation of earth, providers of crops, good harvest, sacrifice, own life of people's good. Stories are told and passed on from one generation to another. Whenever they grow crops in the mountains, the people perform rituals in belief to receive blessings from the god and goddesses. As a result, they preserve their beliefs through stories, songs, proverbs, and rituals. One of the goddesses, Rokumema. In mythology, Rokume is the goddess of rice and millets. In Mihir and Samma's book, Manyani Vedus, she is known as Mishima. Every agricultural cycle, a ritual is performed to invoke Rokume's spirit and keep her with the cultivator. As a part of the agriculture ceremony known as Rama, all villages are cleared and a pathway is made to the water place called Chigarama. The villagers believe that there are great spirits in the Rokumema to come to bless them and reside with them during farming. They believe their crops will not bear fruit without the blessing of goddess Rokumema. The spirit of Rokumema is involved not only at this ceremony, but also in many others, such as Agamaka and Mekaprauna or Japang or Japang. The presence of their goddess is required during agriculture. Serve as their protective provider and giver. Another goddess, Susmema Sankodoma. Susmema Sankodoma, mother of Susme, is the goddess in Arctic mythology. While giving birth, she was known by various names. Eventually, she gave birth to fire and died. It was a human being that she sacrificed her life as well as fulfilling what the Supreme Being told her to do. It is written in the book Patron Agana, Susmema Sankodoma means Janitalo. Supreme God, Satarabhuga wanted her as a mother god to give birth to many living beings. Her role in Arctic mythology is always remembered as the mother to all and gives her own life to bring everyone into this world. She was portrayed as the mother of all. The Garos, written by A. Smith, the moon goddess, Mother Susme is known as the Atma Mukhim. Other names were Rodriquez, Sunakali, Kabrenchi, and Mukhim. In the same book, it is mentioned that each star figures in some way in the funeral ceremony. Arctic myth has 14 stars and constellations, which is placed in the universe by Susme, the daughter of Susmema Sankodoma. A role cannot be unmarked in Arctic mythology. If her story is mentioned, her sacrifice cannot be overlooked. Another goddess is as old and thing in Arctic mythology. It is mentioned in the book Patron written by Wanphai. Nostinopantu gave birth to the earth. Nostinopani is known as Brada Goni in another region of Garuda. Satrarabuga, as mentioned in Patron Agana, wanted Nostinopantu to give birth to earth. Then she summoned others like Gorang, Adalta, and Patram Mamata to plant the seed of law. They do as she told to do. Nostinopantu played an important role in the creation of earth. At the request of the Satrarabuga, Nostinopantu gave birth to the earth, but she did it with her full heart. Arctic goddesses are believed to have unlimited heart. The youngest daughter inherits the property from their parents, but they have no power to rule over the family or society. Male hold all power in society, and they are the leaders. They are always silent in front of their elders, like uncles, brothers, fathers, etc. There are sisters, mothers, aunties, and grandmothers, and has looked after all household chores. roles and significance and contributions. The mythology of the archers places a great deal of value on females. They have power and freedom. Above all, they serve as a provider and mothers to all living and non-living creatures. Our primary responsibility was to bear fruit of brains in the firm, as told in our mythology. To motivate women to nurture others and to be generous. A goddess named Mukhim is also involved in arts creation. Lawrence S Sangma, Garo folklore, craft is then instructed to bring art from the bottom. Attack could not bring the art from the bottom, so she sent a beetle to bring it. Beetle brought the art to Mukhim, where she gets birth. Here we can see how Mukhim takes on task as a leader, even though she is not the supreme god. She gets the power to give orders to others. Then analyzation of the goddesses of mythology in relation to current society. In every culture, there is a mythology where men are depicted as superior to women. Females are always presented as subordinate to males in every story. Greek mythology is not an exception. They present women as powerful but not superior to males. We find images and symbols in all cultures and societies. These feminine deities were role models for ordinary women. They can relate their lives to them. Naomi Ordeni states in her book called Daughter of the Goddess, Sacred Priestess, as they are inspirations to women. In many cultures and societies, goddesses appear as mothers, lovers, bearers of wisdom, workers of magic, saviors, and initiators. The rediscovery of this timeless images has served as a source of inspiration and brought about a restoration of lost dignity through the renewal of rights and exalted womanhood. In Arctic mythology, female characters are shown as goddesses, whereas in epic fiction of Arctic, male characters are even more important. In the Metamorphism, written by Lilin Amara, there was one of the masters from Wanphai states, Nasu Ampo Sunutakama, means useless women. The word literally tells everything about how men think about women. They think that women cannot be leaders like men. Women are not clever and don't have the right to make fun of the women. Women are timid. They cannot speak out about what they know and feel. And there is a saying that is popular among artists, Malam Rupa Dukume, Gura Rupa Susme. Susme or moon goddess is projected as one who indicates something. However, her good qualities were not ignored in the mythology, where we see her as the daughter or Norekbal Susmema, who organizes a funeral for her mother. Archit believes she is also a goddess who has the power to heal any sickness. In Archit Garo folklore, it is said that Susme has the power to bless people in good and bad. In honor of Susme, Archit does the ritual by sacrificing and the wine and chanting with praises and thanksgiving. I will come to the conclusion. The goddesses all have interesting stories to tell. Even they have contributions to make, wisdom to share. The study of goddesses and the dissemination of this information empower not only women but all of humankind. I believe this will contribute to women, particularly in those cultures, being accorded respect and honor with their society. As goddesses contributed to mythology as the mothers of all, they also depicted as protectors of life and appear as carriers of wisdom and intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita, for your research paper. I will see, and you have worked on the role of Patron for this in mythology, and it's a very interesting paper. Now I would like to call Dr. Konat B. Marak to present his paper, a reflection of women in Patron programs.
Thank you, Ma'am Chairperson. And good evening, good afternoon, everyone present here. So sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Konat B. Marak. My paper
is on the reflection of women and powerful words. Here, proverbs are the importance of genre of proverb. It is identified as fixed present genre. In the standard dictionary of folklore, proverb is defined as a terse didactic statement that is current in tradition. It is the wisdom of many and wit of one. Proverbs are short and witty traditional expressions that rise as a part of everyday discourse. Each proverb is full statement and approach to recurrent problems. It presents a point of view and a strategy that is self-sufficient, needing nothing more than an event of communication to bring it into play. Proverbs take a personal circumstance and embody it in personal and witty form. Proverbs are nearly always gathered in the form of a single sentence. Every tribe, they have their own proverb, which reflects their society. They inherit proverbs from their past generations by word of mouth. Proverbs are always told the status of a particular society, richness of language and vocabulary, art of expression, thought, and moral values. Proverbs can be classified as positive equivalence, negative equivalence, and positive consonant and negative consonant. Proverbs are not static. It can also classify as traditional and modern. Today, due to educational advancement, past changing in the societies can be seen in all aspects. But the proverbs used in the past are still alive, and the modern proverbs are extinct. But the idea and the style remain the same. Proverbs now have rich and traditional proverbs. They call Adam Yappa, or the words of elders. Metaphors, symbols, euphemisms, hyperbole, rhythm, rhyme, and other figures of speech can be seen in our proverbs. They compare human characters with nature. They use proverbs in the gatherings and the time of challenge. Some of the positive equivalents have been collected so far and now without some. The positive equivalents from Garo, Guho is a Patron, so is a Vedara. And negative equivalence in Garo proverb. Damna ko bunda, damo damista. This is Arab translated in English. Struggle to become wealthy could be endless, and life of human beings nothing well. Positive, consonant in Garo proverbs. Nasi nirmana pusa, Roma nigora buksisa. Ampo mani asumrat pusa. And the negative consonant in Garo proverbs. Chios o taldado, salora mora andado. And Garo proverbs identify as subgenres, like animal proverbs, and medicinal proverbs, and so on. Garos have many proverbs relating to women. The Garo traditional proverbs reflect the status of women in society. There are some Garo traditional proverbs which reflect their positive equivalents. They speak about women's love, beauty, industrious, and display. And maximum of the Garo positive equivalence is on beauty. Once my wife is just taking his mobile and saying, "What's up?" and ask me,
And today, oh, I remember, this is my friend. I don't know his boyfriend. Now, but her boyfriend is black, but the girlfriend married to the woman is white. They said, if both are white skin, that would be more beautiful. I said, we the man are first edition, you the woman are second edition, so you are more beautiful than us. And one day we are going to her office, and he observed one man and looking at her, and she asked me, please, all the men, they don't look for boys, but they will look only for girls. What I observed in my everyday life. So I said to her, we are PS4, you are PS6, so you are more beautiful than us. So everybody looking at you. So that's how all the proverbs, maximum equivalent proverbs for the girls are talking about the beauty of the woman, industrious, and their discipline level. I will read out some. So here the number one. Siapa sungguh memanjat, ampun kepunggang gonjak. I've roughly translated it to English. Can you bear with me? I'm teaching Garo, so I'm not good in English. Somehow, I let you know what I'm reading here. Cannot see empty rolling pitcher, cannot see empty parrot storehouse. So this proverb is signifies the meaning is that industrious woman and working hard, but the woman are not going to go beyond. And I have written many, but I'm not going to see all things. So, and the number two is Wagam Tinada Uturkunauza. This statement is expressing good character of women. Love without any reason, would not speak meaningless. All the preaching about the woman. And that means what it reflects. We understand this. And the number three is Mukhim Sidumnum Nama Takundum. And it tells about the beauty and the person of our body looks firm and strong. So in all the times, they have to work in the gym field all day, and they physically strong rather than beauty. Somehow, still their beauty is expressed in all the maximum of the women proverbs. So I'll come to the another proverb that is under equivalence. Ben namat pusaman pinirasi daksala. The proverb is expressed the natural beauty of a woman and cleanliness. Usually, my wife always says, don't reincite with your chappals. You have to keep our room clean. You have to be exemplified to our children. I always forgot I used to wear my chappal. And my wife says, I repeatedly telling you not to wear inside chappal. So I told her, because we have no any, okay, we are made out of ground, okay, from dust, you are made from me, so we have no any scare for math and everything, so you are made from my leaf, so you do not like the dust, so you are with me and say, yeah, this is okay. So I solved the problem and talk. And from that onwards, I could wear the chocolate in the house. And the number three, at the same point, is Mother and translated into English. Mother and sister are the goods, and wife and children are the enemies. So here I am interpreting in matrilineal perspective that the mother's side is considered as the truth In some cases, like in children, okay, in some cases, when have to come out, to go out from his own family, in such case, in such situation, there is no other option to men to go back to their family members. So, in the Western society, especially the girls, so we have to respect and honor to the parents' side. So time is running, when I have been so warning, so I'll come into conclusion. I have some pages, but I'll come into conclusion. So that is, I did all some of the points I did here. There are both discussions and strong discussions movement reflected in society. Some of the statements may not be valid today due to educational counseling, mobility, and other factors. Garo women today is not same as yesterday. In conclusion, women are not, women are not the time and situation for health support and different implications. But people today cannot deny what has happened in the remote past because it accounts for human development and all races. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Convener, for your very interesting paper. Of course, we have highlighted more on the positive equivalence, but we have lots of proverbs which reflects or which tells us about the women in the society. So thank you once again. Now I would like to call the Tura and S Sangma, assistant professor, and he will be presenting a paper on assessment of the under-representation of women in decision-making and political institutions in Meghalaya.
Madam Secretary, my leader, and okay, my topic is assessment of underrepresentation of women in decision making and political institutions of Meghalaya. The foremost trait of modern democracy is that every citizen should participate in the affairs of the state. Political participation is the hallmark or the core idea of democracy. It is an integral and inalienable part of democracy. What is political participation? Political participation is a process of voluntary involvement of the individual in the activities of the state and its institutions, which exercise influence and shape the public policies and influence the choice of leaders. Underrepresentation refers to a group of people who are not appropriately or adequately represented in the society. Hence, their thoughts and opinions are often overlooked or disregarded because they make up a small percentage of the population. Women make up half of the population, yet their representation in important institutions is not proportionate. Representation can be attributed to several reasons: pervasive patriarchal mindset and gender stereotypes in our culture that women are less capable or incompetent. Self-defeatism and complacency among women is also one of the reasons for underrepresentation, as most of the women consider politics as male domain, exclusively a male domain that demands assertiveness, competitiveness, and being aggressive. The qualities which are thought to be possessed by men alone. Next slide, please. Importance of women participation. Women participation is important as it places women in a better position for deciding and formulate
and work out strategies and policies for themselves. It is also important as it helps to make democracy more inclusive, sustainable, and egalitarian. Since its inception as a full-fledged state of the Indian Union, it has always been male representative that outnumbered its female counterpart in every legislative assembly elections. Since 1972 till 2023, 176 female candidates have contested the assembly elections, out of which 21 have been successfully elected to the legislative assembly. However, the recent election, that is 2023 election, witnessed the highest number of female candidates contested election, that is 36 female candidates contested for the election. Unfortunately, out of 36, only 3 were elected, which means the current legislative assembly has only 3 women representatives. Thus, the observation of the number of women representatives in the state legislature, it can be said that their representation is proportionally low, or in other words, underrepresented. Coming to the conclusion, in order to make way for greater participation of women, this patriarchal attitude and gender stereotyping must be removed and eradicated from the society. Therefore, men must proceed and give more spaces for women in political arena in order to increase the representation of women. As it is said, the sufferer knows the pain alone. As such, no one other than the women themselves understands better the plight of women. Thank you.
Thank you, Bichu, S Sangma. I think time is running out, so I would like to call this comprehensive moment. Pansir and Harap is not here, so lastly, this comprehensive talk will be presenting our paper on the status of Garo, women of Meghalaya in changing times. Good afternoon to you all. The title of my paper is on the status of the Garo women of Meghalaya in changing times. This paper will, in the first part, discuss the traditional life of the Garo woman, and in the second part, the changes taking place in the modern times will be displayed. Moving on, in the Garo traditional society, the social customs and practices that were passed down from their ancestors are strictly observed. The matrimonial system is one of the well-known distinctive as well as attractive customs practiced by the Garos, where the inheritance of the property belongs to the woman as the line of succession is through the mother's ancestry. The social structure of the Garo society comprises clans descended from the same mother group called the These clans are divided into several sub-clans, which is called the Patron, and they claim to be the descendants of common mother group. They are taken care by the Mukhim, which is the family of marriages and different types of family matters. The senior most male members, maternal uncle in the Patron, plays an important role as the decisions were taken by them. They have the full authority to control the whole Matron or motherhood. Another distinctive feature of the Garo society was their marriage system. After the marriage, the man moves into his wife's home and stays there because the daughter is the rightful husband received all the benefits of his wife's property during his lifetime, even though he cannot inherit, in spite of all applicable laws on the inheritance of the property to the daughter. The husband is not allowed to dispose of his wife's belongings, but his judgment over how the use of belongings are never contested. In order to ensure that the property is properly inherited, both the husband and wife's mahari are always on guard. From the above discussion, it is clear that though the Garo society follows the material system, it is always dominated by men, who is the head of the family clan, who look after all the welfare of the family and society. Moving on to the changes that took place in modern times. With the coming of the British, Christianity There are many changes in the position of women as well as the social structure of the Garo society. At present time, women can take an active part in the family meetings and their advices are taken and accepted by the Mukhim. The decisions made by both the husband and family are needed for the proper functioning of the family. A girl has the right to select a suitable husband for the different sex and different community other than her father's family. Women who is better educated tend to advance professionally and have greater knowledge. Education is the key to a woman's liberation. The more she progresses in it, the more she is exposed to different cultures and a wider world, and the sharper she will be in realizing and pursuing her potential. The right is to inheritance of property also underwent a lot of changes. Not only the children often inherit the property, but in some more times, the right of inheritance was given to Miss Muhammad's side. Coming to the conclusion, the introduction of Christianity to the tribes of North is brought about changes in many ways. At present, we see many women participating in all the social, political, economic functions and they contributed to the needs of the society. The position of women in society has a direct impact on social advancement. Women are joining in politics and becoming a leader in various countries. When we look at our society, several women play an active role in politics too. The best one among them is S Sangma, a member of Lok Sabha who was a senior politician of the Garo. Many Garo women have become analysts and help in bringing about changes and progress in Garo society. Girls are being sent to schools and colleges to get qualified education after realizing its importance. Before, women were not even allowed to take part in family matters or in the making important decisions in society. They are taught from their childhood to engage in household works and obey and respect their husbands and their elders. But now we see, apart from household work, many women are being employed in offices, schools, and colleges. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. for your nice paper. We have more than 8 papers in this section, and the time I don't know whether for the previous whether there will be some more time.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank for report my deepest appreciation to all the 8 paper presenters. All are outstanding. They are very good, and we should encourage the young scholars, those who are from William Carey University and from Nehru as well. But one or two comments I wanted to make with respect to Tura and also the last Convener. Your papers are more similar. But the first paper, Namrata, we have presented a paper on political empowerment in youth. Now, in one of the slides that you have shown to us, that the government of India has passed artificial reservation. Correct me if I'm wrong, whether my data is wrong or not. As of now, this has not been passed. Please correct me. Then number 2 is that you have to really go down into the deep, because you have first initially start with status. Then second is political empowerment. And the third is political participation. But you don't differentiate much for this. So here, your topic, I know you're for sure you are doing research. More about the primary sources as well as the secondary sources you have to put into. And none of you have the review of literature. You are from political science background, and how to feel about how your work is different from others. It's not such a new finding, and in order to do that, you have to look at the manuscripts, the PhD cases. This together, you can just Google. And also, I have presented a paper For the political participation since 2018, it is there in the president. Please kindly look at into this. That will be good. Then Maharashtra, role of Garo working with urban area. I think this is a case study. I think your writing is mostly based on assumption. And kindly, give us the statistics so that that will be more, more readable and more easy so that we know that yes, we have done in-depth research on this. And the most interesting thing which I really liked about today's paper presentation is Dr. Kenyo's work. He started with the conceptual issues, and it is really interesting when he started hallmarks. Hallmarks distinction and the review of literature is also there. But when I go through, I don't see the David Scott's contribution. I know for sure the commissioner of Assam, who was very Cherrapunji.
Hello, welcome. Going to Dimapur one. Fine, na? Okay. Fine. I was so busy because form fill up was going on, no? So I'm going on Monday. I will submit the form and then I'll come back. Thank you.
And lastly, you have also mentioned about the government, mentioned about mentioned about how does the government politicians are contributing, any notable contribution that also you substantiated. Why you have mentioned Avatar? Because he has defeated the giant leader. In 2029, 2005 starting, it was a women versus women. So, Deborah versus Agatha. Then 2019, Dr. Mukhim versus Agatha. Very interesting. And then when I presented this kind of a paper, one of the participants had asked me, is it the Garo women are doing well? Most of what is it called? The women politicians, you know this? And for the first time in 2023, Nagaland has elected two. And starting when we talk about political participation, one should not ignore what about the Garo women's role in the municipality. They will not be elected, they are selected, they are nominated. And one, if you look at from 1952 onward, there are many women who were nominated by the governor in the district also. So this has to be ignore their contribution. So these are some of the observations I want to make. Thank you very much.
We are all hungry, but I'll just take a minute because it is very important, I think, for Lara Young. I presented a paper on role of Garo women in urban area, right? Now, we have come to the conclusion without actually stating or telling us what is the population. How did you collect the data? What is the population and what is the sample? Because in research, I think you are very important.
He said, I would like to give the answer for the questions which you have asked to me. The first question which the reservation says that 30% says you have been given the government in demand. And the second question which you have to ask me that why I don't mention all this. Actually, this is not my thesis paper. This is my only the article. Whatever my thesis, it is just relating to my thesis paper. That is why I have written the empowerment of political empowerment of women and girls. My actual thesis paper is political participation of women and girls, a comparative study on West Government and Southwest Government. Once my thesis completed, I would like to share my thesis to you, so you will have more what I have written about political participation and status of women. Why I have written that that map westerly And Susan and Ma'am Yankitina has mentioned about the maternal society already. So that is the one I have skipped the part that the status of women with the maternal society and during maternal society, woman is the one who will inherit the property. But inherit the property and also they are they also get the leave if they are in the Norma belongs from the Norma family, that the youngest woman get the name of Norma. So that one I have not mentioned, but that one also is only for the namesake. That is why the rules and the functions is all done by the husband. That is which is I did not mention in my article because it is time consuming. So I have skipped that part. Why I have mentioned the status? Because without the status, I cannot go directly to the political participation. And after this status of women, then only I came to the empowerment. Without the empowerment, if I did not speak about the empowerment, I cannot go directly to the political participation. Once I speak about explanation of empowerment, then only I can go to the political participation. That is how I have. But I think I have missed out something, and I couldn't explain because it is so much of time, and I could not explain all the paper, whatever I have written, what I want to mention. But in future, I'm very thankful, sir, that you gave me the station. In future, I would like to I will look into these problems. Thank you so much, sir. References. Yeah, references have given in the article and the bibliography and the articles. Bibliography references articles, all the journals is written in my paper. I will give you my soft copies if you like to read my paper. Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of all the human rights, actually, they all wanted to give the book review, reference, bibliography, and all that, but we only did not encourage them to give some material for now. We said that there's a good paper will do with some references. Then, should their papers be selected for publication, then they will be coming up, I think, with the whole of the bibliography and then book review. Yeah. I think that I just wanted to answer on your question, so that this issue will not arise.
Reply to.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me, participants?
Sir, I can hear you. I am Dr. Yes, sir.
Hello. Can the participants hear me? Hello.
Yes, yes, sir. I can hear. Yeah.
And the papers in the
Audible.
online are read. Okay, okay. Yes, yes, you are also audible. Welcome. So good afternoon to everyone.
Yes.
We are going to start the online presentation of papers of this particular national seminar in a blended mode. The topic being in front of you, representation of women of Northeast India in multidisciplinary discourse. We have 2 days program, and today being the second day, the last day, and this will be the last session before we wind up with the seminar. And just to let you all know that we will give 10 minutes for each participant to present your paper. And within 10 minutes, you have to compile your presentation. And if any questions are there, after we will have the question hour session after the end of all the presentations. So you can keep your questions ready after all the presentations are over. Then you can put forward your questions. And if the paper presenters are ready, are there, then they will be able to answer your queries. So I hope the paper presenters are ready. The paper to be presented are Dr. Mahabir Jha, Dr. N. Jayanti, Pankaj Thakur, Vistonu Natso, Apritoli Kalyani Hazarika, Dr. Mansari, Dr. P.H. Jayalakshmi, Bijime M. Sangma, Julia Nongnihat Lintang, and Mrs. Yarila Angkang from the Department of Zoology, Donbosco College, who will be chairing the session. We are going to start the program now. Our first speaker will be Mahabir Jha. Mahabir
Okay,
Jha,
sir. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
who will be speaking on women entrepreneurship development through mushroom production in Nagaland. Dr. Mahabir, you are on.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, respected chairperson, sir. I am Dr. Mahavir Jha, and I am on the way to the Nagaland University for the submission of the final year forms. That's why I am little busy, sir. So my topic is women entrepreneurship development through mushroom production in Nagaland. So on this topic, I'm going to deliver my seminar presentation. The entrepreneurship development is the main input for the economic development of a nation. It is necessarily a creative activity or it is an innovative function. It is the primary engines of job creation, income growth, and poverty reduction. It is the most important for the rural areas, as it is necessary to bear in mind the entrepreneurial skill to improve the quality of life for individual, families, and communities. Leave no one behind is the pledge of the 2030 agenda of the Sustainable Development Goal in our country. This year Prime Minister Narendra Modi declared that January 2016 will be hence celebrated as a National Startup Day. Sir, we all know that modern age is called an economic age. Money plays an important role for all around development of the people, the society, and the nation. Money can be earned through as an employment, public or private, or through by business. The spirit of India resides in the village where maximum number of the people lives within minimum facilities. Poverty and unemployment are the main features of the rural India. Now question is arisen, how can we change the ugly face of the rural India? Hence, the role of skill development and entrepreneurship start. Women represent almost half of the humanity in India. Women with the varied social, economic, political, regional, and linguistic backgrounds constitute half of the nation. Globally, in India, rank is very low. That is number 70 among the 77 countries covered in the Female Entrepreneurship Index. It was in 2015. USA, UK, US, Australia, and UK, they are the top three. So now entrepreneurship is the suitable to women, and it is possible to do work when they have free time. It can, regarding the mushroom cultivation, I am telling this free time when they will get free, that time they can engage themselves.
I think Dr. Jha is having some. Continue, please.
Yes, sir. In India, what Nagaland is having only 1% in entrepreneurship over the years business. So as slow production.
Dr. Jha, I think your network is not very good. We are not able to hear you properly. Your voices are breaking. Dr. Jha, we are not able to hear you. You are disconnected. think Dr. Shah is not connected, is having some connectivity problem. We'll wait for 1 or 2 minutes more, or maybe 2-3 minutes more and see. If not, then we will request the next speaker, Dr. N. Jayanti. Dr. N. Jayanti is there in the line? Dr. N. Jayanti?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please be ready. If Dr. Jha is not, he's.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am audible, sir, now?
Yes,
Hello.
Dr. Mahabir Jha, you are audible. Please
Okay,
complete.
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, yes. Nagaland being else. Hello.
Dr. Jha, since the bandwidth is more in
Hello.
video, I would prefer that you off your video and just speak, because you are speaking from some paper maybe, so you just speak. Please off your video.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yes. Okay, sir. So it is popularly grown in the state of the Northeast. So many states, the Northeast region, including Nagaland, has a good market for the mushroom business. Apart from the domestic consumption, hotel resorts, which are coming up in a big way in the region, are potential buyer of the product. Mushroom selling can be observed everywhere in the market within and outside of the Nagaland. The cost of per kg 200 to 300. One successful story I'll tell regarding one village. The Apili works as a farmer in the teeny village of the Virajoma in Nagaland, Chumukdima district. She is a member of SEBI's self-help group that is spreading a booming mushroom cultivation movement in the state. The group has also trained about the 800 farmers as a technical consultant for the Department of the Horticulture Government of Nagaland. Apili added that an initial investment of the 10,000 only, and she earned 60,000 in 3 months, so 20,000 per month. So it only took 3 months to break into the Chumukdima market, and today this is the self-help group is one of the major oyster mushroom production of the area. Some challenges are there. So I'll one by one I'll read it. Nagaland comes with its own set of the unique challenge. Working in a hilly terrain like this state means patchy interest connectivity, bad road conditions, electricity issue, and the others type of the problem hamper the business of the mushroom business in the state. The deep-rooted social norms and customary laws limit women inheritance of the land. It is not like Meghalaya. So land ownership problem is here. Therefore, the lack of the collateral like land limit women entrepreneur from the taking loan from the formal financial institution. It's hampered them. Women enterprises fails due to the shortage of finance. The number of nationalized bank is also very less in the rural area of the Nagaland. That's why it's very difficult to get the access to the banking or the loan system in the to take the loan in Nagaland. That's why women, they used to manage the money from the borrower, local borrower, and the heavy interest rate is there. That's why sometimes they may have the loss in the business also. Again, lack of business skill creates problem of the rural women in the setting of their setting and running of the business enterprises. So women are not aware of the business and technology and the market knowledge due to the illiteracy in that area. Government efforts are there. The government is emphasizing and making arrangement of the financial help through the Skill India programs are there. Digital India is there. Startup is there. Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana is there. So under that flagship, financial assistance is going on. The government institution departments organize training, several types of the training for the entrepreneurship development in the state and the other parts of the country also. Very recently, in 2021, one Dutch organization is there along with the district signed a MOU with the Nagaland government to collaborate and to work jointly to create an enabling environment for the women entrepreneurship in the state. The aim of Nagaland Agriculture Vision 2025 is to promote entrepreneurship and the generate employment in the state. Now, suggestion and conclusion is there. Entrepreneurship development plays
Mr. Jha, you have got 1 more minute. Mr. Jha, you have got 1 more minute. Please wind up.
Conclusion, sir. Conclusion. Yes. Entrepreneurship development plays a vital role for the economic growth and development of the nation and region within the country. So the number of the job seekers increase from year to year, and government cannot afford job to all the job seekers in the public sector. Entrepreneurship development is one of the most important measures to reduce this problem. But growth of women entrepreneurs requires accreditation. Government here can play a major role in overcoming the challenges faced by the rural women entrepreneurs. Government can make policies, rules, regulations related to the women entrepreneurship. So this all the facilities. Government must come forward pressure to the financial agencies in providing financial assistance to them without delay. There must be the provision of the vocational and the skill development for the women entrepreneurs, which will help.
It's okay, Dr. Jha. I think your time is also up and you are disconnected. It's all right. Thank you for your presentation. And you have emphasized on the mushroom cultivation in Nagaland, and the ample scope is there for the women to have some economic growth in that area that we get from your presentation. Of course, the network connectivity was disrupting your presentation, but yet we could understand that there are ample scope for the women entrepreneurs to explore in the area of mushroom cultivation. The government, I mean, the bank are not offering loans and they had to borrow. Yes, these problems are there. And that is understood because it has been always in trouble-torn areas in Nagaland. So these problems are there, but yet hope is there. And training programs by the government, yes, you have emphasized. You have emphasized that the training programs that are offered by the government needs to be expedited. So that would be done. Thank you, Jha. And if anyone is there who would like to ask questions, please keep your questions ready. We will address those questions at the end of the seminar. Thank you, Dr. Jha. We now move on to our next speaker. I think our next speaker is ready, Dr. N. Jayanti, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Dhanmanjari University from, and also Assistant Professor, Narendrajit Singh. You are from, one is from, I think, Maibam Ankata Devi Research Scholar. Okay, Commerce. Also, please, Jayanti, Dr. N. Jayanti, would you please join in?
Yes, sir. Sir, I'd like to share my screen.
Yes, you may, please.
Sir, is it visible, my screen?
It is visible. You can go ahead. You have 10 minutes to present your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Maibam Ankita Devi, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Dhanmanjari University. I'll be presenting the paper on behalf of Dr. N. Jayanti and Irom Narendra Singh. The title of my presentation is Women in Agricultural Development of Manipur.
I'm interrupting. Sorry, Dr. Jayanti. It would be better if you could enlarge your screen. You can just click on slideshow. Then I think the screen will be enlarged. It will be better for us to see. For the viewers, it will be much better.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, click on the slideshow.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, your cursor is already there. Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
So
sir.
from the beginning. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. I, Maibam Ankita Devi, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, will be presenting the paper on behalf of Dr. N. Jayanti and Irom Narendra Singh. The title of my presentation is Women in Agricultural Development of Manipur. Let me start the presentation with introduction. In Manipur, women plays a significant role in agricultural and allied fields development, including crop production, livestock production, post-harvest operation, agroforestry in India. Women are the backbone of agriculture in Manipur, and their contribution needs realization. Out of the 49.81% of the total female population, average female workforce's contribution is 43.35%. Despite immense contribution of women activities, the productive role of women in agricultural has been often neglected while formulating policies for the rural areas. Let me move on to the next slide, that is the objectives of the study. Excuse me, sir. Okay, okay. Okay. The objectives of the study. The objectives of the study that have been formulated for this study are as follows. That is to examine the problems of agricultural development in Manipur in general, and to examine the problems of agricultural development in Manipur, particularly to the women flock, and to suggest measures for improvement in their quality of life. Let me move on to the next slide. That is the research methodology. The research design that have been used for this study is the descriptive research and the qualitative research, as it was to understand and describe the characteristics of the group or the individual. Descriptive research is used, and as it was focused on gaining insights and understanding of individuals' perceptions, qualitative research is used. Next, data collection. For the data collection, the primary data and the secondary data have been used for this study. Primary data is collected from 100 women farmers by interviewing, and for secondary data, it is collected from different sources such as economic surveys, Department of Agriculture, Government of Manipur, Directorate of Economics and Statistics, Government of Manipur, reports, books, articles, journals, working papers, and the newspapers. Let me move on to the next slide. That is the present scenario of agriculture in Manipur. In Manipur, agriculture plays an important role in the economy of Manipur by contributing a major share to the state domestic product. More than half of the total workers in Manipur are engaged as cultivators and agricultural laborers. Performance of agriculture in Manipur mainly depends on the monsoon. Rice is a staple food of the people, and cultivation is practiced both in the plain and the hill districts. Next, this table shows the distribution of workers and the non-workers of Manipur for the year 1991, 2001, and 2011. The percentage of the male and the female for the men workers have been increased to 42.76% and 25.33%. And for the marginal workers, it has been decreased to 8.64% and 14.55%. Let me move on to the next slide. That is the table. This table shows the area under cultivation of crops in Manipur in hectares. From the year 2000 to 2021 for paddy, pulses, oilseeds. And for paddy, it has been increased to 225.77, and for the pulses, it has also been increased to 31.11%. And for the oilseed, it has also been increased to 37.86 hectares. And this table shows the data on production for paddy, oilseed, and pulses in Manipur from the year 2000 to the 2021. For the paddy, it has also been increased to 602.21, and for pulses, it has also been increased to 29.38, and for oilseeds, it has been increased to 32.65. It is known from the table that all the production for the paddy, pulses, and oilseeds have been increased. Let me move on to the next slide. That is the problems of the women in the agricultural sector of Manipur. After the study of the primary data, we found that there are many problems. So some of the problems are listed here. That is negligence of women in technological area. Despite immense contribution in crop husbandry, post-harvesting, the productive role of women in agriculture has been often neglected while formulating various policies. Point number 2, that is women as objective. As most women do not own land in India, they are not considered as the beneficiaries of various government programs, and consequently their opportunities got constricted. And next is the gender discrimination. The pervasiveness of gender discrimination rooted in the tradition poses a significant obstacle to the socio-economic development, and women continue to encounter numerous barriers. Next is the differences in economic benefits. Female farmers do not receive the same economic benefits as men through wages or employment. The last point is soldiering the responsibility of the family. Women often soldier the simultaneous responsibility of the smooth running of the family. Sometimes these tasks can become a burden while pursuing their aims. Let me move on to the next slide. That is the suggestion or the road ahead that I have been taken for this study. Women need to be included in assessing the services of the financial institutions. All farmers should have access to bank accounts and credit irrespective of the land title deeds. Providing education and training opportunities to women in agriculture can also help develop the skills and knowledge needed to improve their productivity and profitability. Small and the marginal female workers should be recognized and supported in developing their lands. Gender-based violence is a significant problem in many rural areas and can limit women's ability to participate in the agriculture. Addressing this can help create a safer and a more supportive environment for women in agriculture. Let me move on to the next slide. That is the last one. That is conclusion. Women in Manipur play an active role in the agricultural development of Manipur. Despite playing an active role in both official and non-official activities, data shows that the work participation of women still lags behind than that of men. There are a number of problems such as gender gaps, lack of recognition, differential treatment with regard to the economic benefits, soldiering the responsibility of looking after the children at home, lack of ownership of land, etc., which cause a number of problems while working properly. So steps should be taken off for fostering basic human dignity and ensuring the human development of women through mainstreaming of the gender issues in the agricultural development policies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jayanti. I must tell you that your presentation was wonderful. Very nice. Thanks, and very discreet work that you have done on this woman in agriculture development in Manipur. You have very nicely presented the scenario, the present scenario of agriculture in Manipur. And then you have also emphasized on the percentage. It's very interesting to know from you that the percentage of development of agriculture in different crops, like in paddy, pulses, and seeds, but yet how the women are yet to take part in this agricultural development that has taken place in your state. I have nicely correlated the problem that how agricultural development has taken place, but the women's development has not taken place in agriculture per se. And it is worth that you have suggested also, you have given some suggestions. But as I said, that other participants can have the questions ready. After the program is over, we can post these questions to the presenters. And from my side, Dr. Jayanti, I have one question for you, which you can answer later. That is, what do you mean by this workers and non-workers?
Okay, sir.
You had present in one slide, workers and non-workers. So you please be ready with that answer after your presentation is over. Thank you, Dr. Jayanti. We move into someone with afternoon. Next speaker is Pankaj Thakur, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, and Pravinder Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Government College, Sarkarghat District, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pankaj Thakur, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you will be speaking on women entrepreneurship and Northeast perspective. So your time starts now. You will have 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. I am sharing my screen, sir.
Yeah, please do.
My screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible. You can just click the slideshow. It will be. We will be able to. Yeah.
Women entrepreneurship and Northeast perspective. I am Pankaj Thakur presenting this slide, this presentation, and my presentation outline is introduction, a review, women entrepreneurship at a glance in the Northeast, and schemes for women entrepreneurs by central government, schemes for women entrepreneurship by banks, and exclusive scheme for Northeast state. And at last, I am going to have the conclusion. Introduction, the role of women in society is equally important for national development, because without the women, no country can grow, because women are not only the base earners, they are also giving the employment to most of the women and equally to the male counterparts. Women participation in India in entrepreneurship started in the year 1970 onwards, and India has 135, not 13.5 to 15.7 million women owned enterprises, that is representing 20% of the businesses. More than 30.37% of women in India are entrepreneurs or MSME owners. They represent 23.3% of labor workforce, and around 50,000 startups are run by women. They are contributing that 45% of total. Now review. The entry of women into the business world has improved the socio-economic status of women. That is prerequisite of women empowerment, or that is equally important for the national development. And women are significantly contributing to entrepreneurial activity and economic development at all. That is by Kelly et al. Women entrepreneurs are creating new jobs and increasing the gross domestic product. They are also contributing for the economic development of the nation and increasing the GDP. And they have the positive impacts of, because they are contributing to GDP and reducing the poverty, and that is also equally important for the social exclusion. And Sharma in his studies of capital cities of northern eastern state, namely Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh, found that there are the certain differences among entrepreneurs in marketing perspective. This was the review. And women entrepreneurship at a glance in the Northeast. If we talk about the Manipur has the maximum number of established, while Sikkim has the least number of establishment under women entrepreneurship. The number of establishment with at least one hired worker and without hired worker is maximum in Assam, while this is the least in the Sikkim. So we can say Sikkim is the state that is lagging behind the other states in number of establishment under entrepreneurship. Assam, 1.1% of total employment has the maximum number of persons, and Sikkim has the least number of employed under women entrepreneurship. Establishment under women entrepreneurship are perennial nature, and these establishments are again higher in Assam, that are followed by Manipur and least in the Sikkim. The seasonal establishment are maximum in Assam and least in Sikkim. The most of the women establishment are self-financed, or they are also their important source of finance is donation, transfer from other institution, followed by the assistance from government and borrowing from the other institution. Most of the establishment are owned by the Hindu women entrepreneurship, but in Nagaland, Mizoram, Manipur, and Meghalaya, these establishments are owned by the Christian women entrepreneurship. If we talk about the religion on the basis of religion basis, now what are the schemes that are for the women entrepreneurship by the central government? There are the schemes, skill upgradation and Mahila Choir Yojana. Second on the trade related entrepreneurship, assistance in development step, that is the support to training and employment of women. Mudra Yojana, that is also known as Mahila Udyami Yojana, Stand Up India Yojana, and women entrepreneurship in platform and entrepreneurship platform. The skill upgradation and Mahila Choir Yojana, that is run by the Ministry of MSME, and that is run by the Choir Board, and offers spinning equipment as the subsidized rate to women entrepreneur. And trade is run by the Ministry of again MSME, and this NGO are given support in the form of grants. And government of India up to grants by the government of India and up to the 30% of total cost project step. This is also run by the Ministry. This scheme is run by the Ministry of Women and Child Development. This scheme offers integrated package for women to become independent and successful in conventional employment sectors such as agriculture, fishing, and dairy farming, etc. Mahila Mudra Yojana or Mahila Udami Yojana, that is administered by the Ministry of Finance, and loan is given to the woman entrepreneur up to 10 lakhs without any security at the lowest interest rate, and they are also offered the flexible repayment terms. And Stand Up India Yojana, that is by CDB, and loan is granted to SC and ST women for greenfield project. This is especially for the greenfield project and women entrepreneurship platform that is run by Niti Aayog. This works as an aggregate platform for data and service important to the women entrepreneurs. Now, what are the schemes that are offered by the various banks? That is, first one is the Mahila Udyami Nidhi Yojana by the Punjab National Bank, Dena Shakti scheme by the Dena Bank, Istri Shakti package by State Bank of India, and Sant Kalyani scheme by the Central Bank. Under this Mahila Udyami Nidhi Yojana, the PNB, the women entrepreneurship are adjusted by setting new projects in tiny and small scale industries and rehabilitation of small and sick industries. The PNB is offering soft loan up to 25% of project cost, or maximum the ceiling is up to 2.5 lakh. This loan can be repayable after 10 years. Dena Shakti scheme, that is also providing financial assistance to the women entrepreneurs. That is combination of working capital and soft loan is provided at 25% concessional rate for the period of 1 to 3 years. Istri Shakti package by this State Bank of India, that is also a financial assistance scheme for women entrepreneurship that provide loan in the form of working capital and term loans. And quantum of loan is based on the borrower file. They study the borrower file, and after that they are providing the loans to the women entrepreneurs. And that is the scheme for manufacturing or service sector that encourages the entrepreneurs to start enterprising the modernizing the existing ones and under MSME. Now, exclusive schemes for this Northeast state, Women Enterprise Development Scheme, that provides financial assistance and skilled entrepreneur between ages 18 to 50 years can get finance up to the 15 lakhs, and the repayment of this loan is after 3 to 7 years. Next scheme is Ambedkar Hatsil Vikas Yojana that provides training for the development of handicrafts and their modernization, and agriculture and processing product export authority that provides this authority develops the agriculture products and process and offers support for their promotion, marketing, and expansion of their products for the data developed by the women entrepreneurs. And after that summary, the conclusion or summary, India has a population of nearly about 40% women, and yet they contribute only 70% of the GDP compared to the 40% of China. As according to the World Bank, a nation cannot reach its full potential if half of its people are involved in unproductive and uneconomic activities. So there are the various government and non-government organizations that are committed towards supporting the women entrepreneurship. Earlier we have discussed some of the schemes, and various schemes being run by the government and other agencies to support entrepreneurs to start, run, and expand their business. This can help achieving the goal of equality and empowerment of women in the social as well as economic scenario. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Pankaj Thakur. Very nice presentation, very informative presentation from your side. And that message that you have sent in regards to Manipur and Sikkim being the highest and lowest in case of entrepreneurship in the Northeast, that itself is a very important information for us. And then to support that, you have given also the different yojanas that has been expedited by the government, and how the banks are involved in supporting these entrepreneurs of different states of the Northeast. You have also emphasized on the exclusive schemes for the Northeast. That would really help. I think this will go as a sort of a information from this seminar to the government, so that they can use these schemes, these yojanas, and take the help from the banks to expedite the entrepreneurship development in the Northeast. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. I think only one slide I think you have missed out. I think there you have to correct it. It should be 13.5 to 15.7 million tons. I think that is where some mistake is there. You can correct that. Anyway, thank you so much. let us go. So we will have the questionnaire session in the last. Dr. Pankaj, please be there because you might have to answer some questions if there are some queries from the other participants. The next
Okay,
participant is Miss. Yeah, thank you. Next participant is Visetanu Natso. You are there? Viseto Tonu Natso?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay,
sir.
you are okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Research scholar from Department of History, Nehu Shillong. She'll be presenting a paper, Women and Technology in Nagaland. You are on, Mrs. Visetanu Natsu.
Yes, sir. I'll be sharing my screen. Okay.
Yeah, you can share. It is not yet visible.
Okay, sir. Is it visible? Hello, sir. Is it
Your
visible?
presentation is not yet visible. Like we can see some folders. Maybe in those folders, your presentation is there. We can see only some folders in your system.
Is it visible now, sir?
I'm sorry, no.
Oh. Okay, I'll just present then.
Yeah, you can
Since
go ahead with the presentation.
since I have limited time, I'll just present, sir.
Yeah, you can start your presentation. Yes.
Okay, sir. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My topic is on women and technology in Nagaland. So in recent years, the technology of the people of Northeast India have been studied, while studies mostly focused on society as a whole, highlighting the role of men. Women's role have been given secondary importance or even neglected. Though there are important contributions, the technology progress of Nagaland and especially the role of women have not been studied exclusively. So therefore, this paper attempts to discuss gender dimensions of technology and elaborates upon women-centric technological progress, particularly in weaving and pottery. Review. According to M.J. Herskovits, almost every person in non-machine societies controls the techniques essential for his support and for the support of those dependent upon him. The prosperity of the household depends upon the balance of men and women workers within the household. Cynthia Cockburn opined that technology and gender are socially shaped, and therefore technology itself cannot be fully understood without reference to gender. Gender history, according to Irfan Habib, was about society as a whole, wherein women were placed along with men and not only about women. Concerning the division of labor by gender in pre-colonial India's textile industry, he said that a large part of labor was carried out by women. Women's work in the textile industry included dyeing, printing, and embroidering fabric, in addition to helping the weaver, who was usually men, set up the loom and warped and weft. Verrier Elwin highlighted the difference between other parts of India, where much of the weaving was in the hands of men, while in Northeast India, it was exclusive monopoly of women. The colonial ethnographers also have written briefly about Naga women. According to John Butler, he said that Naga women were coarse and plain, as they perform all manner of drudgery in the fields, supply the house with water and fuel, and make whatever clothing is required by the family. H.B. Rooney also regarded Naga women as a model of labor and industry, as besides domestic chores, they also weaved and manufactured clothes, cotton or salt, etc. Woodrop described Naga women of eastern tribes as short in stature and that their figures are rather remarkable for their strength and beauty. Weaving. When it comes to weaving, spinning, and dyeing, these were exclusively performed by Naga women. The whole process was tedious and took a great deal of time. Cotton and stinging nettle fiber were commonly used by the Nagas. The cotton seeds were extracted by rolling a stick over it on a flat stone. The Neolithic finds at Puraka in Pak district suggest that the practice from a very early period, as stone spindle whorls have been discovered from the village sites. Lotha Nagas were known for their homegrown cotton, and they often went down to the plains to barter it. It was said that the Chang Nagas developed the use of clothes from fiber nets used by women for carrying their children. The Konyak Nagas weaved clothes from fiber and depended upon other tribes for cotton. Among the Ao Nagas, weaving cotton cloth was in vogue. The Angami Nagas weaved both fiber and cotton clothes separately as well as mixed. Dyeing, the Naga women used natural dyes to dye their clothes. Black, blue, and red were commonly used. The black and blue dye was obtained from the leaves of Strobilanthes flaccidifolus. The red dye was obtained from the roots of local creepers, Rubia sikimensis, or the leaves of Rus coraira. Generally, they were crushed and the pulp was boiled in the water. The thread or cloth was then soaked for days or boiled to get the required color. With time, wool and seeding machine began to be imported from the plains. The red dye powder was bought from the plain markets, which superseded traditional red dye. Pottery. Naga pottery was purely handmade and not wheel-made. While pottery was exclusively made by women in some villages, both men and women made pots in other villages. For the Angami Nagas, both the men and women participated in pot making, unlike Semas and Changs. Among the Ao Nagas, it was the women of Chanki village who hold a monopoly in the pot making, and it was taboo for anyone to make pots except Chanki women. Pottery was the main occupation of women of Lauri village, and it was the main source of accumulation of wealth. They had a trade monopoly not only among the Pottery Nagas, but also among neighboring tribes and bordering Burma villages. Pottery was a man's craft in Renaza village. While men of Renaza village were primary potters, women played a secondary role and helped their menfolk in the pot-making process. Jenas and taboos. Certain jenas and taboos were imposed on women in production process, both in weaving and pottery. On the day of pot making, it was jena for women to talk to others, and men were not allowed to touch the pots. Some villages also prohibited weavers from weaving whose husband had gone to fight, hunt, or trade. Among the Lothas, women were not to go beyond their village or to jungle before the completion of any cloth they have begun to weave. It was said that Potsibi, a Sangtam village, procured all clothes from neighboring tribes as it was jena for them to weave. There was also a superstitious belief that young women, in dyeing the color red, will die a violent death or lose their head in a raid, since red color represents blood. As such, red dye was mostly the work of all women. Gender and class distinction. As Naga society was a patriarchal society, gender and class distinction were prominent. This was reflected even in their traditional attires. A popular skirt among the Ao Nagas was the Azza Jangmapsa, where the differences can be identified through the designs, as only one design was woven for the poor, whereas women from the wealthy family had 3 or 4 designs woven into each of the 2 breasts. Among the Sumi Nagas, while everyone wore strings of cowries as a waist belt, only the wife or daughter of a feast giver can embroider her mekhala with a pattern of applied cowries. Besides clothing, differences can also be observed in mortuary practices. When a man died, articles such as swords, spears, shields, waistbands, shields worn around the neck and arms, red cane armlets were placed. If a woman died, her petticoat waistband on the arms and necklaces, spirit gourd bottle, shuttle for weaving, spinning stick for cotton, cotton thread, pestle and mortar, etc., were all placed on her grave. From the articles, it is clear that bravery, leadership, power, etc., were linked to men, unlike women who had clothing, ornaments, and household goods. Thus, to conclude, Naga women played a significant role in resource utilization, cultivation, surplus production, and even generation of wealth. No doubt, men and women played complementary roles, but women's role were often taken for granted. Women played a dominant role and crucial role in technological process, particularly in weaving and pottery. For some potting villages where women were the main manufacturers, pottery became the backbone of their economy. They observed traditions of restrictions while manufacturing clothes and pots, along with performing daily household chores coupled with agricultural work. The inclusion of tools for spinning and weaving in the grave goods for women imply exclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Natso. Very informative paper indeed.
Thank you, sir.
Information paper indeed. Yes, you have emphasized on diversity of technology used for different purposes like weaving, dyeing, and pottery by women. And then it is very surprising to know that from you that prohibition by different communities were there on women in different activities like using of red dye during wars and all. I mean, I think these are all mythological aspects, but it could be facts also. We will find it out. Then the issue of rich and poor had different clothes making and how the rich and poor were differentiated. And then the men were more restricted to bravery and leadership, where women were more involved in domestic and household activities and household chores. Very nice to know from you about this aspect of Nagaland, how women and technology in Nagaland, how they were involved, how the women were involved in technological development. Thank you, Mrs. Natso, for your nice presentation. We can now move on to our next speaker from Nehu Shillong, Apritoli Shohei, a research scholar who will be speaking on traditional beliefs and practices about pregnancy among the Sumi tribes of Nagaland, a case study. Apritoli, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
You are.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
you are audible. You are audible.
I'm
Yes.
sharing my screen.
Yeah. Please share your slide.
Is it visible now, sir? Hello?
Yes, it is visible. Only I think you have to make that slideshow, then it will be much better. I mean, it will be more prominent. If you just click that slideshow on the top of your screen, slideshow is mentioned. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So I'm presenting on the... Hello, sir. Is it visible?
Yeah, Shohei, can you please click on that slideshow on the top? Just see on the top of your system on the top. Yes. Presentation is off. Your presentation is not there.
Is it visible, sir?
Not yet. I think you should click on share the screen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it has come. It has come back. Okay, carry on.
Okay, so I'm presenting on the traditional beliefs and practices about pregnancy among the Sumi tribes of Nagaland, a case study. And I would like to start with a few quotations. In order to awaken the people, it is the women who have to be awakened. Once she is on the move, the family moves, the village moves, and the nation moves. Samuel Johnson says, health is the basis of all social virtues, and we can no longer be functional when not well. So it is the moral and religious duty to preserve health. Women play a critical role in maintaining the fitness and overall well-being of their families and communities and the world as custodians of family health. Hence, the issue of women's health in general and reproductive health in particular came into prominence in the International Conference on Development and Population, which was held in September 1994 in Egypt, and at the Fourth World Conference on Women in Beijing in 1995. These two world conferences accepted that women's health and reproductive rights are essential to women's empowerment and quality of life. According to WHO, maternal health refers to women's health during pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period. Pregnancy and childbirth are, of course, not diseases. Nevertheless, they carry risk because of their varying and immediate complications, practices, processes, beliefs, life conditions, and the immediate environment. The state of Nagaland, covering an area of 16,579 square kilometers, is located in the forest of India. The Sumi tribe is one of the major Naga tribes inhabiting the central and southern regions of Nagaland. Among the northeastern states of Nagaland, Nagaland is ranked the lowest in case of institutional delivery and full immunization coverage. KSMA, during the launching of the first 1,000 days campaign on 20th April 2023, attributed Nagaland's concerning statistics to traditional beliefs and practices like there is no need for the institutional delivery, antenatal checkups, and also vaccines. I'll be very brief in my theoretical framework and related to literature. The concept of maternal health is conditioned by many factors such as the women's social, cultural, and economic status in society. Anthropologists have explained the causes and patterns of health and diseases, which often convey value judgment on health and its failures, thereby revealing what is morally at stake. Feminists have argued and questioned the level of women's health status as well as quality of health care received. To sociologists, disease is more than a biochemical phenomenon. Talcott person accentuates that sound health and adequate medical care are integral to a society's functioning ability. In a study of rural areas of Bolivia, found considerably higher maternal mortality rates among illiterate women. In an ethnographic study of traditional postpartum beliefs and practices among Chinese women, it is found that Chinese women still prefer to observe the traditional yin-yang postpartum practices. The survey conducted in northern South Africa found how traditional beliefs influence and support women's behavior during pregnancy and childbirth in different parts of the world. Most participants still abide by cultural food taboos and practices. They also fear that breaking away from related taboos may harm the unborn or threaten the health of the mother. The taboos of the same food may vary based on differences in regions, cultures, and beliefs or regions. In Indonesia, papaya is encouraged as it is classified as cold food, but in India, it is discouraged as it may lead to miscarriage. Same in the case of Nagaland, papaya is discouraged as it may lead to loss of the fetus. Eggs are believed to cause bald babies in Zambia and cause a pregnant woman to behave like a chicken during delivery, which in turn extend the delivery period in Indonesia. Religion also plays a role in either encouraging or deterring people from observing food taboos. Christians in Ethiopia, including pregnant women, are not permitted to consume animal-based food during fasting. In Zimbabwe, pregnant women are not allowed to consume food such as pork and eggs. In Ghana, eggs are avoided because they cause overweight in the fetus. WHO reported 45% of global deaths among children under 5 years of age are attributed to undernutrition, which according to UNICEF, cultural customs, taboos, and beliefs contribute some of the reasons for undernutrition. The religion of the Sumis is conveniently labeled animism by the census of India. They believed in many spirits and supernatural forces. Sumi worldview was full of superstition before the advent of Christianity. The personalistic etiological domain of illness has an indiminishable presence in the life of the Sumi community. There is a strong belief in religion and religious healers. Folk healers, variously known as prayer warriors, spiritual healers, priests, and faith healers are found among the communities. Traditional healers are held in high esteem and recognition. They are aggrandized in the people's mind and often regarded as their opinion leaders. Illness was commonly believed to be due to the capture or influence over the present soul by Timilho. Case report 1, which is the role of the traditional practitioners and the midwife. A 56-year-old Achumi of village A stated that she has been practicing the delivery of the baby in the village for more than 20 years. In addition, she has been correcting the fetus position in the womb by massaging the abdomen with regular oil. It is believed that feeding the pregnant woman with warm chicken soup and also giving an abdominal massage while keeping warm objects above abdomen expedites and makes her labor easy. When a woman sustains a fall-down accident, assuming the position of the fetus is wrongly displaced, it is adjusted to its proper proper place by massaging the abdomen carefully. Before any delivery, she usually sanitizes her hands by washing them with a normal Lifebuoy soap bathing bar, which she thinks is good. She also mentioned that no equipment is used for the delivery, not even a simple tool like a blade. She also stated that usually the first delivery of the baby is more demanding than the second and the third child. Sometimes it even takes 2 to 3 days. The baby's umbilical cord is also taught by the local health practitioner as well. On being asked how she knew about placing the fetus in the correct position and delivering the baby, she responded it was self-learned and self-practiced. Case report 2 based on food prohibition. And a 58-year-old Chishi of Village B and 60-year-old couple of Village C explained certain foods, fruits, vegetables which were avoided and encouraged to take during pregnancy. Bees, hornets, rivers, fishes, chickens, birds are encouraged to give during pregnancy. And Tutupu rau, a bird family of Ereticus rebellica, this bird is considered to be very wise and intelligent and can produce different beautiful sounds. So feeding this to the pregnant woman, it is expected that the child will be bright, intelligent, and will also be quick in learning the languages. Red ants, which is considered as exotic food, is also not given to the pregnant woman. Ashipi pangolin is also not encouraged during pregnancy as it will cause the body rashes in the baby. Ashiwo, sloths, mammals, which are shy in nature, are also not given to the pregnant woman as the child will tend to inherit the introverted nature of the animal. Achaku porcupine meat is also discouraged as there is a myth that consuming this animal during pregnancy will lead to stunted growth of a child. Titechu, the crypt or a food meant only for the elders, for example, Techo, Abaga, Akoko, all these are the family of owls, are prohibited during pregnancy since these birds are considered impudent. Taking these foods, the child will tend to inherit the traits of these animals. And also any kinds of animal brains are not any kind of animal brain is prohibited from consuming because it will soon lead to grayish of hairs. Akini perilla, which is considered to be a superfood, is given to the pregnant woman for the speedy recovery. Sugarcane was encouraged to take by the mother to prevent jaundice in the baby. Fruits like papaya and pineapple were discouraged, and also co-joint banana fruits were avoided to avoid the twin pregnancy. And also women were not prohibited from sitting around the nest of squirrels and rodents because the child would adopt those wheezing traits of the rodents. There is also a myth saying women should have a cheerful face and heart, especially during pregnancy, to avoid laborious delivery. It is believed that the woman does not possess the above qualities if there is a complication in letting out the vernix coccia after the delivery. Case report 3. Taboos and rituals. 58-year-old Jumomi of Village D mentioned during the period of pregnancy, it is considered taboo to kill snakes and monkeys. And Jina was strictly observed. When male child is born, its mother observes 6-day Jina and 5 for a female child. In case of first child, whichever sex, the Jina is 10 days. 6 years are rolled to tie the umbilical cord if it is a boy child, and 5 years in the case of a girl child. While observing Jina after delivery, the mother is prohibited from entertaining the guest. He also mentioned that Jina was strictly observed. If a mother dies in childbirth or within 10 days of delivery, she is branded as Napti.
Shahu, sorry to interrupt. You have 1 minute more. Would you
okay,
please
sir.
conclude?
Okay, sir. I'm concluding. And is buried unclad and unclothed. Her body is taken out by the back door and is buried behind the cases. In such cases, the husband observes Jina for 11 days. If the children dies at the same time as his mother, it is branded as Anibolege and it is buried inside the house, mostly near the fireplace. Traditional cultural practices are found in every social unit in all the societies. They stem from values and beliefs and intrinsic in the cultural fabrics of any given society. Such beliefs lead to certain practices in the area that can be a detriment or benefit to a segment of a population. Through this study, it was found that abdominal massage, food prohibition, observing Jina, faith in prayer warriors, observing rituals were commonly reported practices. There are study reports which show abdominal massage done by non-professionals is dangerous for mother and fetus. It may result in abruption, placenta, uterine rupture, fetal morbidity, maternal mortality, and fetal mortality. During the first weeks after delivery, a woman should avoid too much physical activity as it can lead to lochia defined as vaginal discharge. However, it was found most women resume with agricultural work after 2 to 3 days of give birth. According to modern scientific studies, maternal mortality is often due to hemorrhage, high blood pressure, eclampsia, infection, uterine rupture, placenta previa, ectopic pregnancy, heart disease, diabetes, etc. However, blind faith in superstitious beliefs, practices, customs, and traditions without proper scientific evidence often lead to negative social stigmas. In the case of Sumi, women died at the time of delivery are branded as napti, where all the disease belongings are thrown away, and the vague belief that women should have a cheerful face and heart to avoid laborious delivery. All these customs have no scientific evidence and are usually prejudices that have become part of social culture. It is desired that health professionals should be aware of these cultural practices followed by the community to provide culturally competent healthcare that is acceptable to society. Harmless, acceptable, or even potentially benefit practices observed during pregnancy period may be supported and considered a part of our rich culture, whereas harmful beliefs and practices should be avoided, along with debunking ritualistic myths which threaten the physical and mental well-being of pregnant women by providing nutrition and health education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shoaib. It is really amazing that so much of information is there in regards to the traditional beliefs and practices about pregnancy among the Sumi tribes. It is nice to know from your paper that there are so many vegetables and animals that are being provided during pregnancy. And I, being a person from science, it would these prohibitions actually opens up a huge door for the scientific community to work on, because sometimes the traditional beliefs you see have got some scientific basis which needs to be worked upon. So I would suggest that if your presentation of your paper, your work, if it reaches the scientific community, it will be of great help. Only one question I have for you, which you may answer after the session is over, that why is it so that you have been working on the Sumi tribes only? Because as I know that Nagaland has got a number of tribes. Why the Sumi tribes only? You keep the answer ready afterwards. The session is over. Thank you, Shoaib. We move on to our next speaker, Kalyani Hazarika. Kalyani Hazarika.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you are a research scholar, Department of English from Shankardeva Vishwavidyalaya, Nagaon, Assam. Your
Yes, sir.
topic will be examining Naga myths, oral traditions, and storytelling in Esterin Kaira's Son of the Thunder Cloud. Okay, Esterin Kaira, she is a novelist from Nagaland.
Yes, sir. Sir, there is a slight problem, like I am unable to share my screen. So let me give a final try. If it is, then it will be good. You will be viewing the screen. And if it is not, then I will be reading my PPT from here only, sir, because my network connectivity is a bit poor.
You try, and then if not, then within 1 minute, you please start presenting.
Yeah, sure, sir. So I'm unable to just, open the file. Shall I read it?
Please read it.
Okay. So a very good afternoon to the chairperson. Today my topic is examining Naga myths, oral tradition, and storytelling in Esterin Kire's Son of the Thundercloud. Before going on to the discussion, I'll briefly give an abstract of the paper. To begin with, I will first talk about myths, because myths are an integral part of human lives and are the very essence of every culture in the world. And Naga folk tales and myths have re-emerged as folk literature in the recent times by the collective efforts of the Naga writers to preserve them from the memories of the older generation for the succeeding generations. And this paper focuses on the importance of stories and the storytelling and the bearing on the lives of children with reference to Esterin Kire's Son of the Thundercloud. The paper also seeks to analyze the retelling of the Mao myth of the ancient mother, Zili Moziro, as a psychological defense mechanism of the Naga people, of their culture, values, and nativized Christianity. So here is a brief introduction. The introduction goes like this. Myths and folklores are embedded in the oral narratives of the Nagas. Origin of every Naga clan is tethered to a myth which people believe as the fountainhead of their ancestors. Asterin Kire incorporates the Mao Naga myth of the primeval mother called Zili Mozero in her novel Son of the Thundercloud. Zili Mozero means crystal clear water, and Zili Mozero is believed to have been impregnated by a few drops of rain and gave birth to 3 sons, namely Spirit, Tiger, and Man. Spirit represents the natural realm, and while the tiger and the man represent the animal kingdom, and thus the 3 are believed to be brothers by the Nagas. And Kair's novels and writings are an allusion to such myths that persist among the Nagas. So the whole paper talks about the Naga myths, oral tradition, or orality, and the storytelling. So first I will deal with the myth. Kair's novel presents the relationship between the human world and the natural world. And Son of the Thundercloud deals with the journey of Pele, the protagonist, who escapes the famine that destroyed his village. He sets out to find the village of weavers where there was enough food and water. And on the way, he meets 2 strange women, Kethano and Seizde, living in a desolate village. And they tell him that they had been waiting for rain for 400 years. And the coming of rain would signify the fulfillment of the prophecy of the birth of the son of the thundercloud. So when Pele stays with the woman in the village, there is a heavy rain that replenishes the dry lands with grains, trees, and rivers. So Pele meets their sister Mesano in the village of weavers, and he witnesses the birth of Rahele, that is the son of the thundercloud, by Mesano, who was impregnated by a single drop of rain. So this is the myth that has been prevalent among the Naga people. And Pele, as a boy, he has listened to this story from his mother. And so we see that in the novel, the barren villages regain their fertility with the birth of Raleigh. So Pele helps Mesano in bringing up Raleigh and ushers him to fulfill his life purpose. And the purpose was to kill the tiger and to liberate the humanity from the evil. So Asterin Kire delineates Mesano after the original Earth Mother, Zili Mozero, like her name, which meant the pure one, and she exuded a purity of spirit. This is a quote from the novel. And Pele realizes that Mesano is the tiger widow whose story his grandmother had narrated to him in his childhood. So this is the story that he has already heard during his childhood. And in the novel, the author, she blends myth and reality, and she weaves the story of Ralito within the story of Pele, whose journey through the villages ushers in rain, fulfilling the prophecy. So Mesano attributes the drought and famine in the villages to the rejection, disbelief, and absence of stories and myths, but the dark hearts of the mortal world, ignorant of Raleigh's goodness, murders him, and the famine returns as its aftermath. So her novel Son of the Thundercloud has one of the origin myths of the Nagas as the core of the story. And Mesano in the novel and Zili Mozero is the myth were impregnated by the single drop of rain. So if we look at the orality in the Son of the Thundercloud, we can say that oral narratives are the medium by which mythical and historical stories are shared throughout the generations. And the orality of myths, legends, songs, folk tales, and folklore encompasses cultural values, beliefs, and customs of a group or a community, reverberating its influences in the lives of people. And here, Kair's novel is one such fiction woven with mythical stories and beliefs of the Naga cultural ideologies. Through the character of Pele, Asterin Kire brings the juncture of myth and reality by projecting the intertwined place of oral narrations in Naga tribal groups. Thus, the stories Pele heard during his young age and his testimony to the oral myth are the strictures that aid to mold the future of the Angami community, with Pele as the archetypal hero. In this regard, we can say that Kayer formulates a literary shape to her Angami now orality by blending myth with reality through literary art that illuminates the audience with the indigenous knowledge systems and cultural practices. Thus, she transmits the cultural assets of the Angami community to the succeeding generations in the form of secondary orality. And lastly, I will talk about storytelling in the Son of Thundercloud. Estherine Kire emphasizes the importance of storytelling and its impact on people using the famine as a metaphor. In the Son of the Thundercloud, Mesano, Seisde, Katheno, the three sisters who endured the famine with hope and faith, reveal the power of the Naga culture, conserved by the supernatural world of storytellers and folktales. Stories, we can say, they cause projection, identification, empathy, imitation, and imagination in children, thereby nurturing their thoughts, emotions, actions, and behavior, leading to the formation of their selves. In the novel, Ralith internalizes every story that his mother narrates, and he dreamed of doing brave and wonderful things like the heroes in his mother's stories. Thus, telling stories allow children to experience different worlds, culture, and traditions. Seisde and Katheno, 400 and 200 years old respectively, have not seen rain since they were born. Like Pele, who felt that they were telling the truth, the Nagas also surmise their folklores and myth as existent. Seisde and Katheno outlive hunger and trust with faith on the supernatural as their life-sustaining power. Their hope is rewarded with the birth of Raleigh. Likewise, the Nagas are also vouchsafed with a unique identity by their credence to the supernatural world. The word Katheno means truth and Seisde stands for future. But Pele considers these sisters as a symbol of a future full of hope. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalyani. We just missed you for a few minutes because of power cut here anyway, but then I think all others have listened. What I got from you about the myths and oral traditions and storytelling of Estherine Kire's Son of the Thundercloud. She has written some novels. Yeah, she has written some novels, and yes, she has made a step. I mean, she is a very popular literary person in the sphere of the Naga community, and you have been working on her. It's very nice, and I must tell you that you are not only a very good paper presenter, but also a very good storyteller from the presentation that you have made. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Let's move on to our next presenter, G. Kiranmai, research scholar from Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati. Are you there, G. Kiranmai? G. Kiranmai, are you there? This is your final call. G. Kiranmai, are you there? If not, then we will move on to the next speaker. If you are there, please respond. Okay, I think she's not there. We will move on to the next speaker, Dr. M. Kanika Priya, Assistant Professor of English, Sharada Gangadharan College, Valarampet, Puducherry. Are you there? Dr. M. Kanika Priya. Sharada Gangadharan College, Valarampet, Pondicherry or Puducherry. Are you there? Dr. M. Kanika Priya. Final call, Dr. M. Kanika Priya. If you are there, please respond. Okay, I think she is not online. We move into our next speaker, Elangbam Priyakumar Singh. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Yes, I can see you. Yeah, I can see you very energetic. Thank you. You are research scholar, Department of English and Cultural Studies, Manipur University.
Yes,
and,
sir.
You would be presenting a paper on rewriting and rereading the role of woman in Tangbal Lan of BM Maisan Namba.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Your time starts now. You will have 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me begin from my introduction. Literature has the potential to recreate and redefine the role of women as it mirrors society and societal values. The necessity of the quest to identify the portrayal of the women of Manipur becomes an area of interest in contemporary literature. With the rise of the historical novel as a literary genre, contemporary writers started creating their works of art cooperating with facts and fiction. So the historical novel as a literary genre evolved and rose to heights of popularity in the early 19th century with the novels of Sir Walter Scott in England and other authors in other countries, such as Alessandro Mazzani in Italy. So in this regard, I quoted George Lucas. What matters, therefore, is the historical novel is not the retelling of great historical events, but the poetic awakening of the people who figured in those events. What matters is that we should re-experience the social and human motives which lead man to think, feel, and act just as they did in historical reality, I unquote. So reading and remaking history enables a complex engagement with the past, qualifying the readers to understand better how the past is written or structured and ordered. So it looks at how the past and its current relationship to it is represented. So in this context, B.M. Maisnamba, a prolific writer from Manipur, from a small land in the northeastern part of India, reinvestigates the unnarrated history left in the historiography in most of his historical fictions. So the fiction of B.M. Maisnamba deals with the past events in a manner in which he evocates figures and characters that were given less importance in the process of making history, particularly the Manipuri history. So among the most famous novels of his, Ima Sinurabi, the Royal Virgin Mother, then Waithau Sananu, and Ningthem Nubi, that means Ladies in the Palace, may be mentioned. So historical fiction is a study of the past, deeper to understand the meaning and dynamics of the relationship between nature and fiction in the overall development of human societies. It is a wide range of inquiry with broader perspective, varieties of questions and interpretation of source and evidence. So the paper will accentuate the representation and role of women in the historiography of Manipur and highlight how Maisnamba articulates the historical realities tinged with his fictional creativity. So historical narratives are alike in narration, but the era that had happened is always different. So therefore, it isn't easy to quote an event from history, which is a question of authentication. So Maisnamba in this regard, he mentioned that there is a vast difference between history and literature. It is easy to write everything written in history, even though it is a fact. Sometimes history needs re-narration, recreation, and reconstruction. So historical fiction recognizes women living in various times of history by providing insight into readers' mind. It allows reader to consider the milieu of women in past, how they live, what concerned them, what guided their decision, and so on. So in this regard, I quoted Jerome de Groot in his book, The Historical Novel, that report from places made marginal and present the dissident or dissenting account of the past. So Tangbalan, which is a septology which consists of 7 chapters of B.M. Maisnamba, comprises 7 specific chapters concerning 7 different wars of the Meitei throne among the kings and princes of Manipur. There occurred countless battles for the Meitei throne in Manipur history. Some are worth mentioning and some are not. In Tangbalan, Maisnamba relates the women character of the past, their roles, their personal and political engagement, their entanglements, and the representation in a manner that requires re-narration and reinterpretation. So it is an illustration, the cause and after effect of the well-known Saitrat Kuntapa, which has been translated as the 7 years devastation, which occurred in 1980. As Maisnamba is popularly known for his depiction of political and territorial expansions, conflicts, and wars issued in past and present Manipur. Here again, he points out the political disputes between the royal families of the Manipuri kingdom, which result in the invasion of the Meitei kingdom by the Burmese force. So historical fictions help us better understand women's challenges and how they have fought to claim their own identities. So it offers recognizable women living in various times of history in Manipur, like Kumudini, Arai Lema, and Kaboklei. So let me begin from Kumudini. Kumudini, she represents women in authority. Maisnam Kumudini, popularly known as Queen Polenkhombi in the Royal Chronicle of Manipur, is the queen of King Gambhir Singh, and she is the mother to King Ningthem Pisak, who is also known as King Sadrakiti. So she appropriated a significant role in ruling the kingdom of her son, even though there were officials, many brave soldiers, or even the king himself. Every bit of information had to be informed to her earlier so that she could eradicate the plot to attack the kingdom by any means. So she sent spies and destroyed or burned down the camps of those threatening the kingdom. Queen Polenkhombi had witnessed countless of wars of the Meitei throne before and after the 7 years devastation. She also participated in the war of the throne with her husband, King Gambhir Singh. After the death of her husband, she had to act carefully to protect the throne of her son politically and emotionally. Everything is here in war and politics. She watched her son from the princes and enemies who tried to plan to seize the throne. She knew it might take over 20 years for her son Chandrakirti to mature and become an able king. Therefore, she acted emotionally and took help and support her son's kingdom from the two brothers, Narsingh and the Devendra, even though she distrusts them. So she narrated her strength, mastery of martial arts, and politically she is a prodigy. So she took the role of a mediator and sometimes assumed the role of a forceful and violent ruler. She taught her son many political intrigues and governance, so nobody could take his place. So the political history of the palace is uncertain. Nobody knows what would happen next to a king. Throughout the centuries, countless wars were fought for the throne. Many were killed, numerous brave soldiers died, and ordinary people suffered the most. So Polenkhombi took measures to prevent these wars during her reign in her possible ways. Besides being a good wife and a mother, she was known for her courageous and active participation in social and political activities. As Wikipedia says, I quote it, after her son ascended the throne of Manipur Kingdom, she is best known for the greatest royal lady holding utmost power in history. So the next, I bring out another character called Arai Lema, but she has been considered as a political tool. Power and authority are often interlinked with subjugation. So the structure of domination involves the ability to control and subjugate the people at the periphery. The positionality of women become a question. So to maintain peace in the imperial court, Queen Polenkhombi used women in her political games as a weapon to negotiate with the opposite troops during many wars. As represented in the past chronicles of Manipur, women can be used in political intrigues. They can expand a family. Also, they can be used for treaties with other dynasties or communities. So Polenkhombi thought that women could cause war at the same time. They could also prevent them. She was instrumental in using women in the political system of the monarchy by using them for sexual purpose to entice or gratify men. So Arai Lema was one among those women projected as an instrument in the hierarchy. So she was a spinster and niece to Polenkhombi. So she was sent as a consorter to some royal person, Thawai Ngamba, only to win him on her side. So the last character, she is Kaboklei. She has been considered as a war goddess. Kaboklei is the brave Meitei woman who participated in wars for the throne. She is the granddaughter of Maisnam Tolen of Kachar. So the daughter of Maisnam clan Kaboklei, the only jewels of Tolen land, as it has been quoted by Maisnamba. As quoted, women were essential in many wars in Manipur antiquity. It is believed that if women lead a fight, the soldiers become heroic and courageous, and the opponent soldiers hesitate to attack women soldiers. So during the 7 years devastation, most of the Meitei princes fled for survival, leaving their people. Only Prince Hirasanda with the Meitei women organized a joint force that attacked and killed many Burmese soldiers. So in conclusion, works of historical fiction are often criticized for their lack of authenticity. However, Maisnamba defends himself by saying that the authenticity of a text is subjective. History itself relies upon another account to prove its originality, which generally become a point of interest for readers and famous critics. However, scholarly criticism frequently goes beyond this interest, reinvestigating the genre for its other thematic and critical interests. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alangbam. Priya Kumar Singh. It's nice to know from you some information like Kumudini, Polenkhombi, they were some eminent queens and even wife and mothers who were involved in various activities like in ruling the country, ruling that particular place of yours. Then in Manipur, then they were also involved, that women were involved in war and in the political system, that is Podin Kombi. Yeah. And then Kabogli was very interesting, that point that you have raised, that woman has an advantage over men in the war. She had emphasized on that. But overall, what I understand from your presentation is a very good conclusion that I draw from here. I hope you will appreciate that history needs reconstruction and reconsideration.
Yes,
yes, that is what I think the theme of your topic, that is history needs reconsideration and reconstruction. Anyway, thank you, thank you, Elangbam, Priyakumar. If there are some questions at the end of the presentation, then that will be posted to you. You please be around till the end. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you
so much. Thank you. Our next speaker, Dr. Muhammad Sajid Ansari. Are you there? Dr. Muhammad Sajid Ansari.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Assistant Professor, Department of English.
Hello. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes. Okay. So you will be presenting on feminist utopia in the Northeast, a study of alienated self in Jahnavi Barua's rebirth, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Please go ahead. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So the topic for my presentation is feminist utopia in the Northeast, a study of the alienated self in Jahnavi Barua's rebirth. So as the 10 minutes are given, I'm just going to read out the findings and observation. So the introductory part, Northeast women's writing have considerably focused on the different challenges for the women in the form of patriarchal oppression and the ever-present tussle between several militant groups and Indian government. Nevertheless, these writings highlight the strength and public presence of women of the region functioning under tremendous pressure and yet gaining grounds time and again. Northeast women writers like Kamsula Ao, Mamandai, Istran Kaya, Udhipana Goswami and others have time and again portrayed strong and determined women who make a mark for themselves in the family, community and a larger society. Sri Ram Ananthaswamy in his essay, I quote, "Strength and public presence of women in Northeast India similarly gives a picture of the wonderfully open presence of women in almost every facet of life and the considerable lesser levels of patriarchy and male oppression." Unquote. This dominant picture of strong women of the Northeast finds its way in Jahnavi Barua's first novel, Rebirth, in the portrayal of Kaberi, the protagonist, who fights an internal battle of coming out of her passive existence by not being succumbed to male domination. Barua, a Bangalore-based author, uses the city that she lives in as her primary locale, but a major part of the story is set in Assam, where Kaberi is born and brought up and later on discovers much of her true self. Kaberi, the narrator and the chief protagonist of Barua's novel, interests the readers as a woman who has all throughout her life suppressed her individuality and had let others make decisions for her. She has been a patient and obedient daughter and a wife. Kaberi's passivity comes across a sharp contrast to the women usually portrayed in the writing of Northeast women. Right from her childhood, she has barely recognized her wishes, and the same trend follows after her marriage. Her passive and inward-looking character is laid bare in the opening paragraph of the book. Before her husband left her for another woman, she had been partial to the large soft sofa in front of the television, from where I had a good view of the screen, but from where I also looked inwards into the heart of the house. I did not see much of the sky or the buildings clustered around our own. But all that, anyway, I did not cross my mind very often. So focused was I on your father and myself and the home we had fashioned together. Unquote. Actually, Jahnavi Barua is telling the story to her unborn child, who is still in her womb. Barua portrays the discordant marital life to Kaberi and Ranjit Ron, their differences in their social status and aspirations, and the separation just as the long cherished child is conceived. The couple had been living a hopeless married life, waiting and hoping for a child. Kaberi adjusts herself to the corporate culture, and her husband is a part of hopelessly waiting for her indifferent husband to care for her. Ron,
Her husband beats her and also believes that he has all the rights to take decisions regarding her as well as their future. As Ron leaves Kaberi for another woman, she discovers that she has conceived at last, but decides not to disclose the news to anyone, not even to her husband. For Kaberi, Ron's return should be based on his real love towards her and not the child. And she clearly states her mind to her unborn child. I quote, I wanted him back more urgently than I admitted even to myself. Yet at the same time, I wanted him to come back to me. For me, I want to be assured of his old love for me before he comes back. That some love I have grown accustomed to these 7 years. Unquote. Ron, however, quite contrary to Kaberi's expectations, makes a selfish return on knowing about her pregnancy but openly flaunts his extramarital affair. Barua lays bare the psyche of selfish men in the society, such as Ron, who on the pretext of wife's infertility leaves her but comes back without any sense of repentance. Ron's return to Kaberi is equally without any remorse. In fact, he does not hesitate to blame her for not letting him know about her pregnancy earlier. His lack of regard for her is highlighted in his matter-of-fact discussions and about their course of future life. At the same time, bluntly asking her to accept his relationship with the other woman. Even after the return, we are astonished at his erratic behavior with his wife, showing love and care one day and physically abusing her some another time. He is equally demanding and feels that it is his inherent right to boss over her and make her do things his way. Kaberi is left with little choice and usually acquiesces with slight protests. Ron's indifference towards his wife has its root probably in the arranged marriage between two completely different individuals, and he inputs it later on. Kaberi was more of his mother's choice than his. His complete disregard of Kaberi, even during his pregnancy, leads to deterioration of her health and complexities that even her doctor is not able to fathom. The fluctuation is in Ron's attitude towards her for a short period of time, during which he cooks her favorite dishes and pampers her, boosts Kaberi's mental and physical health, and she is able to sleep, I quote, sleep well at night, eat better, unquote, and come back to normal life. But much to Kaberi's shock, she finds Ron is still cheating on her and discovers him with the other woman during the New Year Eve party. Kaberi's transformation at a later point of time from being submissive to a confident woman owes a lot to her marital relationship and the hardships that she had gone through. I'm just reading the the important part since 10 minutes are given. Janvi Barua portrays the rift in family and the lack of love, which in the long run make Kaberi a passive woman. Kaberi is shown to have a difficult relationship with her parents, one devoid of communication. Her father rarely demonstrated his love, that the rift between her parents had its toll on her as well. This lack of love that she had felt out throughout her life had probably bothered her so much that she takes a vow never to do the same with her child. I quote, I am going to tell you every day, as long as I live, and even after I die, from the great darkness, or maybe it is light, that I love you, my child. You can never love too much or say it enough. Unquote. Kaveri realizes the importance of love and familial bonding in her journey towards becoming a strong woman. Her contact with her family back home after her father's death makes her realize that is the strong bond that she has with her people. Her silent mother and her aunt and her uncle reach out to her at a time when she really needs them. In fact, Kaberi's revelation about Ron's behavior towards her and the unhappy truth of her marriage no doubt shocks her family, but they do not give up on her or distance themselves from her. Rather, they enfold her in their midst and make her realize that, I quote, there is always a home, unquote. For her, wherever her family strays, the unconditional love gives immense strength to Kaberi at a point of time when she was completely lonely, and even though her mother's memories make her feel like turning around and go home. She draws courage and realizes that this time I have found shade elsewhere. Family bonding, love and trust finally helps Kaberi emerge as a new person. If Barua has portrayed discordant marital lives and lack of family bonding, which makes Kaberi aware of many sad truths of life, She also shows great bonding between women, which results in Kaveri's mental strength. This woman-to-woman contact is portrayed by the author in the relationship that Kaveri makes out of her own choice. The greatest influence in Kaveri's life had always been her childhood friend, Joya, who dominates Kaveri's consciousness all throughout the novel. As Kaveri recalls, Joya had not merely been a friend to her. I thought she was so much more. I would like to say she was my sister, but then we were created of different flesh, so let me call her my alter ego. For it was difficult sometimes to distinguish where Joya ended and I began, where we flowed into one another, a pair of underground streams, unquote. It was Joya's unfortunate death at the wake of political turmoil in Assam insurgency that left an everlasting mark in Kaveri's mind. Joya's
Dr.
character
Ansari,
had...
Dr. Ansari, sorry you interrupt. You have got less than 1 minute left.
Okay, sir, I'm just concluding. I'm just concluding. Yeah. So the transformation of Kaveri's journey to in the progress of her rebirth is linked to the birth of her child. In her search of her true self, Barua's protagonist realizes her own worth and emerges as a strong and determined woman. Barua's story, even though based in Bangalore, keeps us the spirit of Northeast in the representation of the beautiful scenery, the political situation, traditions and customs, but most importantly, in the portrayal of a woman who is caught up in the age-old custom of being submissive, but finally emerges as a confident and courageous one. Kaveri's journey towards establishing her own identity does not meet sudden peaks, but progresses gradually to a climax, as she is finally able to come out of the dark light to behold a day that promises to illuminate her road ahead without the need for her to look back even for once. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Sajid Ansari. It is so nice to know that you are from UP, Bareilly, UP, and yet you have keen interest on the writings of a Northeast novelist, Jahnavi Barua. I hope you have gone through her paper on Next Door also. And a nice presentation of yours, nice portrait of yours on this on Kaveri, a woman projected to be an exponent of love and yet a character strong in her own self. That's a nice portrayal of a character portrayed by Dr. Jahnavi Barua. Thank you, Muhammad Sajid Ansari. We move on to our next speaker, Dr. P.H. Jayalakshmi. I think you are already on the screen. Yes. Assistant Professor, Department of English and Cultural Studies, Manipur University. And she would be speaking on Theresa Reman's The Mothers of Manipur, a feminist rendition. Your time is on. You can start.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to the learned participant and to the respected chair. Today I'll talk on the topic Theresa Reman's The Mothers of Manipur, a feminist rendition. This book, The Mothers of Manipur, 12 Women Who Made History, is a documentation of the lives of the 12 mothers who came out in vehemence of the atrocities of the state forces, and also gives an account of what instigated the 12 mothers or mothers of Manipur to stage a naked protest. If we look at the background of Northeast India has a long history of oppression and resistance due to the imposition of Armed Forces Special Power Act 1958. It was declared as a draconian law for giving impunity and immunity to kill people on mere suspicion. So let's try to see what conspired to the protest. So the protest was triggered when the mutilated body of 32 years old Thangzam Manorama was picked up by the state forces of the 17 Assam Rifles on 10 July 2004, and she was falsely charged for her association with the banned militant group. And the next day, her bullet-ridden body was found with bruises and indicated sexual assault. So after that incident, there was a wide protest and people rose in unison against the injustice. And the new protest was staged by the 12 mothers of Manipur on 15 July 2004 in front of the Kangla Fort in Imphal, and it received a worldwide attention. And the main highlight of the protest was the repeal of the Armed Forces Special Power Act 1958. You are like to quote political theorist Ananya Bajpai, which said that the message of the 12 mothers was very loud and clear, which was we embody resentment. So again, if we look at the naked protest staged by the 12 mothers, it can also be seen as a rewriting of Shweta Devi's story, Dopti, in which a tribal woman, Dopti Mahajan, stripped publicly in front of the Senanayar, symbolizing violence. So here I like to quote Gladys Spivak, who says that rather than save her modesty through the implicit intervention, as in the case of the mythical heroine Draupadi, the story, that is the story of Draupadi Mahajan, insists that this is the place where male leadership stops. And if we look at a naked nude protest staged by the mothers of Manipur, we can see that the narrative of 12 mothers started from this very junctures where the Draupadi Mahajan strips herself in front of the Senanayar. And the distinctiveness of this protest is how the ordinary women with frail bodies stand against authoritative act of the state forces. So if we look at the narrative of all the 12 mothers, two provocative slogans which they resolved to take in the protest were Indian Army rape us and take our place. And the mothers started by shouting, "We are all Manorama's mothers, come and rape us." And again, the culminating point was that the security man at the gate was horrified and stepped back. And this extraordinary protest shook the world in delirium, questioning the draconian act that is as per 1958 and how women use their bodies as weapons to resist the atrocities. So if you look at the narratives of all the 12 mothers, we can say that how they use the bodies as a weapon in order to show the resentment against the state forces. So the narrative of 12 mothers start with the story of Ima Motung Ibemhal and how she participated in the nude protest. And here she said that she was respected for her participation, but she also knew that in the silent corner of her house, her son was expressing his embarrassment at his mother's act of stripping, which is considered an act of not only defiance against the armed forces, but also defying the patriarchal convention of guarding the honor of women. She also expresses the meaninglessness of the protest and says she would never want her daughters to be compelled to stage a nude protest. And we can see how women, if we look at the narrative of Imam Motung Ibemhal, she was a woman of 70 years, and how she used her bodies, in the protest. And we can see all the mothers have used the bodies as a weapon to resist the state forces and also to resent the ignominy associated with the rape incidents of the Manorama, which create not only the mental trauma to the people, but it can also give a kind of questioning the very existence of women in Manipur. So in the new protest, the bodies are not used as erotic objects, but as a resentment over the atrocities of the armed state forces who indulged in the gruesome act of rape. But for the Meitei women who are brought up in the convention structured society, the act itself is raping their own bodies. After participating in a new protest, one Ima, that is the mother, Ima Momo, she said that the act of stripping, of exposing herself, was a deep loss of privacy and dignity. It was almost like raping oneself. So we can see the trauma of stripping in front of the state forces. So I'd like to ponder on the fact of shame which is associated with the protest. So the shame associated with the protest is lifelong and is often related to the personal experience of the individual experiencing the pain. The experience of shame is associated if you look at how the women's bodies are seen by the others. So as others see women's bodies as shameful, women perceive the negativity connected to the bodies. And whether women's bodies belong to women is a pertinent issue often raised. And again, we can see that women are often the prey of men, and women's bodies are both the object of love and disdain. Men are both the protector, and the perpetrator of women's bodies. So here I like to quote Ima Ramani, that is Mother Ramani. She said that though her participation in the protest brought her fame and success, and she was known in the international arena, but she contemplates that such protest, if ever happens again, will tarnish the reputation of all Manipuri women. And immediately after the protest, the shame engulfed her, and to her dismay, the protest did not bring any change, but built up solidarity among the common people against the act. And the nude protest, if you look at the nude protest or the naked protest staged by the 12th mother, at one level, it signifies the political resistance of women, and it leaves, it is the political resistance of women, but it leaves a kind of traumatic experience to the oppressed individual when their bodies are treated as objectified bodies, flashing in the newspaper and news. So the interrogation of shame in the case of nude protest will never be addressed, and the 12 mothers must suffer the experience of shame silently. And women's bodies are always an object of desire, but when the same bodies are exposed without shame to be fully enjoyed by the perpetrator, the bodies become the object of contempt. So in conclusion, what I like to say is the nude protest displays anger and resentment of the mighty women or Manipuri women towards the atrocities of the state forces. Women who participated in the nude protest have been relegated to the symbolic roles and allusions. And the image of women as portrayed in public domain is often orchestrated, but the real positionality of women in terms of domestic violence, personal issues, etc. are never exhibited properly. And they are hidden behind the blanket of adulation of women for their bravery and active participation in the social political issues. So the naked protest becomes a public display of women's flesh and fails to drive the message they wanted to send to the perpetrators. And participation in the nude protest brought glory to the 12 mothers in the public sphere, but somewhere amidst the social activism that they rendered, their private lives were lost and experienced an embarrassment for their public display. With that, I'd like to conclude my paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. P.H. Jayalakshmi. Really, it is a very touching experience that we had in regards to Manipur. Manipur was always in the limelight of having some problem with the forces, and that is how you see so much of atrocities were there. And it is very unfortunate that you started with Manorama, who was picked by the army and then assaulted, and Manipur was really facing a torrid time for many years, where the Armed Forces Act was there, and then how the army had to go against the public, and youths also were involved against the protest that has been going on. We have been observing this, and it is very unfortunate that there is suffering and the ignominy that the people of Manipur has to face because of this. The experience of shame that you have portrayed in your presentation. The protest either mute or exponentially done, all were having some, all had to face the music of the special forces. Anyway, very unfortunate, but then yes, your paper presentation has exposed many points, and I hope that the situation out there would improve further. Manipur is always a very cultural state. I appreciate that, and you belong to that state. So we really expect that some more better things may come up from Manipur. Thank you so much, Jayalakshmi. Thank you for your presentation. Next, I call upon Bijime M. Sangma. Are you there, Bijime M. Sangma? Bijime M. Sangma, research scholar, assistant professor, Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Annamala University, Chidambaram. Bijime M. Sangma, are you there? Final call for Bijime M. Sangma. Bijime M. Sangma, are you there? I think he's not there. So we move on to next speaker, Julia Lianthang, Assistant Professor, Department of Pol Science, LCB College. Julia, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So Julia Lianthang, Assistant Professor, Department of Pol Science, LCB College. She would be speaking on representation of women in Autonomous District Council with reference to Dima Hasao District. Yes, Julia, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Go ahead.
First of all, good afternoon to one and all present here. Greetings to Don Bosco College and also to the organizing team. First of all, I would like to start by saying that equality as one of the main pillars of democracy in India falls short with the wide gender disparities which can be seen in the underrepresentation of women in politics. Although women amount to almost half of the world's population, they occupy a low level in terms of political representation. Representation of women is lower in the Parliament of India, State Legislative Assembly of Assam, as well as in the Autonomous District Council of Dima Mahasau district, which is in Assam. The present paper will shed light on the low representation of women in North Kachar Hills Autonomous District Council. So the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution provides for 10 autonomous district council in the 4 states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. North Kachar Hills Autonomous Council is one of such district council in the state of Assam. This council may be considered as a state in miniature, having all the paraphernalia of a government like the legislative, executive, and the judiciary. For the purpose of the study, secondary data have been extracted from the souvenirs of North Kachar Hills Autonomous Council, reports published by the District Deputy Commissioner, journal articles, and government website. Since its inception in 1952 till today, the North Kachar Hills Autonomous Council has only 6 elected MSCs, member of Autonomous Council, and 1 nominated MSC who are women. Even after 75 years of independence, women in the council could not occupy even 10% of the total seats. This can be seen through the past election. That is, in 1968, we find it there was only 1 elected female representative. In 1973, 1 elected women representative. 1980, there is 1 nominated. And again in 2007, 1, and 2013, 1, and in 2018, there is a 2 female representative from the district. Besides this, women are held back as many political parties are skeptical of giving tickets to women as they fear of losing the election if women are to contest. This is because women are often considered as weak candidates by political parties. So if we see the women who has contested from the 3 major political parties, which is the BJP, we find that 2 women were given tickets, 1 from both the Indian National Congress and AGP, out of the total 28 candidates of each party. So this underrepresentation of women, another reason which has contributed to this underrepresentation of women is the less number of voters, female voters, to the North Kachar Hills Autonomous Council. In 2017, there was a female voters of 53,888 out of the total 1,08,704, and the percentage accounts to 49.5%. Out of the total 1,16,361 in 2013, there was a female voter of 57,533, which is 49.44%. And in 2019, out of the total 1,22,341, there was female voters of 60,737, which is 49.6%. So although the gender disparity in political participation is still prevalent, the gender differences in the voter turnout has been narrowed to a certain extent in the district. In addition to this, there is 1 female MLA from the district to the state of Assam and 1 female chairman to the North Kachar Hills Autonomous Council. However, the inadequacy of political representation lies in the fact that since its foundation, the council has never had any women chief executive member, which is the head of the district council. Henceforth, there is a greater need for political awareness among the women, and reservation of seats needs to be given to the women to bring them at par with men. Therefore, I would like to conclude by saying that politics without women can never be truly representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Very short and sweet presentation, and it's very informative presentation actually. Though it was short, but it was very informative. That representation of women in the district council is very low. And according from your presentation, I can make out that until 2013, only 1 to 2 females were there in the host district council. And very, very, very surprising that though the female voters are 60,000 or more than 60,000, yet the representation of female candidates in your district council is much less. I hope this information of yours gets into the books of the government, and the government takes a proactive role in to mitigate this problem. And this paper will really help the government to take necessary action. Thank you, Julia, for your presentation. Let me now move into our next presenter, Yaurela Angkang. Are you there? Yaurela Angkang, research scholar and assistant professor, William Carey University, Shillong. Yaurela, are you there?
Hello, sir.
Yaurela, you are there?
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. This is Kiranmai, sir.
Your name is not here reflected. in our list of presenters?
No, sir, you already called me, but due to technical glitches, I am unable to attend, sir. Sorry, sir.
What was your name?
Kiranmai, sir.
Kiranmai. Okay, G. Kiranmai.
Yes, sir.
G. Kiranmai, research scholar of Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kiranmai, yes, we had called your name, but I think you were not
Yes,
connected.
sir. I am on the call only, but I am unable to unmute myself, sir.
Okay, so are you ready now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead with your presentation. You have got 10 minutes to present.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. My topic is a representation of women characters in Eastern Kai's author, that is Eastern Kai, who was born on 29 March 1959 in Kohima, Nagaland. She belongs to the Angami, the tribe, and her mother tongue is Chinese. Her writing reflect native culture, traditions, and through an ongoing process of life in that region. She was also inspired by African writers like Chinua Achebe and Ngugi wa Thiong'o because their tribal culture is so close to hers. And coming to this topic, Kerr depicts the story from the feminist point of view. We can come across many innocent women characters who suffers with grandmother, Vibano. She is the head and superior to all of her family members. Everyone respects and obeys her words by seeing her age. The family lives in Angami, one of the tribes of Nagaland. They follow their culture and traditions strictly. For various reasons, the status of women in the Northeast has not been different from the women in the mainstream of India. As I have chosen few characters from this story, that is from the main part of the story, Vibano, that is from old age to child age, every character has that means a woman character has suffered due to the problems. For example, if we see the grandmother Vibano, she is portrayed as a hypocritical character because she points fingers at the other family while she covers up her own family issues and problems. She symbolizes tradition and culture of the Angami conservative society. The character of grandmother justifies the title of the novel, A Terrible Matriarchy. She believes that girls should be kept under strict scrutiny or strict control, or else they bring shame to the family. She follows a patriarchal society where the male children is the head and takes care of the old and aged people. She tries to buy the love of the male children because she felt that the male children would take care of her till death. She praises her grandson every time, but in the case of granddaughter, she always blames and scolds her even if she had done nothing wrong. She always insisted on stopping the female children from accepting modernism and tried to please the male children in her own crooked ways. Her attitude towards feminism was bitter. She also says that the household who did not have a male heir was considered as barren. And coming to the next women character, main character is Delenio. She is the protagonist of the story. She was introduced to us at the age of 4.5 years, who lived happily with her parents and elder brothers. And at the age of 5, she was compelled to live with her grandmother. She started doing work like young ones do. Grandmother ordered her to fetch water from the river, bring the wood and make fire, arrange her grandmother's bread, take care of the chickens, etc. She has to complete all the works before going to school. Grandmother never appreciated her hard labor at the home or at school. Lino describes her grandmother as a stubborn, old-fashioned and staunch practitioner of traditional ideas. And here, she never left hope on her and on her studies because her mother gave her such a motivation to lead and become a successful in her life. Finally, at the age of 23, she married her brother's friend and lives a happy life with her family support. And coming to the conclusion, by observing the women characters in brief, we came to know that almost all the characters of women from the 3 generations have suffered by grandmother's restrictions. Her intention is not to suffer them, but the situations she faced in her past made her behave like that. She grew up in a very hard age. In her village, widows without sons lost all their husbands' property to other male relatives. In that case, she always praises her grandson with love and money. She looks at her sons and grandsons as a kind of insurance and so doted on them dearly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kiranmai. We already had a presentation on Kayas's writings, The Son of Thundercloud, and you have emphasized on the terrible matriarchy. Yes, Kaire has been very popular, a Nagaland, a Naga novelist. Thank you for your insight into her novel, Terrible Matriarchy. We will have.
I'm from Andhra Pradesh, sir.
Yeah, I can understand from your delivery. That is all right. It is good that from mainstream of the country you are having some interest of writers from Northeast. That is a very good. That is very good. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Kiranmai. I don't think any more are there. Any more presenters are there who missed out? Kanika Priya or Bijime M Sangma, Yaurela Angkang. Okay, I don't think they could make it. Okay, now after this, so we have come to the end of presentation. As we had decided earlier that after the presentation we'll have the question and answer session. So now the floor is open for the participants to put the questions across. And when you put the questions across, please identify yourself and also let us know the question and to the person whom you are directing that question to. And then that person would respond. So your floor is open now. Anyone who amongst the participants who are interested to clarify some doubts can pose your questions for the participants who have presented their papers. You can go ahead, but just please identify yourself and also identify the person or tell the name of the person to whom you are posting the question to. In the meantime, I think I had posted some questions to Dr. N. Jayanti. Are you there, Dr. N. Jayanti?
Sir.
Yeah, I think I posted one question to you if I could get the answer from you.
Yes, sir. Workers are those who engage in any economically productive work for more than 6 months or for more. And non-workers are those who doesn't engage in any economically productive work, sir.
Only that means those who are not productive at home. You are saying non-workers.
Yes, sir.
Like if they're working at home, then they are non-workers.
Sir, they will be workers if they are economically productive.
Okay, they are workers, but they are not economically productive.
No, they will be workers if they are economically productive.
Okay, if they are not economically productive, then they are not workers.
Yeah, they are not workers.
So working at home, just for the lighter side, working at home.
Yeah, like working at home, like just like cooking and all, it won't be considered as workers. Okay, but if if that work is contribute like economical benefit, like earning profits and also they will be termed as workers.
Okay, that means the work is related to economical benefit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Another question I think I had to Shohei.
Oh.
Shohei, you are there?
Yes.
Shohei, you are
Hello,
there?
sir.
Agritoli Shohei,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, I had posted you a question. If you could answer that. I mean, if you could enlighten us. Not, yeah.
Oh, yes. Also, to constraint of time, I mainly focus on the semi-tribe. One of the reasons being community. So I was working on the other tribes, like constraint of time. This time I work on.
Your voice was breaking, Dr. Sohei. Your voice actually was breaking.
Okay,
We
so
could not hear properly. The question was why the Strumi tribes
sir.
only, right? Yeah. Coming again. I think some connectivity issue from your end. It's okay, Shoaib. Thank you so much for all the participants for your nice inputs. In fact, I am very much enlightened on various aspects of representation of women of Northeast in multidisciplinary discourse, and the papers that has been presented here has been a very encouraging experience throughout. Now, I would like to tell you this, that we will be posting the feedback form to you. And once you get the feedback form, please fill up the feedback form. And once you fill up the feedback form, then you will be posted the certificates. Certificates are there with us. So after we get the feedback form from you, we will be posting the certificates. Okay, so we come to the end of this presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.